All right. Good morning, everyone.
Good
We are back
morning.
for day three, and we are very happy. Those of you who are joining us, we're going to start off this morning with Alex Matsuo, a paranormal investigator and author, who will be speaking on other things to talk to your ghosts about beside trauma. I'm going to let Alex in here. Remember, folks, we are doing this in a retrograde, so just had good luck with connections so far. There. Hi, Alex. Good morning.
Hello.
Hi.
Good morning.
Good morning.
How are
Thank
you this morning?
I'm good. I'm good. Yeah, just wrist deep in wedding planning now, but it's all good.
Of course. Well, we're thankful that you managed to carve out an hour of a very busy schedule and hectic planning to join us today.
Oh yeah, no problem. Thanks for having me. I'm excited to be here, and yeah, I'm glad I could fit it in and work it out. So yeah.
Which is perfect. And it's interesting because the past couple of days we've been talking a lot about like being kinder to the spirits in your home or in other places. And this is again a perfect conversation about not re-traumatizing the entities that you're talking to.
Right. Like, yeah, exactly. I think it's something we need to talk more about. But also I'm going to try to give some tools on how to do that too, because I know it's one thing to say, hey, you need to start doing this, but then the other side is, okay, well, how do we get started? So
exactly. Perfect.
Right.
Amazing. Well, we will let you get started here.
Perfect. I'm hopefully sharing my screen. Hopefully y'all are seeing the slideshow and not the backstage of PowerPoint.
Yeah, we've got you, so you're good.
Okay, perfect. I'm using two monitors, so for anyone that's watching, if I keep looking over here, it's because my notes are over here. So, all right, perfect. Let's get rolling. All right, so yes. So first I want to say thank you once again to PanParacon and Vanessa for having me. I'm really excited to talk about this particular topic because this is something that I'm really passionate about, but it's also a topic that has been years in the making. It wasn't like one day I woke up and decided, oh, hey, it's time to talk to ghosts about other things besides trauma. This has been an accumulation of years of paranormal investigating, trying to figure out, well, we didn't get a response. Why didn't we get a response? Or when we talked about World War II, the spirits got really angry. Why did they get angry? So just trying to, it's come from years of, this is a theater term, but I call them postmortems, where we go over our investigations and what went well and what didn't. And we do this because we want to improve and we want to get better at investigating. And granted, sometimes if nothing happens or certain things happen, it's because we just didn't get a response. But we also want to dive deeper and find out, well, why didn't we get a response? Things were going well with the spirit interaction, and then all of a sudden it stopped. Why did that happen? So, yep. So that's going to be my topic for today, is basically things to talk to ghosts about besides trauma. But I'm going to also do a deep dive on like how this conclusion was brought. Also, everyone, if my words are not great, it's because I'm like 13 days away from getting married. So my life's a little right now. So hang in there, buckle up. All right, so I do want, ironically, in a presentation about not talking about trauma, I do need to give a content warning here. So there may be some uncomfortable topics that are going to come up, like murder, assault, all that good stuff. So if, well, not good stuff, you know what I mean? So including sexual assault and whatnot. So just these may be brought up as the context of the situation, and then I'll segue as quickly as I can from that to the meat of the content. So just to warn you, a few uncomfortable topics may come up. All right. You're probably wondering, if you've never met me, who the frick is this person and why are they qualified to talk to me about what this whole thing is about? So I'm the founder and the director of the Association of Paranormal Study. I started the team in 2011 as a way to bring community service to, at the time I was living in San Diego. I dealt with a very traumatic paranormal experience in 2005 and 2006. The paranormal community was not what it is today. It was virtually non-existent. TV show Ghost Hunters was only maybe 2 years old, but we couldn't find anyone to help us. So I wanted to be a resource for my community and help people through these experiences when they don't have anyone else. So let's see, I've been on TV a couple times. I've been on Most Terrifying Places in America in the episode Cursed Towns in 2018. And then I was on Haunted Hospitals in 2021, season 3, episode 12. This was the situation I just brought up that happened in 2005 and 2006. Now I did, during COVID and the pandemic, I did decide to create a brand called The Spooky Stuff. I really wanted to bring joy into the paranormal, but also critical thinking, skeptical belief. Basically, no one's really getting paid to do the paranormal unless you're on TV. And even when you're writing books, you just hope to break even on your investments. So no one's really making money out of this. I'm not. I'm not, besides just making enough to pay my bills. So I wanted to make a casual space for people who are into the paranormal, but also wanting to dive deeper into the paranormal, but without like having the high stakes of, we need to prove that ghosts exist. I think that's the biggest thing. Unfortunately, my skeptic friends may disagree, but just taking that pressure off. I have an MA in theater from San Diego State University. Go Aztecs. If you couldn't tell, I'm a theater person. Wow. And currently I reside in the DC metro area. So I am in Arlington, Virginia, which gives me access to places like Gettysburg and a lot of spooky places in Virginia and Maryland and the East Coast. So if you're in the area, drop me a line, say hi. I love exploring spooky places with fellow spooky people. All right. So just some housekeeping notes before I really dive deep into this topic. So we're going to move forward as if ghosts and or spirits are real. This is not a presentation to try to prove that they don't exist or that they do exist. We're just going to move forward with the assumption that they do. The skeptical debate, we can save it for another presentation. This is not that space. So if you're here wondering, well, shouldn't we validate the existence of spirits first? No, this is not the space for that. I feel like that's a major distractor to this topic. Also another thing, and this may bug a few people, I do tend to use the words ghosts and spirits interchangeably. I'm going back to that whole skeptical debate. We haven't yet proven that ghosts or spirits exist. We don't know what a ghost is. We don't know what a spirit is. I tend to use the word ghosts a lot because it's more search optimization friendly, search engine optimization friendly. More people will be Googling ghosts than spirits. And plus, sometimes the word spirits gets me into the new age category, and that's not where I belong. And that's where I choose not to spend my time. That is not my space. So just so you know, if you hear me use the word ghosts and spirits, I'm meaning intelligent, conscious spirits, people, formerly alive people who are aware of their surroundings. All right, let's talk about the current state of paranormal investigating. It is very much now, I'm talking about mainstream paranormal investigating, what we see on TV and most TV shows. I know there are a few exceptions with shows like Kindred Spirits that tend to take a more humane approach most of the time. But the widespread climate of paranormal investigating, this is what I'm addressing. If you do something different, then I am not talking about you. And I do apologize if I come across as a bit aggressive in this. I just want to make sure that if you don't do this, I am not talking about you. If you do this, then maybe I am talking about you. So the current climate of paranormal investigating is very much this very one-sided dialogue that happens in the space. It's a lot of give us a sign of your presence, knock on the wall for me, or make these lights go to red, or talk to the purple light on my recorder. It's a lot of do this, do that. And mainstream ghost hunting, we tend to put ghosts, position them in the place that I call the other, meaning that they're a bit less humane, or they're less human than us because they no longer have their meat suits. That's what I call these, meat suits. I almost compare it to keyboard warriors in the ghost hunting sense. Keyboard warriors, you know, we tend to be a bit bolder when we're talking to a keyboard, or when we're just talking to a username on a screen. I find that we tend to do that with spirits as well, because and I'm actually jumping ahead a little bit, but because we can't see their faces, we can't see reactions, we can't actually hear their voices, it emboldens us, to investigators, researchers, ghost hunters, to say and do things that we wouldn't normally do in real life. And this isn't something that's unique to ghost hunting. I mean, we can even go back to even Elizabethan times and Shakespeare's time, where Hamlet's the perfect response, or the perfect example of this. You know, we know the plot of Hamlet. He's visited by his father's ghost and says, hey, I was unalived. You need to go take revenge for me, blah, blah, blah. My brother is the one who did all of this. If you notice in the text with Hamlet, his father's ghost isn't called King Hamlet. It is the ghost of Hamlet's father. I could write a whole dissertation about what this could mean. What is the ghost of Hamlet's father? What does this mean? But this just indicates to you that once we leave our physical bodies and enter the existence of spirit, then something changes in our identity. And again, this is a whole dissertation I could dive into some other time. If anyone would like to get coffee one evening and talk about this on Zoom, I would love it, because I want to talk to more people about this. So because we tend to put spirits or ghosts in this position of the other, where maybe they are not as human as us, or they're almost not granted that same respect or rights as living humans, we tend to be a bit bolder. Ghost hunters tend to be a bit bolder with their conversation topics. And one of the big ones that I have noticed over the years, and there is one particular TV show that has really driven this, is discussing traumatic events for the sake of a response. One of the big ones is, do you know that you're dead? I hate that question. I feel like, one, if the spirit is aware that they are passed, they're going to sit there and go, yeah, duh. If the spirit is not aware that they have passed, then that's pretty traumatic. It's like, what, I'm dead? You know, it's like, wait, what? It would be like coming up to somebody who was sick, terminally ill, whether they know it or not, and just say, hey, do you know that you're sick? Yeah. When you put the situation into real living person context, a lot of these conversation topics would not fly. Another one is, what was it like to be, like, I heard this in an investigation of Bobby Mackey's in a live stream I was watching not too long ago. And they were trying to ask, I forgot, the woman who was the victim of that really brutal unaliving, that essentially set off the hauntings at Bobby Mackey's. It's like, what was it like to be decapitated? Like, what? What? That's a big one too. And it's very clear, especially in like TV shows, YouTube, paranormal investigators, trauma is a subject to get a response. It's not being used as a tool to heal. It is being used to provoke a response. And even then, when a spirit, let's say a spirit on one of these programs does decide, like, okay, I'm going to share my story with this investigator, when they do respond, it's a you know, it's a very, like, it's a very dramatic response. I mean, how would you feel if you did open your heart up to somebody and say, yes, this terrible thing did happen to me, and you get these over dramatized facial expressions and verbal cues of like, oh my God, you know, it's very much it's not emphasizing with the spirit who went through the trauma. It's putting them in that position of being the performer and the investigator, the ghost hunter, reacting to that trauma as such. Whew. So, but this is also a place that doesn't necessarily come from nowhere. Recently, I would say in the last couple of years, I realized, and actually I have to credit Amanda Woomer from Spook Eats for helping me come to this realization, but I realized through my various investigations that I was still processing my own grief with ghost hunting. A lot of it being unresolved grief. Once I did a time when I was doing a presentation about for ASAP, Anomalous Scientific Study or Association of Scientific Study of Anomalous Phenomena. They're kind of like the Rhine Research Center in the UK. I was doing a presentation for them, and I was timelining my paranormal experiences with traumatic events that happened in my life. It was a bit accidental, and I realized that I was really getting into ghost hunting to process my own grief from losing my grandparents and losing my mom. I lost three major roles, three major people who had a major role in raising me. So essentially I lost three parents. And once I saw that timeline, I just thought, oh, holy cow. I'm using ghost hunting to process some really some unresolved topics here. And I think paranormal investigating is a space for that. It's become a space for that. I don't know if it should be a space for that, but it's become a space for that. I don't know how many of you have read the book Ghostland by Colin Dickey, but he really goes into how, in America in particular, how we handle uncomfortable historical topics through ghost stories. That's how we process really crappy things that have happened in American history. And I really think that ghost hunting is providing a space to handle uncomfortable topics like slavery, unaliving, murder, assault. It gives us a space to process that. Now, how we process it is not universal. Some people handle it wonderfully. Some people process it, you know, amazingly, while others don't do that so much. I've seen investigations happen at plantations where a team of white paranormal investigators are investigating a space that was a plantation. There's a team in North Carolina or there's a couple teams, not just one. There's a couple teams in North Carolina that investigates plantations, and they both handle it rather differently. One team is very empathetic to the events that happened there. The other team will just completely glosses over that part of the location's history. In fact, they don't even talk about it. And I find that to be a bit disgusting, personally, because this country was built on the sweat and the backs and the blood of, you know, of slaves. So you can see that there's one team that is using the location to process their own understanding of that traumatic historical event, while there's another team that completely glosses over it and just focuses on the white family that lived in the house. I won't name names, obviously, because I don't need drama. But and this is why topics like, you know, is it okay to investigate, you know, concentration camps? Is that right? I have family that was interred during World War II because they were Japanese. Would I be okay with a paranormal investigation team going into an internment campsite and investigating? Personally, for me, no, I would not be comfortable with that. Now, if it was me and a few other family members of those who went to the internment camps, maybe, but I would only go to one where my family was. But even then, my family did not lose their lives at that camp. They were there for a couple years and then they left. So I would have to really look into my motivation. Like, why would I do that? Why would I want to do that? So, and for me, but also for me, I've had that space to process that uncomfortable topic with my family. We've had discussions, we've had sessions of crying and just trying to understand, what that was like. We share those stories. I don't think, and that's a big thing that I hear from teams who try to justify their reasoning to go into, plantation spaces and other spaces where horrible events happened is, oh, we want to share their stories. But I never see them share their stories. I just see them sharing like clips of really bad audio. And they're not actually telling the story, but that's their justification. They don't share articles or posts or holidays associated with remembering these events. So, it seems like ghost hunting does provide that space to handle the uncomfortable topics, but we really need to visit why that's necessary. Why do you have to go into that space to process that uncomfortable topic versus being able to handle it at home and on your own? And a big reason, and I mentioned this in the previous slide, but a big reason why paranormal investigators, ghost hunters feel emboldened to say a lot of things that they say is they can't usually see the spirits' faces. We don't usually hear their voices. Now, the exception, of course, would be psychic mediums who do see and or hear or feel what the spirit is feeling. But there is a level of bravery that comes with being in an open space where you don't have to necessarily be accountable for how the other reacts. But this could cause unintentional triggering or upsetting both the dead and the living. I have to say, when I've done public ghost hunts or I've hosted other teams, sometimes they say things that are exceptionally bold and they end up actually triggering me and upsetting me. I had one investigator, unintentionally, they didn't mean to, but triggered a PTSD flashback in one of the investigations I did a few years ago. And I actually had to leave, because it was not good. So, and really, I really started to feel this head on when I went public with my story with Haunted Hospital that was featured on Haunted Hospitals. This is a clip from the show. I did not talk about my car accident or the paranormal events that happened after that for about at least a good decade, more than a decade. I didn't go public with the story until 15 years later. And there was a reason for that. I told the story on Haunted Hospitals, and then that triggered a slew of people wanting to interview me. I also wrote a book about it to clarify some things that wasn't covered in the TV show. I had to tell my story over and over and over again. And I had to keep revisiting my trauma over and over and over again. And I kind of sat there as I was dealing with another interview where I was talking about this story, and I just went, holy cow, if spirits are real and these places that are open 365 days a year with an investigation team coming in at least 3 to 4 times a week, asking them about their traumatic experiences, holy cow, that is awful. Like, I could not sit there and retell my story day after day, night after night, hour after hour, because 1, I got emotionally exhausted, but 2, I got really upset I would say even this past month, getting a lot of interviews for the book One Bed Over and revisiting the Haunted Hospital story, I found myself probably by week 3 or week 4, I was getting very resentful. I was becoming very angry. I was becoming a very negative person because I had to tell the story again. And whenever I could, I tried to change the subject, which was tough. So with this in mind, this could be why we maybe sometimes in the field we get silence. Like sometimes the spirits don't, respond at all. It could be why we get aggressive responses. While I'm on the fence on the validity of scratches and physical assault, mostly because I have not really experienced like scratches and getting punched or anything like that by spirits. I've been touched, but I haven't been physically assaulted by a spirit. But could this be why we get things like that? We talk about traumatic experiences, and we could inadvertently be causing that spirit to maybe even have something like a PTSD flashback or something that just enrages them. Could this be why? Could this be part of the reason why? We tend to, and this goes back to what I brought up as, we tend to other spirits or put them in the position of the other. A lot of us just talk about these topics without considering how they are going to feel emotionally. I tend to say ghosts are people too. they have feelings, they have emotions, and they're going to react to the things that we bring up. All right. So I started using a more empathetic approach to paranormal investigating. I want to say probably 2016, 2000. I mean, I've always used an empathetic approach to some level, but I became more conscious of it in about 2016. And one of those one of the big moments I had in my investigation career happened in, I think it was 2018. I was at this location called the Trivette Clinic, and it's in Hamptonville, North Carolina. And you have your typical ghost stories with the Trivette Clinic, like, oh, there's a spirit of a child in the basement. There's a couple spirits of children in the basement. Former hospital, former nursing home. A lot of the ghosts are the Dr. Trivette himself. He opened the clinic in 1932. He died in 1938 unexpectedly. He was married. But it was almost your typical haunted hospital story. And something that really stuck out to me, and for some reason, this person stuck out to me. The owner was telling me about Dr. Trivette's wife, Gwendolyn, and how she used to be an opera singer, and she wasn't really keen on moving back to North Carolina to help take care of Dr. Trivette's parents or help run a hospital. But she went because she was a dutiful wife, and she actually developed an issue with alcohol. And a lot of it seemed to stem from, the whole, this is the life I could have had, but I couldn't have it. And for some reason, I just really felt that as a former performer. I still do a little bit of performing, but I had like the big Broadway dreams, and they didn't really work out, obviously, because I'm here talking to you right now. So when we were in the basement and we were talking we felt we made contact with the children, and even Dr. Trivette himself. One of the mediums on my team said, there's another adult here. There's an older woman here. I don't know who she is though. And she didn't come up in any of like the ghost stories that were told to us by the owner. And I don't know if it was me and my intuition, but I just said her name. I said, Gwendolyn, is that you? And all of our equipment started going off. And I said, okay. So I introduced myself to Gwendolyn. I told her about myself, and the other people on my team did the same thing. And I knew she was an opera singer. And I was trying to think, like, okay, I wasn't very familiar with opera, but I was a big theater nerd. And I knew of one opera that was probably very famous when Gwendolyn was alive. And that was La Boheme by Puccini. And I only knew about this because of the musical Rent. So bear with me here. But I decided, okay, I'm going to play Musetta's Waltz. This would have been very popular during her time. I mean, it's one of those classics. It'd be like if you wanted to make contact with my spirit, you could probably play Phantom or Les Miserables, because those are very famous musicals. So I decided to play La Boheme. By Puccini's La Boheme, specifically Musetta's Waltz. And let me tell you, when that music started playing, the entire vibe of the room changed. All of our equipment started going off, but it was going off to the beat and the pulse of the music. So when the music swelled, the equipment would all the lights would go to red, the REM pods would go up. go off. And it was a very emotional experience. And to the point we were all crying by the time the song was over. Interestingly enough, afterwards I said, okay, well, being the skeptical believer that I am, I'm like, okay, we need to play another song just in case, just because I want to rule out that this isn't like electromagnetic field coming from my phone. So I decided to play some Van Halen. I played Jump by Van Halen. And if anything was going to make all the equipment go off with the different levels of music, it was going to be Van Halen. Played Van Halen, nothing else happened. No, the equipment didn't go off, nada. So there was something about Musetta's Waltz that really made an impact on whatever presence was there. Truly, I believe that it was Gwendolyn. And at the time, and even now, I'm pretty sure we're the only ones who really make a connection with Gwendolyn, or at least try to make a connection with Gwendolyn. So taking that alternate approach and looking beyond the stories of the location, and there may be somebody there waiting to talk to you that you didn't know was there. All right, here's another use case. So back in June, maybe June, I think it was June. Me and my team went to the Elliott House, which is on the same property as the cabin on 360 with Melissa Carroll, Elliott's ghost, believed to be ghosts. So the story of Melissa Elliott is particularly tragic. She was brutally unalived and assaulted by her half-brother, in what is known as the Elliott House. And there's also believed to be a demonic entity in this house as well. Now, when I went there, my team had already set some boundaries with their investigation, because there was believed to be an inhuman entity there that can affect investigators. The agreement was that we wouldn't spend no more than 30 minutes at a time in this house. Personally, do I believe if there's a demonic entity in there? No, I truly believe that the trauma of what happened to Melissa permeates that space and it starts to affect you. So when we went into the Elliott House, we agreed that we were not going to talk about what happened to Melissa, which is a little bit out of the norm with a lot of investigators who go to the Elliott House because they want to talk to Melissa about what happened to her. Now, would you want to talk about the worst day of your life? I mean, it was her half-brother who sexually assaulted her and unalived her. That's pretty effing awful. And do I believe she's there? I'm not 100% sure, but my team and I essentially came together and we asked ourselves, what would a preteen or a teenage girl from the 70s want to talk about? Thankfully, my mom was very open about her love of like the 70s and icons of the time. So I was like, okay, well, we got Donny Osmond, so I started talking about celebrities. We started talking about magazines, like Bop magazine has been around for forever. So, we asked about, did you have posters on the wall? What music did you listen to? Did you have a pair of bell bottoms? We were talking about fashion. We were talking about boys and girls, because just in case. And we found we were getting responses from an entity we believed was Melissa, but also the vibe of the room changed. Like it was a lot lighter. Like we didn't feel that heaviness anymore. And luckily one of my team members is a middle school teacher. So he's very in tune with like the psychology and the mental state of someone of this age. So we were able to gush a little bit, about Donny Osmond in this house where this terrible event happened. But it was a different way to approach this spirit that's believed to be there. At the end of the day, do we know really what happened or what happened there and during our investigation? We're not sure. One thing that did happen that was interesting, because we noticed that she wasn't really responding to the men on the team, and I was the only female present. Well, female identifying. I was not having a they day, but I was assigned female birth, so I had the lived experience a female. So I leveraged that a bit when I realized that the men on the team were not getting much of response, so, which would make sense considering what happened to her. So essentially I drove the conversation and I took over and I said, hey, just talking about what a teenage girl would want to talk about at that time, makeup, it's like, hey, Melissa, my makeup is not really good. Do you have any tips or ideas of how, what color eyeshadow should I use? Just little things like that. Here's another one. This is from the Battleship, North Carolina, in Wilmington, North Carolina. We investigated the spot in 2017, and I took a page out of an approach known as the ghost excavation method by John Sable. Mr. Sable's tactics are very interesting. I used to be a big fan of them, but now maybe not so much anymore, at least going in really hard, because I find it is based on provoking traumatic responses out of spirits and making them relive their traumatic experiences. But there's bits and pieces I can take from this method. It's a fascinating method. I think it is worth researching and looking at it to see like what it is. I can repeat it towards the end of the presentation as well if anyone wants to look it up. One of the takeaways I got from the ghost excavation method was dressing up in period clothing and speaking in contextual language. Now, this was a location that we know what historical event surrounds it. It's World War II. It was one of the first battleships to get to Pearl Harbor after the attack on Pearl Harbor. So that was good. That's a significant contribution to that event. So at the time, I had a team of all women. We did invite a few men to come with us, but in this case, we decided that we were going to dress up in period clothing. Now, justifying our presence on the ship was going to be a bit tough because you would not see civilian women on the Battleship North Carolina in World War II. But we decided to take more of the floozy female approach, because contextual history. But we also brought pinup photos. I brought some rather spicy pinup photos and pinup art. Also brought cigarettes, didn't like them. And we also played music from the time. So we were really bringing a contextual situation to the spirits at the Battleship North Carolina. We were getting a lot of playful responses. Like one of my team members got her skirt flipped up. We danced to the music and, we put our arms up, like, hey, come dance with me. We really ended up having a wonderful time with these sailors, really, that were, trying to take us out. We were asking for sailors to take us out on a night on the town. Now, one of my team members had a family member who was a photographer, a naval photographer during Pearl Harbor, World War II, specifically Pearl Harbor. And they took some pretty graphic photos of the events of Pearl Harbor that don't make it to the public eye. We did bring out those photos. Now, this was a lesson learned. This is why I say this idea and thought came from an accumulation of, oh, we shouldn't have done this. This is one of those. We brought out those photos, laid them out on the table in one of the mess halls. And keep in mind, we had a very active investigation up until this point. Very playful, flirtatious interactions. When those photos came out and we tried to start talking to them about World War II, nothing. It was like somebody put the stop button on the investigation. They would not talk about this with us at all. Not even the men who were with us. Nada. Full conversation stopped. And it was in that moment we realized what we did. And I thought to myself, well, how important is it to get contextual content from World War II from these spirits? It's not. We put the photos away. We apologized. We turned the music back on. We just basically did sort of a reset. And we started talking about more positive stuff again. And the interactions started up again. So that was a lesson learned. Now, we did have another investigation at the USS North Carolina in 2021. We went back. In this case, we actually did the Estes method. Now, I had 2 members of my team who are born male, identify as male, and they're gay. We did an Estes method in the enlisted quarters. I was under, the guys were talking. They were talking about, one of them is, both of them are sensitive, and they kept feeling this other sailor who may have been gay, and which of course in World War II in the 1940s, of course there were probably several queer sailors on that ship, but you didn't really talk about it. So we started doing an Estes method. I was under, and I started saying things that sounded like word salad to me, like it didn't mean anything to me, but it meant something to my team members, and apparently they had made a connection with this other spirit. So and they didn't talk about trauma. They literally just talked about what their lives were like today and how they were able to marry. They were able to marry men and marry their husbands and all of that stuff. And it was a very emotional conversation. So all of this to say, why do we want to avoid talking about trauma in investigations? I truly believe that if we avoid talking about trauma, that actually helps us earn trust with the spirits. And I just realized my bullet points are a little out of order here, so please forgive me. It helps us earn trust. If we start going in there with more generic questions, kind of like what I did with Melissa Elliott, was just talk about like, hey, music, what kind of music do you listen to? Just really talking about just very generic questions. And then, so I like to start big and then get smaller as the conversation continues and get more specific. I also find that generic questions help me avoid a bias, because I'm not assuming I'm talking to a certain spirit. Because if I just went, like, say if I went into the Elliott House and I just went in there and just started talking to Melissa, like who I may be speaking to may not be Melissa. But if I start big and just say, oh, who's with us tonight? Or, hey, what's your favorite type of music? What's your favorite color? Just starting with very generic questions like that can help us pinpoint who we're talking to and avoid that bias. But I also find that avoiding trauma also helps create a genuine connection to the spirits, like with Gwendolyn at the Trivette Clinic, Melissa. Okay, there we go. Helps create that. It helps create that more genuine connection. And I also find that telling your own story, which I'll dive into a little bit more in a minute, helps too. And wow, this hour's gone by quick. So this whole thing is about, topics to explore. And I hope like through the use cases, I've been able to inspire a few topics that you can use yourself. But here's a more consolidated list of topics to explore with your investigation. Like, what makes them happy? What brings joy, or what brought them joy in their life? The answers may surprise you. Another thing you can talk about is, what does the space look like to them? With the Melissa Elliott situation, I asked her, like, what does your room look? What does this room? I didn't say your room because bias. I said, what does this room look like to you? It could be, the walls are covered in posters, of the Partridge Family, or it's very busy. There's men everywhere, USS North Carolina. That's a big one. Asking them what the space looks like to them, because it will also give you an idea of, are we talking to somebody in a time slip, or are we talking to a spirit who is present today? Or are we talking to a spirit who's still they still see the space as they knew it? Favorite food. Food brings me joy. I love talking about food. I will talk about my favorite food till the cows come home. One of the really interesting interactions I had was in Gettysburg at the Jenny Wade house. And we were trying to make contact specifically with Jenny, but I'm not sure exactly who we were talking to, but they started giving us ingredients for an apple pie recipe. Recipe swapping with ghosts. How delightful is that? What's their favorite color, their favorite fashion, like favorite fashion, like do they like dresses? Do they like pants? I mean, gosh, again in Gettysburg, I had a spirit asking me why I was wearing pants. And I'm like, oh, well, I can. Can you wear pants? And they said, no, I didn't wear pants. I don't wear pants. I'm like, oh, okay, why is that? So just starting big and then getting smaller. Start big, get more granular. They can be amazing conversation topics, like just wearing like a topic like pants, apple pie recipes. Were they in love? Did they have children? I find the topic about being in love is very, you can get some interesting responses because sometimes you could talk to a female spirit who's like, oh yeah, I was in love with my husband and we had 5 kids. Or you get the interesting story of, yes, I was in love, I was married, but I was in love with my best friend. And it's like, whoa, whoa. Yeah, it's like, okay, do you feel comfortable telling me more about that? Things like that. So just starting really big and generic and then going off of the responses that you hear, that's when you can dig a little bit deeper with what may be happening. Now, this is also to say that not every spirit we talk to is from the Victorian era. You talk about movies, books, music, photos, college sports. I do like using photos as trigger objects, so to speak. But even like photos of myself, like when I was a cheerleader, I found that there was a photo of me as a cheerleader that I happened to have in my purse because I was showing it to a friend. Like it was really random how this photo ended up in my purse. But when we were doing an investigation at this client's house, I kept hearing cheerleader, in the spirit box and, in our EVP recordings. And I'm like, cheerleader. Oh, hang on, let me go get this photo. And I said, is this what you're talking about? And they said, yes. And I'm like, oh, well, were you a cheerleader? Just things like that. Like the most random things can spark conversation topics. And it helps you figure out who you're talking to. Like if someone said their favorite movie is Titanic, okay, so we're going to be dealing with somebody who lived in the 90s, more than likely. Or if their favorite music was Puccini and opera, it's like, okay, we got someone who likes opera and they may be artistic because of that. They may be exposed to different cultures, and all of these things can really help you figure out who you're talking to as well. So while not inflicting unnecessary trauma onto somebody, at least to the best of your abilities. Now, there's some topics that will bring up trauma no matter what, and that's beyond your control. So on that other note is you also want to create an even exchange of information. I find a lot of investigators, ghost hunters, especially on TV, on YouTube, they will always want to know about the spirit or the ghost. They ask them questions like, hey, who's this? Who's that? What do you do? Blah, blah, blah. But I find that if you open the space by talking about you, your ideas and what makes you happy, your background, that can be very powerful because that will possibly open up the fact that you may have some common ground with these spirits. There was one coffee sip. There was one situation that was actually on the USS Hornet, which is an aircraft carrier during World War II. I was sitting in the sick bay of the USS Hornet with a friend, and we weren't really getting much in our questions because, well, we were asking about, hey, is someone sick here? We were talking about trauma. And since we weren't getting a lot of responses, I decided to bring up my grandfather. For those of you who don't know me, my grandfather was Japanese American who served in the Army during World War II. Japanese man serving in the US Army during World War II, that's going to get a response. I didn't necessarily want to inflict unnecessary trauma, but I just said, my grandfather served in World War II. I understand you fought against the Japanese. But what you may find interesting with my grandfather is that he was Japanese and he was a very patriotic and loyal American. I know that he was very much affected by World War II and Pearl Harbor. You know, I can't imagine what it was like to live through that. Expressing empathy is a big one too. I don't have a bullet point for this, but empathy is a big one. So when I said that, all of these green lights started to appear in the sick bay, to the point where we actually stopped and turned on the light to make sure there wasn't like another light source coming in. And there wasn't, because we were like 4 floors down into an aircraft carrier. So, you know, we weren't having any lights bleeding in. But it was one of the few experiences of, and this was a very positive paranormal phenomenon to look at. It was a very positive one for me because I wasn't scared, and I was also looking directly at it. It wasn't something out of my peripheral vision. I was looking directly at it. And it was almost like they were acknowledging my grandfather and his story, and acknowledging me, and like accepting the story, so to speak. So talking about even your family history, if it's relevant to the space, can really help with this. And then this also goes back to my 2 team members on the USS North Carolina, making that connection with a potential queer spirit on the ship. They were talking about their own stories. They were talking about, you know, I got married to my husband last year, and I know maybe for you this was something that was not possible, but because of people like you who really pioneered the cause and made an impact on society, it's because of you that we were able to do this today. So thank you. And that's why they were crying. It was big. It was a big thing. Big thing. So I think sometimes we need to revisit our questions and revisit the topics that we bring up with paranormal investigating, because it's more than just data collection. It's more than just going into a spooky space for an evening with a camera and trying to see if we can catch evidence. It's more than that. It's way more than that. It's making connections of some kind. It's making connections with fellow humans, fellow entities, other entities, and human entities. It's about making those connections and seeing what comes about. And we don't need to use trauma as a conversation topic for this, to make this happen. So just, you know, because shameless plug. So I talked about the Trivette Clinic earlier. I really take a deeper dive in like empathetic ghost hunting in this book, because that was really the only approach I could take with this location, given the history. It's such a layered haunting. I can only enter this space with empathy. So I do, if you want to learn more, especially about the Musetta's Waltz incident or phenomena that happened in the basement, I definitely do a deeper dive into this in my latest book, The Hamptonville Hauntings, Ghosts of the Trivette Clinic. Really talk about the different approaches that I took with this location, but also the approach that other investigators took and the reactions that they got, which, you know, was interesting. I'll open it up for questions in just a moment, but if you would like to contact me, I definitely welcome it. My email is there, my websites, my link tree, my social media. You can basically find me at The Spooky Stuff on Instagram, TikTok, Twitter. I'd love to hear what you think about this presentation. I'd love to hear your reactions to it or your thoughts on social media. Yeah, it's definitely, like I said, this has been an accumulation of years of investigating and really analyzing my own actions, my own bias, and if I've ever caused any harm, unintentional harm to spirits at previous locations. And I think that is a tough conversation to have with ourselves. And even moving forward, like, I am not a perfect investigator. Rarely am I perfect. Not perfect at all. but really self-assessing, not just from a data collection or a scientific standpoint, but just from a human standpoint. And I think that is a gap, that is a major gap in paranormal investigations today, where we're so focused on the data collection that we're almost willing to do anything that we can to get that data, to make the phenomenon happen. But at what cost? At what cost? And I do believe in karma, and I do believe that if we do cause and inflict unnecessary trauma to a spirit to get a response, it does come back to us at some point. It returns to us. And we need to look at spirits deeper than just a data point, that a voice on a spirit box or a voice on the recorder. At the end of the day, majority believe, I believe that ghosts are people too. And we should treat them as such and treat them with respect. So that is my presentation. I'm going to figure out how to unshare my screen in just a moment.
It's all good.
All good. I'm like, hey.
I mean, again, this is how people can find you. This is also how people can find your books, which I have. Yeah, I thank you, because this is also kind of a theme of the conference this year in terms of empathy, right?
Mhm.
And I always think about, a friend of mine was describing a book to me like years ago, and it was this idea of like intimacy before disclosure as opposed to disclosure before intimacy, right? Like this expectation of just like, oh, please rehash the worst trauma of your life, potentially the trauma that ended your life, to me, a stranger who has barged into your home or a place of residence, or just place that you currently frequent. How arrogant and also how abusive that is. And that's just totally normalized. And that expectation of, oh, well, no, but you have to do this to get a response. It's like, but if you think you're talking to people, that is so cruel.
Yeah.
We really, that really, I have their past now grandfather and an uncle that were both in combat in the Second World War as well. And those guys never wanted to talk about that stuff. And honestly, in their lives, they were both pretty happy, well-adjusted people who would talk about the things they liked, books they were reading again, Cleveland football, but never ever spoke about what went on in the war. And that makes complete sense. We really have to stop treating spirits like they're NPCs.
Mm-hmm. Yep. I mean, yeah, and that's a great point. It's like, if my grandfather wasn't willing to talk about the war when he was alive, who's to say he's going to do it after he's passed? He's not.
Again, to strangers too. Like,
Yep. Yep.
Yeah.
Exactly. And I just pulled up the YouTube chat. I did see one comment, like, bringing a Japanese person on board a battleship or a World War II ship, would that cause a response? I think it does. Rarely especially for me, rarely have I been on a World War II aircraft carrier or battleship, and I don't get some sort of response of like, so literally it's happened to me. I think it happened on the USS Hornet. It's happened a few times on the USS North Carolina. Yeah, it's like, yeah. And I'm like, well, hi.
Right. It is what it is.
Yeah. Yep.
Wow.
So yeah,
Yeah.
It's good times.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks for having me. This was a lot of fun. And
Of course.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks for
so
being a
much.
part. And again, good luck with the rest of your wedding preparations.
Thank
Really,
you.
thank you
Yes.
for making the time for us in all of that.
No problem.
You've
I
got
love
a lot.
PanParacon.
Oh, good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I love it. So
Good.
yeah, thanks again for having me, and good luck with the rest of the day. And
Thank you so
congratulations.
much. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
All right.
Bye.
Whoa, here's Emmy again.
It's cat time
I
already.
feel like
We've got 2
Eddie-
cats. This is very good.
Yeah, everyone go to the speakers page, click on the
Mhm.
links,
Get a
hit the
book
tip
or
jar.
two or many.
Yep.
I was going to say, Alex has
Support
written many
these
good
wonderful
books.
people.
Yes.
So
Oh,
coming up, I think now we have our creativity in the paranormal panel.
Yep.
And we have, I see Tonino, Leslie, and Evelyn all in the thing. So I'm just going to admit everybody.
Fantastic.
Here we come. Here they
I'm
come.
so excited. We have so many different things to talk about. So
Now we have our creativity in the paranormal panel.
oh, someone's YouTube is playing in the background.
That was me. Sorry.
Oh. That's
It's
okay.
good now.
Yeah,
God,
exactly.
Danilo.
That's,
See, we
thanks for watching.
troubleshoot. Yeah. All right. Well, if everyone's in here, I'm going to duck out and let you all talk about creativity and the paranormal.
It's going to
All
kind
right.
of wait.
Oh,
Are we getting?
we
We're waiting for
lost.
Leslie. We lost Tonino.
Oh, no.
So it's a retrograde. We
Leslie
just,
is here. Her video is not working.
Okay.
As long as
hi.
you're here,
Yeah,
we will hear
I'm
you. We
glad
hear
you're
you
here.
calling from the abyss. So that's all that matters.
Yeah, but I look awesome, so y'all need to be able to see. There we
There
go.
you go.
Hey, I was saying the goblins are like, oh no, they're all together in place.
Okay.
I'm just saying, I must be witnessed.
Of course.
My gosh. Let's see if we can get Tonino back. Now
Yeah.
it's all good.
Where'd
There.
you go?
So how's everybody doing this morning?
Are we awake yet?
Tolerably.
Tolerably awake?
Awake at what cost?
Any more
That's it.
Awake
kids
at what
running
cost,
around?
huh?
Oh, I have a kitten, so if I disappear,
Great. Listen, we're pro cat. We are pro cat. We are pro pets. So
he's
yes.
crazy.
Absolutely.
Yeah, my cat
Is
will
he
more
chilling
than likely
right
interrupt at
now?
some point.
Maestro.
He's
Fantastic.
what a
Sorry.
good kitty.
Welcome back.
Little one.
All right.
All
It
right.
says hi.
Yay!
Oh.
Ah, yes!
Ah,
Show off your little face.
Oh my goodness. Look how precious.
It's terrible.
We've been blessed.
I love it. I love it. This is good cat energy.
The poor thing was
it
like,
is. It is.
All right.
All
Well, I'm going to
right.
duck out and let you all
Okay.
talk about
Yes.
creativity and the paranormal.
Just
Put us
watching
all on the
birds.
spot all at once. So that's okay. So how
Yeah, yeah. It's Thunderdome, baby. Go for it.
Disrespectful.
Have at it.
oh my
What's
gosh.
really interesting is we all, if Jason had like just the blur on, we'd all have like the same color palette going on
I'm
without even realizing it. Our backgrounds, our clothes.
We're actually in the same house, and this is a cult. We all have to wear this. You all don't even know.
We each have one room.
it's
we can't leave.
We're each in our own
For
corner of the
cohesion.
same room. Like I got the window because I'm lucky, but like
Jason has to have a background because we're all behind him.
yeah, that's why the return to the Gemini control
The
panel.
conspiracy.
We're all secretly here.
Disclosure.
I had to work very hard this morning to find a corner of my place that wasn't messy. So
Yeah,
That's why I
yeah.
never had
My
the
desk is
background.
turned around.
this is
It
not
is-
even my apartment. You
shit
can't see
everywhere.
my apartment.
Yeah, we were in a different room the other day. Our 2-year-old niece is still here. But that room is currently
Aw.
being occupied. So you may hear some screeching at some point. Disregard it. Everything is fine. She's just
I have a
quite
3-year-old. I understand.
She's quite spirited, very spirited child.
Yes, so it's not.
Well, now we're fine with that. We've learned to disregard the screeching in general.
Oh yeah, we love the tiny humans and the
Yeah.
animals.
All right, everybody, let's go around the room and introduce ourselves to the
Oh,
audience.
no.
And Yeah, and talk about how our creative approach, how do we approach the intersection of the creative and the paranormal? Who's
Right,
going to go
Jason.
first?
I think it's you.
Yeah, okay, so that's fine. So I'm Jason. Some of you know me from doing this. Some of you know me from Twitter. I am in the world of day job, graphic designer and advertising professional. In the world of the weird, I am somebody that doesn't do that much with visual art in the weird, but does do some stuff tinkering with technology, and it's going to end up pushing back into the visual art realm eventually. Next.
I am Mira. You also may know me from this. I guess, oh my gosh, my approach, I feel more of like, I love testing whatever new things. I have random ideas pop in my head, just trying anything and everything and trying to tweak little stuff that we already do to see if we can improve it. Yeah.
I'll go. I'm Tanino. Probably a lot of you have seen me on social media as Weird Tanino. In my day job, I work at a community college doing academic coaching and advising and things like that. But as far as the paranormal world goes, I mean, I got really into the paranormal a few years ago. I mean, it kind of started with quarantine and stuff like that. I've always been very into just drawing and sort of expressing myself through that, and not really doing it professionally or anything like that, but just as a way, like as a creative outlet. And then, you know, more recently, I've been finding ways to use art to sort of explore my ideas in the paranormal, including like trying to recall dreams using art, and sort of interpreting paranormal experiences through art and stuff like that, and just drawing weird things. And I think art can be fun, and it's sort of just a new way to access our understanding of the paranormal, and our it's just another way to sort of access our way of understanding it, dealing with it, stuff like that. So all about fun and creativity.
And then there were two.
I guess I'll go. Leslie, you probably know me from, if you know me at all, rather. I have a couple different social media sites and a website for my art. I go by Wild Hornsberry because play on words, something like that. Anyway, I have been for the last year and some change working on a tarot deck that I've been doing kind of one painting at a time, which sometimes feels like the best idea I've ever had, and then other times feels like the stupidest idea I've ever had. We're currently in that cycle of things. And I've been kind of using art to understand things that I've always kind of believed in, but every time I explore them, I believe them differently. I understand them differently. So it's been interesting. We'll talk about that more later. But yeah, there's my intro. Adler, please talk now.
I had to go last because like mine's like the most boring. So yeah, I'm Adler and I'm a scientist. So there you go. But yeah, so if you're on social media, you probably found me either through Mothman ass like worship or Moby Dick retweets or my cat, because I've gotten very obnoxious. But I'm a PhD student. Obnoxious. Oh my God, it's gonna get more obnoxious. I've decided. But I'm a PhD student and I go up for candidacy in 1 month. So I have like 3 whole brain cells. We've improved to 3 from 2. But I study the origins of life on Earth, and we'll see if they let me keep doing it in about another month. So
they better.
So
And
I'll
after
either
today,
be a
that your brain
master
cell is going
or
away again. So don't get too comfy, y'all.
oh my God. Yeah. So in a
Just
month,
turn
I'll either be
30.
like out of the academic space or I'll be candidate for doctor so they can kick me out later. But so we'll see. Oh, and my cat just fell off the windowsill.
Oh no.
What are you doing? Come here.
Is he all right?
Yes, but he's just sitting there now like, what happened?
He's got to,
All
cats,
fluffy
they
and-
have to be like, I meant to do that.
Exactly.
So
Exactly. So now
I
he
love
just
that when they
grabs-
fall and then they just sit there and they're like, yes.
Yep. That's what he just did.
Nothing to see here.
That's what he just did. And it was like, are you good? Can I grab you?
Aw.
Maybe? Oh goodness.
he's fine.
So yeah, like we, as far as like creative approaches, there's a there's a squirrel on the fence. God.
Oh,
There is never less than like 15 animals outside of my door at any time, which is great. But yeah, so creative approaches is, art, and then like also creative approaches, things that we haven't tried before. So it's just really anything to, I don't know, like Tanino, you were saying, like different ways to associate that or like use your brain for that stuff. And yeah.
Yeah. I just to sort of jump in on that, with the dream stuff that I was doing, I've been very interested in sort of the idea of dreaming and feeling like there's more to dreams than we understand and know. And I think that's sort of well understood. I just wanted a way to sort of process what I was dreaming about. And, I'm really bad at waking up and writing things down. I try to as much as I can. But it just dawned on me one day that like it's easier for me to just express things by doodling them or drawing them. And so I'd wake up in the morning and have a really vivid memory of what my dream was, and then just try to draw it and doodle it and see what I could come up with. And I feel like, over time it's interesting to sort of look back over them and try to figure out connections that are being made and stuff like that. So
Yeah, like are there ever, color themes, even like periods of time where you'll have like one thing and then it'll shift a little bit?
that's really interesting. I'm not sure that I can recall color being sort of a consistent thing throughout like a period of time through dreams. I've definitely had lots of dreams where color was incredibly significant. But again, that's one of the things that like didn't really dawn on me, to sort of look over all of my drawings and see how color might have evolved throughout dreams and stuff like that. But I should look at that.
Yeah.
So thank you.
Yeah. Do you do it digitally, or do you use like
No, I haven't
physical?
figured out how to do stuff digitally yet. Like
It's a whole different
really is.
thing.
I'm very much like just a practical pen and paper and colored pencil and marker type person. And so it's very, I've tried, I even have like one of those fancy tablets, the drawing tablets that I bought for myself a while ago, and have not done anything with it because I like started to try to do something with it. I'm like, what is this? I don't get how it works.
And
it's not
especially
really
like, is it the one that is just a tablet, or is it like where you draw on it and you can see it? Or do you have to, you have to learn this new hand-eye coordination with the computer?
It's the one where you can see it.
Okay. Yeah, that's
still,
easier.
I was just like, I don't get how this works. Just give me my pen.
Yeah, it's not the same.
I'm interested.
I'll learn that though, because I feel like there's a lot of opportunity in digital stuff, but I just haven't used it yet.
Now I'm interested in what you were saying about that, and what Leslie was saying about, are you relearning or reformulating your ideas on paranormal as you create? Do they come fully formed, or is this is artistic progression part of how you think about these things?
Leslie, do you want to answer? Do you want to go first?
Sure. Yeah. So I think that artistic progression has been kind of a huge part of my personal project anyway. I think that in some ways that's really cool, in other ways that's really irritating, because there's paintings that I did early on that now I look at and I compare them to things that I've done very recently. And it's very much like, okay, so I have to redo that now. Because it just is not, it has changed so much that it's just not part of a coherent project anymore. My style has changed. I've developed my skills, which like it's almost like practicing makes a difference, right? Like I've been making art basically my entire life, but I did go kind of a long stretch of time where I just didn't make things. And then I started again. So it's been interesting because I learned how to read tarot many, many years ago at this point. I was a young warthog when I learned how to read tarot, and like not such a young warthog anymore. But over the course of this project, having to really think about what each card means, you know, at a base level, but also what do I think it means? How do these things apply in terms of the concepts that I'm trying to convey? I've learned that most of what I learned was useless, and I feel like that makes me worry. And to be fair, I've always kind of worried about this, but like it makes me worried about the way that we teach other people these things, because I think that when we're talking about something as expansive as like the weird stuff, right? Like we talked about this kind of the other day, like we give such narrow concepts for such broad, expansive, unknowable things. So I think that for me, it's been really foundational in helping me rethink and relearn everything that I thought and learned that now just feels incredibly limiting. It's been interesting, and I think that actually, just backing up a second, like speaking about color, like color is very important for what I do. And I'm kind of a stickler about it. Like my paintings, I only use primary colors. So everything you ever see in my paintings are colors that I have blended intentionally by myself using the primaries. I don't think everybody needs to do that. I don't think that that makes me better than anybody, to be very clear. But for me, part of the process is figuring out how can I convey the concepts that I'm trying to convey in as many creative ways as possible. So for me, blending the colors is part of it. So it's very in-depth. It's very irritating to explain. I feel like explaining it sounds incredibly pretentious, but I think that it's also interesting because each card I've done has presented challenges to me in a way that have been completely in line with what the cards are. So I've been working on the Hierophant now for forever, it feels like. This is my 4th time trying it, because by the way, y'all, with art, it's incredibly infuriating because it takes just as long to fail at something as it does to succeed. So that 30 hours it takes me to do a painting, I have now done 4 times, and still have nothing to show for it. But it's interesting because the Hierophant is really putting me through my paces here, and it's really kind of forcing me to slow down and pay attention to what I'm doing and be more structured. It's also kind of making me a little bit too hyper-focused on every little thing that could possibly be wrong. It's been very interesting, and it's kind of also forced me to think through some pretty heady concepts of like, so I was going to do justice at one point, and the person that I had chosen for that card, as I was working on it, I was like, this doesn't feel right. And I've put that card kind of on the back burner for now because I've been having to think through, what does justice even mean? What do I think justice means? And what does it mean to have justice, to deliver justice, to even want it in the first place? Like, what do those things mean? So it's forced me to think through a lot of magical symbolism, it's forced me to rethink what I think about rituals and initiations. And it's also kind of forcing me to rethink what I think about existence in general. So it's been interesting. It's been a weird time.
Now, I want to pivot over to Adler on this because I think we're talking to some extent about this goes into what Leslie was saying and through yesterday, that we're perceiving kind of the breadth of the phenomenon writ large on an intuitive level, but you're playing in the world of empirical stuff still. And I want to know how this is kind of showing up for you and things.
Yeah, so it's weird for me, this whole experience, because like I've always been weird. I've had some things happen through my life, like if you hang out at WUFO, I've talked about some things there. And a lot of my stuff like comes through dreams and that kind of thing. But at the same time, I'm the science person. So I believe all of this weird phenomena, but I'm very much the science person. And I've gone through phases of, like when I was little, obviously it was like the world's magic. And then I was like, oh, science. And then it was like, oh, I can, these lights and these things, they go beep boop, and I can, talk to ghosts and it's exciting. And you can use, thermal or different wavelengths of light to see different things. And it was like, wow, this is so great. And for a while, I felt like I needed that because it was like, this is scientific. You can use tools and you need it because you need to prove it. And then at some point, starting with like the pandemic, shifting from the paranormal TV child that I was and finding this, doc about goblins or whatever, you know what it is. And so finding that and finding this community, it shifted a lot of things and a lot of the experiences I had while also starting grad school. So I found this community while I started my PhD, and it has been very strange and sort of jarring because as I get further into academia, I lean further away from these scientific approaches to the phenomenon itself, to the point where it's like I have a spirit box and I love doing the Estes method, but like I don't ever need to have a K2 meter. I don't need REM pods. I don't need recorders. I don't think I need any of that. My favorite tool to use are tarot cards. Like I love using tarot cards. And I think, what are you doing? Are you stuck? No, he's just meowing at the air. Okay, cool. Normal cat things. Yeah. So I use my cat, he's talking to the house gremlins. I don't know. But I think that for me, it's very much been shifting away from, I am a scientific person and I like those approaches, and like I will always be interested in it, and I'll always talk about the quantum woo of the paranormal, and have some foundation in that and enjoy it. But for me, it's been more about intuition and dreams and just sort of having something happen and just rolling with it, like synchronicities. And I find that the more I engage with it that way, the more it plays back. And so like I've had more and more happen just being like trusting my gut, which is like the most anti-science thing out there. And so it's been very much like my day job is let me figure out how atoms work, and then going and doing WUFO and being like, yes, I am communicating, and I think that this UFO really wants cereal on the altar that I built for it, like just like weird shit like that. And so to me, it's a very jarring experience being in both of these worlds, but like learning to be like, I have to just trust the instrument I have, which is this physical body, and just rolling with it. So very long-winded answer that I don't even know if it answered your question.
No, that is an interesting thing on the approach to it. So I want to share something I read this year and get some opinions on it. So this year I picked up a book called The Secret Art. It's by an author named Duncan Laurie. Duncan Laurie is a sculptor. This book is largely on radionics, which I know there's a radionics community in Weirdland, but a lot of people don't know what that is. It's definitely not popular amongst anyone I know. But Lori was talking about the dowsing reflex and the decision-making process. And I think we're all familiar with dowsing, at least in principle. I don't know if any of you dowsed. No, okay, but we all sort of know what it is. And we're seeking whatever the thing is. Water is a really common one, and then we get he was talking about that reflex, and using that dowsing reflex, using that idea, whether it comes from within. Dowsers believe it's within. I think a lot of parapsychologists think it's without, but using that as part of the decision process when you're creating or when you're experiencing, like Adler was talking about. What do you think about that? Is the creative process akin to those decisions you make or those instincts? Do you think it's akin to dowsing? Do you think it's akin to some kind of direction from the phenomena or from within?
I think that's super interesting, and I would tend to sort of gravitate towards a similar type of theory. The idea that sort of the creative process of drawing, there's a lot of like intuition that's going into like what your drawings look like and how they look. And my especially my dream drawings, especially, they're really weird. I mean, they're very they're not realistic. They're very, the truth is that they don't really, it's not like they really look like what my dreams look like. They're just sort of it's the feeling of the dream that I'm drawing.
Yeah.
And so I do think that there's like, I think that sort of intuition that dowsing sort of represents or whatever, there's something there. It's the same kind of thing that Adler was talking about with like the gut, like what leaves your pencil and ends up on the paper. That's part of what your gut like. And I do think that there can be some direction that may not always be 100% you, like, especially if you're trying to channel, or if you're trying to sort of access things that are outside of you. I do think that there is something about whatever your process is. For me, it's drawing. For there's everybody has their own sort of access point that's creative and individual and part of themselves. And I think that however you express that, it's all part of intuition. And potentially, if you're trying to access things that are outside of our understanding, I think that can all influence what's coming out of you. That's the way I see it.
Yeah, definitely. It's like, that makes me think of how, it's a picture's worth 1,000 words or whatever. It's just you're looking at, or you're making something, or you're looking at something, and you're just getting like this whole picture that you can't possibly like translate into words to, sort of thing.
It's interesting. It's kind of similar to like, when people have UFO or cryptid experiences or alien encounters or things like that, they then have to figure out how to interpret what they saw, right?
Yeah, and were things coming from the spirit box? Because like
Right.
when I get on there, a lot of time I'll see things in my mind, and I'll feel things, and I'm like, this was all like, it came in at 1 second, and it's so much, and I have to try to translate that. And maybe art is like a way to translate that sort of thing too.
Yeah. I mean, when people describe a cryptid or an alien or, some other humanoid that they've experienced, or a spaceship or whatever, that not everybody is going to describe it the exact same way, right? It's all through a filter. And
yeah. Even if it was the exact same thing,
Right.
you just don't have.
Right.
I think that it also, this obviously turns into a whole conversation, and I guess I've come to the right place for that, so go ahead. I think that necessarily creativity has to be an extension of imagination, and I think that we can very easily downplay how important that is, right? Because I think that we can easily just say, like, your imagination is kind of just, you know, it's in your head, but like everything is in your head. Your head is bigger than you think it is, and it contains more than you think it does, right? So where exactly do we draw that imagination from, right? Like, where do we draw that from? What are we picking up on? If it's, you know, solely within ourselves, then we have to be playing in the playground of the idea that we are somehow disconnected from other things, from other people, from, you know, the weird stuff in general, which turns out is kind of everything. Everything is fucking weird. So I think that has to be part of it. I think that we also, at the same time that we are attuned to other things, we also, I think anyway, that it becomes a real process of like inner alchemy and exploring your own experiences, exploring your own mind, right? So I mentioned the other day that I have OCD, and one of my major sub themes is religious OCD. And that's been a huge part of my art projects in the last couple of years. And it's just kind of funny because I have had people ask me like, well, why don't you process your OCD with your art? Like, why don't you, like, I don't know how to tell them that I already do. Like, that is what I'm doing. It just doesn't look like what they think it's going to look like because they assume that I'm just washing my hands and organizing my sock drawers. And that's what OCD is. So it's hard to explain that to someone who has already decided that they know what you're going to say, so they're not listening anymore. But it's necessary for me. That is part of it. My art as it exists now would not exist if I didn't have OCD. I mean, I would probably be like a happier person, but like, you know, them's the breaks. I'm not thrilled about the prospect, but like, I am myself. Okay. So this is what we're doing here. But I think that, so like I said before, I think that, you know, a lot of my projects lately have kind of forced me to rethink what I think a ritual is and what I think an initiation is. And I think that we oftentimes think that it's going to be this like big, showy, obvious thing. And, you know, for my partner, Nick, it was, right? Like they went from being on one end of the spectrum with the weird stuff, of having no experience with it, of having, I'm not going to say that they did not have like access to spirituality. It's just that it looked very different. It was like entirely atheistic, which is still spiritual. It's just not, there was no concept of deity of any kind. And over the last 2 years, you know, they've gone from no experience with these things, not really convinced that these things even existed, to suddenly like, now they're a Thelemite who runs a blog about like fascism in the magical community. So, you know, and I mean, they have a UFO altar and they go out every Wednesday and they talk to the Sky Boys. Like, it's become a very different thing for them. So I feel like I was watching that and thinking like, well, where's my initiation? And like, this has been it. It just took me a long time to figure that out, which in retrospect feels real stupid. But it's usually not going to be what you think it's going to be, right? Like we have this idea that it's going to be this big dramatic transformation, and that's not really true. You know, like I said something about that on Twitter and Alan Greenfield responded like, you know, these things are tailored, like they are whatever they need to be for an individual person. So, you know, for me, I was already in a magical practice. I was already, you know, having experiences, like lifelong experiences with like ghosts and aliens and yada yada, right? Like, so for me, I think that I don't know what I thought was going to happen, but it wasn't this, and it's been much more interesting than what I thought it would have been. But you have to be open to what that could look like for you. You can't just go into it thinking, you know, this is what a ritual is, this is what an initiation is, and that has absolutely nothing to do with creative processes. I think that if you are someone with creative inclinations, that's got to be activated. And if it's not, you are not accessing your fullness, right? Like, and it's not true for everybody. Like my sister, for example, has no creative inclinations and she's never wanted to, right? She doesn't feel like she's missing out on anything. She just doesn't, it's not that she doesn't care about art, but she doesn't really care about art. For her, it would make no sense for like an initiatory experience to involve creativity. But if you're someone with creative impulses, I think that initiations and rituals have to engage those things, and I think that you have to engage those things to have initiations and rituals. So I think it goes kind of both ways. I think that we feed each other.
I think what you're saying, I think I would say our commercial creative media has led us to believe that the initiatory experience has a lot of fireworks.
Yeah.
Like it's a big, like if you don't get a light show, then it didn't happen, which I really agree strongly with what you say, but that's something I think waiting for the light show is not really going to benefit you.
Yeah,
like
that's
don't
what I
wait
was gonna
for it.
I was gonna say, like, that's such a big thing. Like, I think it adds a lot of credence that everybody's experience is not the same. Like, I feel like if it was, then it'd be like, okay, then you're just making it yourself, and it's not actually something that is like outside of you, sort of, you know, it's not that big weird stuff, the phenomena, if you want to call it that. Like, if it's real, it's different based on who you are. And so, like, for me, like, it's not fireworks. And that's where I was saying it's like the gut thing, where it's like I ignored it for so long because science person, and then just little things, finding things in the woods, songs coming on at certain times, certain tarot pulls, now that I use that, you know, certain pieces of garbage that end up places, or just like, you know, little tiny things that other people would just like, you know, brush off. That's been more my experience. You know, like these just like little things. And now looking back at it, they actually were huge moments that I was just like, no, like that's just whatever. When actually they were very strange. And it's not seeing a UFO. It's not, you know, talking to a goblin or something, or a gnome. Like, it's just little tiny things that just keep happening and happening. And the more I engage with it, the more you go with your gut, the more it responds. And the more of those things happen, the more happen in sequence, to the point where it's like, it's not scientific, I cannot prove it, and it only means something to me, but it means a whole lot to me, and it's not an experience that everybody's having. So in a way that makes it more, what's the word I want? I don't know the word I want, but it's more real. You know, it's not like it's something that could have, it's just a coincidence, right? So to me, it makes it more credible.
The reality of it is very 1-star, no goblins.
Yep.
100%. Like, I mean, as you were all talking, I'm like thinking back on all of my experiences that I would consider like initiatory experiences for me. And they're mostly like, if I were to describe them to a random person, they are nothing. They mean nothing. They sound like nothing. But like to the right people, or I mean, maybe even not, but like to myself, like I know that moment was very important, and that experience was incredibly important. And you know, I've had experiences with like another person where we, you know, both of us will have had this amazing experience, and like we know, wow, that was holy shit. But like, you know, it's hard to relay that experience to other people in a way where it sounds like fireworks and light shows. You know, it's only fireworks and light shows to me, and maybe this other one or two people who experienced it. And it may sound cool to another person with the right context, but they're not going to have the same kind of wow factor that you experienced, you know. So
yeah. So 6 weeks ago, Adler and I had one of those where it was a whole thing, and it ended with I don't know, I think it was an owl just swooping down in the trees, and people like, okay, there was an owl in the trees, and Adler and I are just like, oh my God, it happened. It just happened. This whole thing just happened. We started this and it ended, and it did what it said it did. Exactly because at one point it was like, imagine something wonderful, and I'm like, I said quietly, I'm like an owl swooping down from the trees out of nowhere. And it happened. And it's like, okay, you saw a bird, yes, but my brain is not the same.
Yeah, I feel
Everything has changed.
I will say for me, it's a gradual thing. Although what I feel myself is kind of being pushed on a path by what I'm doing and what I'm not doing. Because one of the things that I am getting with that is I feel like for me it's a lot of really, like, again, like the least fireworks. I want the fireworks, by the way. Like I was joking, like when I went to Point Pleasant in August, and I was like, I want to touch the statue's butt and then be struck by the Valus space laser from the Philip K. Dick novel, The Pink Laser, and just going to have instant consciousness expanding, which did not happen. But I just feel like as you pursue this, it's constantly for me, not this. It's getting a little funny for me because for things like, I will tell you, like, right, at least at this point in my life, for things, it's like, it's actually sort of a lot of the opposite. It's definitely not tarot. It's definitely weird machines for me. Like that, but that's like me. Like that's sort of where it's been. Like it's like, no, you're making connection here. It's a lot of like research connections for things which feel like the least spectacular as far as the fireworks go. But I feel like one of the other things that I would like us to talk about a little bit, and kind of a thing that I would like to work toward in my own creative endeavors with the paranormal, is I get a feeling like a lot of what we're doing is trying to communicate. There's a overall theme of this, but I feel like a lot of what we are doing is nobody. You're fine. Chatty Cat is good. I'm like, mine ignore me because the downstairs is nicer, and they're just like, it's slowly over the pandemic, the living room has turned into like Catland, an amusement park for cats. There's no way they're gonna come up and get me and be like, hey, let me sit on your lap. It's like, no, you've provided too much luxury for us. Now we're here. But going back to what I was saying, I feel like a lot of our work is about it is the unknown, and we're the receivers of things. But how do we, like, I like the liminal earth thing yesterday. How do we use like our creativity approach to be transmitters too? Like, how do we bring our side of the communication into this rather than just kind of being like the radio receiver for it? What do y'all think?
Yeah, are you talking about like when getting like prompts or something during an investigation?
Well, I
just
think
drawing off of your feelings,
I think anything, but I think a lot of us, when I was like, I feel like a lot of what we're doing is receiving. Like we do Estes, and we're speaking verbally, but we're looking for messages. Like, how do we communicate with the phenomenon, with our creative approach past listening? Like, how can we use our creative, our approaches or our techniques or our skills to transmit to the phenomenon?
I think for me, there's like two modes of like when I'm drawing or doodling. There's like the mode where like I have something that I want to draw, or I've given myself sort of like a focus of something to draw, and I figure out how to draw it, and it takes me a while, and I make lots of changes, and I erase, and I go back, and I like do lots of things to sort of like make the perfect drawing that like I've been imagining in my head, and it never comes out the way I'm imagining in my head. Like I'm always having to adjust and make it something different because, you know, talent or whatever. But then there's another mode where it feels more like channeling. And I think that that's kind of like what the dream stuff is. And I feel like there's other ways that I can, and I'd love to explore that, and I probably will. But sort of like the idea of it's not really what I'm trying to draw, it's what's coming out. You know, it's just like whatever, sort of like putting yourself in kind of a almost a meditative space, and just letting the thing come out of you. And, you know, I've been doing it with dreaming. Like I wake up, and I wanted to mention this earlier, but that's almost feels like a ritual to me, like waking up in the morning and first thing I go to my pad and I draw what I can recall. And it kind of feels a bit like channeling, you know? But like, I want to try it with other things, like maybe with an Estes method or something, like being done with an Estes method session and then just sitting down and like allowing whatever came through to just channel through me and put it down and see what happens, you know? So I think that I think you can kind of allow yourself to, whatever your creative outlet is. For me, it's art. I'm sure it's very different for everybody else, but finding a way to just allow yourself to sort of be a channel and see what comes out.
Yeah, and I was gonna say, because like it's interesting because a lot of times for me, my own experience with it is that when I'm like here, right, dreams and sort of the gut feelings feel very much like the receiver. Like my dreams are very, very strange, and it feels like, okay, I'm receiving this thing, and it's like a lot of times it's unfamiliar stuff, like literally like symbols that are like occult symbols. Like, I don't know what that is. I study atoms, so like I don't know what that is. And then I have to do research and figure out what that is. And there are times when I'm like, listen, I don't know what you're trying to tell me, but like, I want to do this thing. Like, I know I'm like sitting here, like taking down these notes, but it's like, okay, this needs to be like a back and forth. Like, I don't know what's going on, but like, I need a back and forth. And like, you're not listening. You're just taking over my dream space. So for me, my own personal approach is going into nature. Like I will go in the woods, and it's like my physical movement in places where I get to choose the path that I go down, and like, you know, getting to like, I'll pick up trash, or like Mira and I, like we arrange things in the woods into little, you know, like we'll actually like take things in nature and build almost a little altar, or
like artwork made out of pine cones or
yeah,
sticks or like
or stones or
acorns.
finding flowers, you know, like doing that kind of thing.
Using something.
Yeah. And so like this chaos road trip, I was like, you know what, like I know I have a lot of things to do as a PhD student. I understand that, but I also, there's too much happening, and it's like I want to go touch Mothman's ass and sit in the TNT domes, and I want to see all these things and, you know, go physically move on this path and be like, this is my communication. Like I am physically moving because this is what I have. You know, I don't really communicate. It's like, I'm not going to build a radio and be like pinging out my, you know, whatever, my signal to them, because that's not how I feel I should communicate. So I actually just physically move myself, and that's how I communicate to it. Like, okay, like I hear what you're saying, kind of. I don't know what that means, but like I hear what you're saying. This is what I'm saying. And sometimes there's pushback. Sometimes there's like, oh, okay. And then there's more as I continue down that path. So I think everybody's sort of receiving and transmitting is going to look different. And I think it's figuring out what that is. And that in and of itself is like a huge challenge.
I think for me, it's actually being able to build that transmitter. I don't know exactly what form that's going to take, but I took a class at the Rhine Center just recently. It was called Art as Psi, which just the title of it made me really, really interested in it. And they were talking about actually creating objects, creating the visual is, or the sound is the effect. Like you are attempting to use this to it's not a reflection of what you receive, but you're attempting to either transmit some energy or induce a state in a viewer through it. And that aspect of it is really, really interesting to me. The radionics technology is all an energy transmission thing. I think at its base level, it's really akin to sort of a 20th, 21st century. It's probably like the only new magic I've seen in the last 100 years. But I like the idea of it, of reducing it as a tech, like reducing it from a technology to an art form and a creative expression. And I'm interested. What do you all see as the potential for that with your own work? Do you think that's something that you see yourselves exploring ever, or is that the one weird thing that I'm on?
I mean, I first of all, I think I agree with you that tech is art, like creating all of that tech stuff that is a form of artistic expression, like putting those pieces together and creating whatever a receiver or whatever. Art is a very sort of to me, it's a very all-inclusive word. So I mean, I just want to throw that in there, that even the tech stuff, I think is that's your art, so.
Yeah, art is like bringing something from like everywhere to here once.
Out of the image to the reality, right?
One thing I want to say about the tech stuff too is this is literally, as an aside, this is literally the best time to be into it. If you want beep boops, you do not necessarily. This is like no shade on the companies that are making like the paranormal investigation equipment, but you can build that stuff on your own, and it's like way cheaper than buying it from a guy.
And you can learn a lot of cool things doing that.
You can learn a lot of cool things.
But if you're like me, you're paying for the privilege of not having to do something.
That's true.
Yeah,
there's
right?
two ways. There's two ways to look at it. I totally like, because I have transitioned in my life from working on my own cars to not even. I was defeated by a car I had that was, if you wanted to change the spark plugs, you had to unbolt part of the engine mounts and rock it forward. And I was like, that was the SpongeBob meme while I'm about to head out to the car dealership to get them to do this, because cross the effort threshold on here. Like I've nothing. It's like, I'm now willing to pay the money to have somebody else do that. So I can relate and respect that as well.
Yeah,
I will always pay for convenience. I'm fine with paying for convenience.
I'm impatient, so I don't want to like build the stuff. I just want to use it.
Building, you know what I found for me? This was a weird. So I had a weird shift where I've been professionally I've been graphic designer. That's what I went to school for. I've been professionally doing it for a long time. Kids, don't follow your dreams. Keep it all for yourself. Get some kind of degree that is useful for being able to afford to buy the ghost toy if you want it. But I really took a break from. I'm kind of on a visual creativity break right now, and that creative urge, that impulse, has turned into the making of the physical object thing. And even what you were saying, though, I find all of the soldering and things to be very meditative. Like I get really in a good place, like when you clear your head and come back out of it, when I'm assembling a thing. or there is like a little bit of a anxiety thing that I don't get with visual art, where I have to like hit the power at the end and hope that the magic smoke isn't released. Everybody talks about that in electronics. You hit the power, all the little parts have magic smoke in them. That's what makes electronics work. And when you hit the power, if you did something wrong, they might rupture and catch on fire, and the magic smoke is released, and then it's definitely not going to work. But
yeah, that doesn't typically happen with any of my drawings. I know.
right.
Spontaneous.
Yeah, that's more
I
of
would
like,
take that as being a very important development.
It's really
Quite
good.
seriously.
There's a make sure you have the kind of fire extinguisher. It's the ABC that puts out everything. Just think. Pro tip.
that's what else we're paying for, is we're like not having to worry about things starting on fire.
I also consider myself a very clumsy person, and so like things that can be dangerous, I try to stay away from, because I will make them more dangerous somehow.
To bring it back though, I feel like this is all part of like the important discussion of like, how actually do you define art, right? Like, where do we draw the line there? Because, you know, everybody else here, we're talking about like, we would all happily pay the convenience fee, but the act of creation is still there, right? Like the building of these components is still there, and it's still an important process. So I think this is just illustrating the point that like we're all taking different roads to kind of get to the same place. And I think that's neat.
I also think really considering this with what you were saying earlier, Leslie, is that's part of my initiation. I feel like things that kind of starting off, like we all, like I feel like everybody, it's like acknowledging that this was a big part of it. It's like everybody watched Goblin Show, and then things happened. And I think for me, so thanks, Greg and Dana and Carl and all you guys. But I think that was part of it for me, like part of realizing that I could do something that I didn't think I could do, that I've learned a tremendous amount of. This is one of those things. So I remember this goes back to this. So I remember the first PhenomenaCon that they had, Craig and Dana had, and they had Matt Aron on there, who I really like, and I bought Psychic Witch. And when I got Psychic Witch, I'm reading it and I realize it's got a lot of exercises in it. And I think the first one in that book was being able to count down from 100 3 times when you have that focus. And I think for that one, at that point in my life, when I was reading that, I was pretty much like, well, just like, throw that over the shoulder on the pile. Like my brain certainly is not going to do that. I don't have it in me. But in a weird way, going on that journey, like building a bunch of little tiny things, really taught me focus, and it taught me patience, and it taught me how to accept and deal with my emotions when the magic smoke gets out, and like how to process all of that stuff. And I actually feel like I'm in a better some of the mental discipline that you kind of need to approach some of this other stuff that Matt was talking about in that book. Like I'm going to give this another shot again at a certain point. But it's the creative journey on that was really weird, like moving from artistic creativity to another mode taught me a lot.
Yeah, that was my experience with tarot, like because I'm this scientific person and I used it as a meditative tool. Like I used to meditate a lot, like I'm Buddhist, but like brains, pandemic brains. And tarot made me like slow down, and like I said, I use it with the weird stuff to like communicate. And just getting a card and having to sit with it, or getting the same card every day, or pulling the same card from all 6 of my decks, and being frustrated, being like, okay, I have to figure out what this is. What is this block? Like, what do I need to do? That kind of thing, where it wasn't moving into tech and having things blow up, although they do blow up on me sometimes, but having that more artistic approach almost with tarot cards as my tool and as my thing that's like, okay, slow down, focus, self-discipline.
I think it's been a very similar process for me, kind of with art stuff in general. Like, I am not a patient person. In some ways I have the patience of a saint, and in other ways, like, I gotta go fast. And I don't, when I start something, I've gotten a lot better at having the process be the point of it instead of trying to flip to the last page of the book. So that's part of why I've said that, like, some of the stuff that I did earlier on in my tarot project, I now need to redo, because I've gotten much more comfortable with, like, actually paying attention to detail and actually doing more complex things that I never would have done before. And I'm working on, so to the point about this kind of being that, you don't really get the fireworks. And I think that a mistake that a lot of us make, right, is we take everything way too seriously. And we're talking about, like, ghosts and the big feats, right? Like, we're talking about all sorts of silly shit, but we're all supposed to be, like, like, staunch and, like, approach it with this, like, overly, there's so much reverence that we're supposed to have. And I think that we do ourselves a disservice when we conflate reverence with, like, a complete lack of humor. I think that you can have those things, and you need to have those things existing together. So, part of my initiatory process has been that, like, at a base level, both on, like, in terms of my nature and in terms of my life experiences, I've been a very, like, distrusting person. And I have been very intentionally, like, cut off from community, because in my experience, that only ever goes bad. And I think it goes back to kind of some of what we talked about the other day on our other panel, like we conflate the idea of community with demographics, and that frequently leads us to a place where, like, we don't really need to be hanging out. There's no reason for us to be hanging out, but we are, so it doesn't go great. So part of the process for me has been having to be in situations with people who maybe we don't have everything in common, but we do actually have each other's backs. And that's put me in a place where I feel comfortable sharing my art in the first place, because, like, I have a close friend who, I started this project a couple of years after, because we lived in the same place for a while. We don't anymore, yada, yada. He had no idea that I even made art in the first place. So I saw him, like, earlier this year, and I brought my stuff, and I was like, bruh, check this out. He's like, when the fuck did you start doing this? So it's just like, even people that I was close with had no idea that this was a thing that I did, because, like, I just didn't trust that my stuff would land right. The terrifying ordeal of being known, right? Like, you're having to share parts of yourself and hope that people get it. Or if they don't get it, that at the very least, they don't make that your problem, right? Like, because I think that we can have constructive conversations. No one has to get anything. But there's a difference between I don't get it and you're stupid because I don't get it. But I never felt like I could trust that was something that I could experience, was that even if people didn't understand what I was doing, that they would be supportive still, or at the very least not actively malicious. And now I'm in a place where I'm routinely sharing my stuff. And, this has all kind of gone hand in hand with therapy, right? But, like, I've started actually making, like, fan art recently, which is, like, deeply uncomfortable for me, in case you couldn't tell. I hate it, but I shared it and it became like the singular most popular thing I've ever done. And I was just like, well, there's a lesson in there somewhere. Like, there's something to that. But it's funny because I was talking the other day about how I feel like having to accept that maybe there is actually a community space that I am welcome in and like actively wanted in. And we were talking about that, and we were of course talking about that through the lens of like the Goblin Show brought us here, right? Because I wouldn't know any of y'all if it weren't for the Goblin Show.
Exactly.
And as we're talking about that, Nick and I were driving and we passed this like deflated balloon, and I was like, yep, there you go. Like, there you have it, folks. Like, I think that there are so many processes that go into this, and none of them are especially spectacular, but they kind of are at the same time, you know? Like, I think that that's kind of what people mean when they say that, like, the little things matter, right? Is that it's like, it's true that they're little things, but life is mostly little things. Life is not continuous grand gestures and cinematic moments, right? It's not all Instagrammable things. It's, you know, your life is made out of the small things. It's made out of sharing things with people that like it, and it's made out of, you know, drives where you're talking about goblins and you pass a balloon, right? Like, these are small things, but they add up, and none of them would happen for me without art. So that's kind of the centerpiece. And I was also thinking about it in terms of like, so, you know, I've made prints, and some of y'all have some of those prints. Thank you, by the way. But I was thinking about it the other day, and I was just like, there are people that I don't know who have things that I've made in their home, and that connects them both to me and everyone else who has the things that I've made. And I was just like, is it me? Am I the drama? Like, it made me feel so some kind of way, right? Because again, everything is the weird stuff. We just don't see everything as the weird stuff. And I think that the more you make art, the more you see everything as art. And the more you see yourself reflected in that, and vice versa. So I think that you have to be, I'm babbling at this point. I'm so sorry. Please feel free to just
I don't
like
think you're babbling
No,
at all.
This is beautiful.
Really good.
Keep
This is
going.
beautiful. Yeah.
cool. I'm glad that it's making sense to y'all, because at this point I kind of feel like I'm just like, I guess let's just see whatever can get to my mouth first.
That's how I feel.
I think that it actually, to me anyway, and maybe this isn't true for everybody, I don't want to speak for everybody, but I feel like it is necessarily a process both of receiving and actively communicating, because where do we get these ideas from in the first place? Like, I don't feel prepared to answer that question. Frankly, I'm not sure that anybody should feel prepared to answer that question. But even so, right, if we're receiving this from somewhere, we still have to make it, we still have to put it out there, and then other people receive it. And I know for sure there are at least one or two people who wanted to try making things, who felt too afraid to, and they saw my stuff and were like, maybe I should try it. That's pretty cool. You know, so we can transmit that to each other, but I think that in order to make some of these things, we do also have to be in communion with the unknown. And I think we can do that in silly ways, right? So like some of it has been like paintings of deities and the tarot cards, some of which are behind me currently. But some of it has been drawing like goblin pinups just because I could, like, which has been very fun, by the way. Like, and I started that because I was in a bad place and I just desperately needed something to laugh at. And I was like, well, goblins it is. I don't know why I made them pinups, but, you know, I mean, we all need a sexy goblin in our life, right? Like, whomst among us does not need a sexy goblin? The answer is no one. We all do.
Favorite quote
that,
so far.
Are those available to purchase?
Yes, they
prints
are.
Of? All right, everyone.
They are. I also do commissions. So you too can be a sexy goblin.
I love that.
This is the best pitch ever. Like,
It
can you
is.
just
No,
have
it's
like
really
a talk
good.
where you just
Well-
talk about sexy goblins?
I
It's
think,
everyone's dream is to become a sexy goblin.
You
even
know
if
what?
you
And if it
don't
wasn't
know it.
before, it is now.
it is.
Yes.
It's like everyone grew up like loving Shrek, and now we're like, we want to be sexy goblins. You know, like this is the evolution of all of us.
You know
I
what?
think.
This is the millennial condition. Okay, like this is where we're at. Okay, maybe we didn't ask for it, but we're making the best of it.
I love this so much. Like, you're gonna get a tweet real soon that you're tagged in.
No, there's a lot there, and I think part of the ongoing process, you said, like, I remember something I think Adler said last year at this. Now we're all entangled on the quantum level, right? We've got people that bought your artwork are now connected to you, right? Was kind of how that works.
Yeah. So
I mean,
I
and I think that it also connects people to each other, right? Like, even if you've never met someone, you still have a common link. And I mean, it's true that the majority of people who have bought things that I've made are people that I know, or people who know people that I know. But every so often I'll get an order with a name that I don't recognize at all, and I'm like, yes, like, it's working.
I think the thing that's happening, though, that's really nice with all of this, to me anyway, what you said is community is emerging organically. Like, my whole life, I think the issue is I have like had the worst luck joining the thing. Like, it's like the club or the society of the thing, and you're going to, because there's the difference between, this came up, I think it's a difference between shared interests versus shared values. And I also think when you join the club, like, I'm going to join the lodge, or I'm going to join the UFO group or whatever, there's shared interests, but there's not shared values. And I've always found myself in those, that there's people that are interested in the UFOs, and then there's people that are interested in running the club and telling like I'm the chancellor of the outhouse and I'm telling you like what to do. Like, that's why I'm here. And we're bypassing a lot of that just by putting ourselves out there.
I think it's interesting that one of the things that this very specific community that we're all in has cultivated is the freedom to sort of share our own experiences, our technology, whatever our thing is, regardless of like what we perceive as our own limitations. And that's one of the things that like I sort of had to overcome. Like, as far as like sharing art goes, I mean, 5 years ago, I don't think I ever would have done that, because in my head, it's like there's a million people who do things way better than me, or way like nicer looking than me, or whatever. And so there's like an internal block that like no one wants to see it. No one, it's like, and that's all internal, And one of the things, this shared community that we're in with, and Leslie, you talked about this earlier, the idea of like play and just sort of like allowing yourself just to do it and see what happens, without really knowing, what the outcome is. And doing that brings things to you that you wouldn't have expected. You know what I mean? And for me, it has been an incredibly freeing thing, because I personally, I am, even when I do share stuff, I am overly internally critical of the things that I create. And to me, it's like, I don't know why anyone would care about this thing, but I'll post it anyway, And this community has sort of helped me, if not completely overcome it, at least push through it, to sort of see what happens when I draw the thing and let other people see the thing, happens, what might that inspire in other people. And for me, I actually think that I'm going to say this, and I don't mean to be self-critical, even though that will probably sound that way. A lot of times when I share something, I'm like, I know that this doesn't look like super professional or whatever, but part of sharing it is like to encourage other people to say that when people tell me like, oh, I can't draw, I can only draw stick people. I'm like, do it anyway, draw stick people if that's what you want to draw. Like, I mean, it's more about getting your ideas out of your head and putting them somewhere else, putting them into a techie thing or a drawing or whatever else that is meaningful to you. And pushing through that sort of like internal obstacle, because I feel like the more that we share this stuff with each other, regardless of what we think it means or looks like or whatever, the more we get not just feedback from other people, but we're making connections with other people that lead to other things that mean other things, and so that's been a big part of sort of this initiatory ritual or whatever that we're doing all together online and with each other and in these like types of things, is sharing and just allowing sort of what comes out to come out without judgment. I mean, as much as possible, because we're all human and we all think things and try to suppress negative thoughts and all that kind of stuff, but finding a way to share all of that and using what you share to connect with other people, to connect with the paranormal, to, I don't know, to find ways to bring stuff to us, to manifest, I think sort of allowing yourself to do something that you don't think that you can do, just to try it and see what happens. So
yeah, I think it's super
that...
awesome. Sorry. I think that's like super, super important to talk about, because I know for me, when I first came into this community, like I still feel like I'm like outside of it, but it was like, I'm science person, like I'm interested in it, but I'm like, I'm a little science person, so I can't talk about the weird shit because my weird shit is different than everybody else's weird shit. It's like I don't see ghosts or UFOs or my stuff is like different. And so I was like, oh, I can't talk about it. And so for a long time, like if you look back at some of the other like little podcasts I've done over the past year, there are times when it's like, yes, I'm science person, and I sort of restricted myself into that thing because it was like, I'm not supposed to, like, I don't have the same experience as everybody else. It's not on the same level. And so it's like, I can't share that because it's not, it's not the same. I'm not doing research into this. I just think it's cool. And for
No.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh, you're back.
You're back. Okay.
This internet, I swear, it's perfectly fine, but it's whatever.
Doesn't
Internet
seem perfectly
gremlins.
fine.
Listen, it's telling me full bars. Whatever.
Well, then it needs to act like it.
Florida man is eating my wires. I don't know what to say. So, but anyway, internet's trying to not let me be anything but science person, I guess. But anyway, like just allowing myself to sort of share those experiences, and even if they're like something I'd be like, oh, this is kind of weird. Like on WUFA the other night, it's like I had a visual of a brain with an isopod on it, and it's like, what is that? I don't know, but like being able to be like, oh, I just saw this, and people are like, that's cool. Yeah, I also saw blue bugs, and it's like, oh, okay. Like, and so sort of pulling the own stick out of my ass as the science person has resulted in more interaction with whatever this is. And so I think it's really important, like Tanino said, to share what you have, even if you're like, this might not be a thing, or it's not as quote unquote good as others. I think that allows other people to share their experiences, and then we get this bigger weird picture, and it's fun and it's playful, and I think that's really, really important.
Yeah, if for no other reason, like some of the times I'll the idea of me sharing some of the stuff I share, it's for no other reason than to like, there's part of me that says, I hope someone sees that drawing and says, I could do something kind of like that. Like that's, or I could try that, just so that I can see what's going on in other people's heads. And, so if me putting something out there makes someone else feel a little bit more comfortable about them putting something out there, like, I feel like that's a win for me. So
I think
about that too. So
I think sharing is brave, period. Anything, if you make the thing, or even just sharing like the thoughts you have, like this is a part of me, and you're putting that out there for the world to scrutinize, that's just an inherently brave act.
Yeah, and I think that to what Tanino is saying about how, there's always this sense, even if you are in a place where you feel like people will be receptive, there's still this sense of like, this is not worth sharing. Like, there are so many people who have done this better than I have, or my whole thing has always been like, it's not realistic enough. Like, I'm a portrait artist, I want things to be a certain way, and unfortunately, like, I fell into the trap that I think a lot of artists fall into, is that realism is the only technically correct form of anything. And I've never really believed that, because I see other people's stuff all the time that's not realistic, and I'm like, fuck yeah. But when it comes to my own stuff, I feel like I'm not hitting the metric for success. And and then I have shared things with people, and I swear this is not like a humble brag, but like, it's also not an overt brag, but like, I will show it to people and they'll be like, what the fuck? Like, they love it most of the time. And so it's just like, a lot of it for me has been trying to overcome this pressure to be perfect. And I think that has kind of branched out into other aspects of my life, where it's like, you know what, though, I don't need to do this like perfectly, because I'm doing it the way that I would do it. And I don't need this to be perfectly realistic, because I want to play with color. And, human faces do not look like this, right? Like, I think that that's something to overcome. And I try to, say this to people who, again, either don't already make art but want to, or do but don't think that they're doing it very well. And, objectively, sometimes they're not. But it's kind of like, so like, I'm a pole dancer, and when I tell people that, they're like, oh, I would try that, but I'm really not strong enough. Like, sweet one, how do you think you get strong enough? Like, how do you think you build the muscles? You have no upper body strength, so you don't want to do the thing that builds upper body strength. With any skill, you have to suck at it until you don't. And it's true that some people do have like a natural predilection for these things, and maybe they start at a higher level, and maybe they pick things up more easily than others. But talent means literally nothing if you don't use it. Someone who works to develop the skill will always surpass someone who is naturally good at it but doesn't bother to use it. So I think that, a wonderful thing to come back to, right, is, I'm pretty sure this was like Pablo Picasso that said this, it took most of my life to learn how to paint like a child. We have to be able to trust that what we have within ourselves and what we are able to share is worth sharing. It is unique. It is interesting. And, maybe there are technical aspects that are not perfect, but A, what the fuck does that mean? That seems pretty arbitrarily defined in the first place. B, those are skills that you can attain if you really want to. It's just that you have to work to attain it. And I've said that, and people can see my stuff and get intimidated, but the thing is, like, I'm 29, I started drawing when I was like 3. Like, as soon as I was able to hold a pencil and have any sort of motor skills at all, I've been doing this for my entire life. And I studied it, and I've worked on it. So it's easy to hear me say that and write it off, but I'm only good at this because I've been doing it forever. And I'm only getting better at it because I've stayed doing it. So, I always say, if you think you're bad at art, keep making art. It's okay if it's not stellar. It's okay if it doesn't meet what you think the standard is, because that standard is arbitrary. Everything is arbitrary. So if you have something in you that you want to communicate, you should communicate that. And maybe not everyone will get it, but more people will get it than you think. And I think that that's been a really important lesson to learn, is that maybe not everyone is going to get it, but the people who get it really get it. And if it's only ever 2 people who get it, that's better than having a million people like it but not understand it, in my opinion. So,
well, and think of the thing that connects all of us right here, right now, and it's the paranormal. And you're talking about like perfection and like trying to get it right and all this other stuff, that being sort of like an obstacle or a block, which is kind of what I was talking about earlier. We're all interested in the completely unknown. There is no such thing as perfecting that, right? Like, we have no idea what we're doing or like what we're connecting to, or it's all about trying to get better at understanding, trying to get better at exploring. And we're never, I mean, I don't think in our lifetime, in future, it's very hard for me to imagine that we'll get to a point where we call it perfection of understanding all of this. Of all the people, this group of this community that's sort of interested in the unknown and not having any idea what we're doing other than playing and exploring, you know, we should try to be more open to being imperfect in our expression, you know, because that's the way that we're going to understand each other and all of this better, is by just being imperfect and seeing what happens, you know what I mean? So yeah.
I think the really important shared thing between the paranormal and creative pursuits to me is the personal experience of it, like enjoying, not being trying to prove it. Like, I feel like there's one of the things that I've gotten from this weekend is a big chunk of people that like want to catch a ghost in a bottle, or want to like, I'm going to shoot Bigfoot and drag him on TV. And there are people that want that. And then there are other people that just want the experience. Like, I still do want the fireworks, but like, if I go downstairs to make a sandwich after this panel, Bigfoot's in my backyard and like gives me the finger and walks away, I'll be happy because I had the experience. But it's the like going on the journey, just like developing the skill, what Leslie was saying. And I know one of the other things I was thinking about, that I know Mara is a musician, and we all draw when we're little, we all make noise, we all bang on pots and pans, and then we all stop. And then we were like, why can't I draw? Why can't I just pick up, like, sit down at the drums and like shred? Being able to be comfortable with the process, enjoy the process, being able to enjoy the results, even if, like you said, if you can't render perfectly, or you can't play the song perfectly, but you're still enjoying it.
You're starting out, and you're just like, wow, that was horrible. And you just have to laugh at yourself.
I think it's great if it's horrible, as long as you are enjoying it and enjoying the experience, like enjoy the pursuit of the unknown, enjoy the creative pursuit, even if necessarily you're not going to catch a ghost in a bottle.
And I don't know about all of you, but I want to see people's horrible attempts at stuff. Like, it makes me feel more human and more alive to know that other people are trying things and, you know, having not succeeding at everything or whatever. So anyway, I'm sorry, Leslie.
No, you're fine. You are totally fine. I think that that's 100% like, yeah, yes. Like, one of the things that made me feel better, I'm going to go back to this because this is also a creative expression, right? Like, with pole dancing, is like seeing my instructors fail. And they would post videos of themselves trying really difficult things and failing at it. And sometimes they would fail at really basic stuff, right? Like, maybe they would try to like climb up and they would slip, right? I think that it's important to remember that more often than not, when we see people expressing really cool shit, we are not seeing all of the failures that led up to that, right? So when I finally share the Hierophant, y'all are going to see my 4th attempt, maybe, could be my 5th, right? You're seeing the product of at least 120 hours put into a particular painting. you are not seeing the garbage that led up to that. I'm not sharing those failures with you most of the time, right? Because they're bad, okay? When I do well, I do really well. When I do badly, I fail just as spectacularly as I succeed. So I do think that it's important to share that sometimes, though, to see people who are, at the very least theoretically experts at something doing it wrong sometimes, or being able to see that, like, we don't actually move that fast, or we don't actually learn things that easily, or having like solid grip strength doesn't mean that you're not still going to sometimes fall off the pole and bust your ass. Like, it's going to happen. And people do need to see that. I've been posting videos of the work that I do, and I speed them up. And it's like, on the one hand, I do think it's kind of insulting that we expect artists to be able to fit like hours and days of work into a 1-minute video. On the other hand, though, I have ADHD, and there's not a chance in hell I would watch a video longer than that. So, like, I really can't fault people, because I'm not going to watch a longer video. Like, let's just be honest. But I did do one where I did like a comparison of like, here's how fast I move on TikTok. Here's how fast I actually move. And I've had people respond like, oh my God, okay, I feel so much better now. Like, my hands do not move this fast. You are seeing a 1-minute video that is showing you a culmination of 20 hours of work over the course of a few days.
And how
Like,
many
roll
minutes of
the
those
highlight
too?
reel. What's
When
that?
you spend time like just, you're not counting for the time where you're just staring there like, oh my God, I'm not moving. I've been looking at this for 20 minutes doing nothing. Like,
Yeah, and that's happening a lot with the thing I'm working on right now. So like, I'm just going to show, because like, this is an incredibly detailed thing that I'm having to work on. It's more fan art. This is also an exposure for me. Like, this is taking so long. Do you see all of this? Okay, this is all I have so far, and this has been like 13 hours of work so far. And a lot of my time has been spent staring at it and spiraling about how am I going to do all of this. Like, it's a long process, and it's difficult. And this is actually my second attempt. Like, you don't see all of the failures that lead up to these things. And I do think that, I'm kind of sounding off on this, and I realize that I'm kind of moving away from the topic, but I don't think I am, because I do think that this all has to apply to how we approach the paranormal, right? And how we approach spirituality and magic, and accepting that we suck at things until we don't. And that's true of literally everybody, right? Even if you have like a natural talent for something, you still have to suck at it till you don't. You don't just know these things. You know what I mean? Like, I believe, and I can back up, that I have a really solid grasp on color theory. I wasn't born knowing that, though. Like, it's not like something that I just intuited. Like, I had to learn that. I had to be taught that. I had to practice it. So, and you have to be playful with it. You have to be willing to fail. You have to be willing to accept the frustration. And I think that, you need to be able to be frustrated and keep doing it anyway. And I also think that kind of taking like a non-dual approach to this is really important. It's not success or failure, right? Like, these are all things that exist together, and they have to. And when you try something and you fail at it, and you try something and you fail at it, and you try it and you fail, and yada yada, right? It gets very easy to say like, okay, well, I just can't do this. And sometimes it is important to walk away, right? Like, sometimes you actually have to admit that, no, I can't do this. But if you give up the first time because you don't like something, you're not going to know if you could have done it. And so when I have a concept that I'm working on that I'm not sure is going to work, or I'm trying out a new like pole move, and it's like, that's not going to happen. We're not going to do that. I try to look at it as like, I'm going to suck at this, and that's going to make it way cooler when I don't suck at it. And I think that, a thing about the paranormal, right, is more often than not, we don't actually get anything. Like, there's not fireworks. And if we do, it's something very small. But the fact that most of the time is sat, talking to ghosts who don't feel like talking to you, or who may not even be there, right? Like, sometimes you have to accept that you're kind of just being silly and talking to the wall right now. Like, you know, I mean, it's a lot of it is boring, but that makes the stuff that's not boring, like really not boring. And it makes it worth it. And I think that, you know, that kind of goes back to a broader point that I'm trying to make, that you have to be able to take small victories, because that's most of life. It's most of life. We don't always have grand moments. Things are usually not super climactic. So if you are not able to embrace small synchronicities that you can't prove, or, you know, like, well, I was never able to like contact this particular like spirit again, but we talked for 5 seconds and that was really cool. Like, you have to be able to take that and accept that whether you can prove that or not, frankly, the experience was proof. And that's good enough. And we don't have to hit this standard of, you know, you can see it, smell it, touch it, kiss it. Because here's the thing, right, is that for a lot of people, the only proof they will accept of cryptids is a corpse in front of them. But in order to do that, I would have needed to kill the mystery. I would have needed to literally kill the mystery. I would have needed to destroy the thing that was interesting and beautiful and strange, right? So why do we need to do that? I don't think that that's a good instinct. I don't think that that's worthwhile. And I think that, you know, I mean, if we're going with the idea that Sasquatch is this big hairy ape in the woods and not, you know, a spirit or whatever, like, I don't need to list all of the things it could possibly be. The point is, even if that's true, even if we're talking about, you know, a thus far unknown species, why do you need to kill it? Why do you need to be able to see it, smell it, touch it, kiss it to believe that it exists? Why is it not enough that people experience it? I don't think, and I think that that goes back to chasing perfection. I don't think that we need to be perfect. I don't think that we need to prove everything. And I think that if more people could get on board with that, we would probably all be a lot happier for it.
Yeah, I think that's like the common initiation for everybody, whether like we realize it or not, is that fact of trying something and failing at it, right? Because again, you can't be good at it until you fail at it like 900 times. Like I can post pictures later of the one experiment I have done for nearly 3 years, like every single day, like at least 3, 4, 6 times a day. And up until like a year ago, it took like a year of doing it every single day, like 6 times a day. And it's a lot of work for it to get to the point where essentially it was like a straight line. I'll post it later. It will make sense. But that was huge for me. And that was literally a year's worth of work. And this experiment is easy. I show it to undergrads. I'm like, look, you just do this and it's great. And it's like, you can't see how much went into that. You can't, like, this is not, it's chemistry, it's mixing chemicals, but it's a lot of skill and honing skills that you don't have and that you never would have gotten. And so you have to like really, really work at it. And that's, you know, and at any point I could have given up on this experiment because it took literally a year, like maybe over a year to get it to work. And it's super frustrating. The whole thing is very frustrating, but just like the Hellier initiation, right? That frustration is part of it, right? That you have to push through.
We have a choice. I feel fine.
Yes, exactly. The words of Tyler Strand, I feel fine, right? Like pushing through that discomfort, no matter what it is, art, science, paranormal stuff, all of that. Pushing through that discomfort is a huge part of the initiation, and it won't be fireworks for everybody, right? It could be just a little victory, and then you're like, I did it. On to the next thing that leads to discomfort. And so I think that's like a huge thing that everybody needs to realize, is that you're going to fail at it, and maybe really dramatically. Maybe not.
You can get so much from the little things, though, on that. Again, I think Leslie said that too. I had to confront a little bit of a weird nature with myself, where I try to, when I put components in something, I'm trying to solder aesthetically. And that's just kind of a goal I set for myself, but it bothers me when things don't look right on boards for some reason. I don't know why. And I actually, on one thing, I was talking to another guy to build stuff. I screwed up a diode placement. And when I tried to desolder it, I ripped out the trace and like ruined the board. And when I got it back in, I had one really funky diode, and there's like it's bent weird. It works though. And I'm like, for some reason with this, and it's just like, just leave it. Like, it's a hand-built thing. Like, you made this by hand. It's not, just leave it. And being able to like work on myself to the point where I can leave it and just be like, yeah, it's there. The flaw is visible to the world, and I have become comfortable with this now. Stupid little thing, small thing, but eventually turned into a big personal victory for me, and kind of, I feel like, has improved, not even necessarily this, I didn't improve my skill set. That is happening incrementally, but it just kind of improved. Like, I leveled, my outlook leveled up, my approach leveled up.
I want to go back to something that Leslie was saying earlier, the idea of like how many times, or like you may be just talking to a wall or whatever, like the idea of like you're just talking to a wall. You might have to talk to 100 walls before something meaningful happens. So like I know that the first handful of times that like I tried paranormal research or investigation, I mean, I had no idea what I was doing. I was just trying to replicate other things that I saw other people doing. And like, over time, you figure out what works for you or what's meaningful for you or whatever. But like, if you don't talk to walls sometimes, I mean, talking to walls, that's part of the play of this, right? Like, yeah, maybe you are talking to a wall, but like that talking to a wall opens your mind up to the possibility that maybe one of these times it won't be a wall that you're talking to, it will be something else.
Or it will be, but the wall will talk back.
Or the wall will talk back.
Right.
Talk to the wall.
It's like, was it
You can't talk
Mortalis?
back if you don't start the conversation.
Right, exactly. So talk to the wall, feel silly, whatever. Like, that's part of it. So
I love that. I will tell you, Mara and Adler and I have done group Estes a bunch of times. We've gotten good stuff. We've gotten funny stuff. And one of the things,
the man on God, what was it?
Our Man, on Venus. Well,
on the beach or something like that,
we've gotten
Venus, and the three of us said something one right after another, and it was like a full sentence.
The other thing is, where I'm at, there's not a lot of AM stations. So I have an S box that sweeps FM. And I've warned them, I'm like, we're doing this. I'm like, I'm going to sing at a certain point. Like, whenever it comes through that somebody, like, I'm going to sing. And it's fun. I don't, like I said, we've gotten stuff that I think is personally meaningful to the three of us, but it's also just been fun to do. It goes to the, with Tanina, what you're saying, it goes to the liminal earth, remythologizing the landscape kind of thing. It's more, to me, life is a little more fun with ghosts and goblins and UFOs and Bigfoot.
Finding the wonder in all of it, which is just like art too. You're just looking for the joy. I mean, the paranormal is not all joy. Sometimes it's
neither is the art, but
right.
Well, I'm just thinking, like what Leslie was saying about like the pole dancing, like I'm sure like part of the art is like what you said, you fell. Like, that's not the fun part. Yeah.
And sometimes it is, though. Sometimes it is. Sometimes it's just funny. Like it's just funny. But there are so many things that people will hear about, like, you know what I mean? Because there are people who like really want to try pole, right? Who like, and I'm using this as an example. I promise I will wrap this back around. I'm not just talking about pole here. Like, there are so many things that deter people from trying it, and they never even look into if these are things that would actually prevent them. Because at the end of the day, if you have a body and are able to move at least some parts of that body, you can be on a pole. Maybe there are some moves that you won't be able to do, but you can do it. So, people have said that, like, like, I'm not strong enough. Like, okay, well, how do you think that you get strong enough? Or like, I'm too heavy to do that. Like, poles aren't made for heavy people. Like, that's not true at all. Like, it's not true at all. It certainly, I mean, it certainly depends on the pole, but like if you get the good ones or you go to a decent studio, like there are poles that can hold like 500-600 pounds. So, you know what I mean? And obviously there are people who weigh more than that. I can't really account for that at a certain point. But the point is, like, you know, there are so many things that people will say that stops them from trying something that maybe they wouldn't like, but maybe they really would, you know? And I think that we do kind of the same thing with the paranormal. And, you know, for me, some of this has also been like actively healing for me because, you know, I keep bringing everything back to this, and it turns out that this is like a huge impact on my life. Like, I have OCD. It makes everything in my life difficult. So having been in a place before with really intense religious obsessions and really intense like supernatural obsessions, being able to engage with this at all is a huge victory. But I feel like we look at it, and if we only have access to the dominant narratives, we really only have access to scare lore, right? And it becomes very easy to say, like, well, I'm interested in ghosts, but like, those are evil. Or like, I would love to use a Ouija board, but like, I don't like demons. And it's just like, we're really taking for granted that that exists in the first place. Like, but, you know, or like, I don't want to try art because I'm bad at it, or I don't want to try building things because I'm not patient enough. Like, there's so many things that deter us that we never even question if they would actually deter us or not. Right? So the thing that deters me from building things is that I don't feel like it. I'm sure I could figure it out, or maybe I couldn't, but I won't know that unless I try it. But the thing that stops me is that I just don't want to. Like, in terms of like music, the thing that stops me is like, I like it when other people do it. It doesn't sound especially interesting for me to try. You know, so I think that it's worth looking into and really interrogating what it is that prevents us from engaging with things that could bring joy. And if it's just that, you know, we don't think that, you know, the ghost is there and we're just talking to the wall, right? If we think that we're not going to get an answer, well, maybe we're not. But if we don't start a conversation, we're definitely not going to get an answer, you know? Or I would go looking for Bigfoot, but like, what if I don't see Bigfoot? Like, okay, well, maybe you won't, but if you don't go looking, you definitely won't find him.
I think the looking, but I think that's one of the things, you know, like I said, like I haven't seen a UFO for WUFO yet, but I've seen a lot of really neat local animals. Like, you'll get something, like you will get something out of it if you do it, if you go looking.
I think the value is in the trying, and I think that the trying is the initiation. Or it can be, I mean, but you won't know unless you do it. And I think that it's fair enough if the thing that deters you from something is that you just really don't want to, or you just don't like it, you know what I mean? But you don't know if you're going to like something, more often than not anyway. Like, there are some things that like I feel pretty confident that I wouldn't like, but in terms of like the silly stuff, I feel like we hit an age where we decide if you want to be a proper adult, you cannot be playful, you cannot be silly, you cannot enjoy things. And I think that depending on life experience, that can be truer for some than others. I know that for me, like, I've been mentally ill my whole life, and that started very young. And I'm only just now in my late 20s at an age where we finally got my medicine right. And I've finally been in therapy for long enough, and I've had access to enough specialists that I am able to even start experiencing joy. So at this point in my life, I just want to play with everything. And I feel like I am so lucky to have found this particular branch of like weirdo culture, I guess, where
Same.
everyone I talk to is playful. Everyone I talk to is interested in exploring. And I think that we have to be creative in order to explore. You have to be able to look at something and say, I actually don't know anything about that. And that's how you start experiencing it. That's how you start exploring it. And I feel like if we can't take a creative approach to the paranormal, we're basically just Ghost Adventures. And like, really, Ghost Adventures is just the P.T. Barnum version of the Warrens. Like, and I mean, look, it's entertaining because it's meant to be. It's like eating a Big Mac. They're delicious.
That's all it
because
is, though.
Sensationalized for
make them
television.
delicious. People spend billions of dollars to figure out how to make a Big Mac maximally like tasty so that people would want it. It's the same thing with like paranormal entertainment. There's nothing inherently wrong with wanting to be entertained, but when it's taken as being the facts and the only way to approach things, like, you'll forgive me if I suggest that's not great.
Right. And it's like the first conversation you have, being interested in it in the way that we all are, if we're talking to like other people outside who aren't into it like this, you have to explain like it's not like Ghost Adventures. None of this is like that. Like it's so completely, you know, telling people about the conference, like, oh, I'm like, well, it's not going to be what you think it is because
right. And it's just like, it's so strange to me that such a broad group of people who are exploring something so weird have such a rigid worldview. It's so strange to me. I don't know how you can be curious and closed off at the same time, but maybe it's because that particular subset is not actually curious so much as they are seeking confirmation. And I think that those two things really can't exist in the same space. Or they can, but you have to be more one than the other. You know what I mean?
I think you nailed it there. I think I mean, I feel like that's even the difference for me, because I do like the trappings. Like I like the gadgets, but I'm playing with my toys. Like that's what I'm doing. Like I'm not going to determine like I'm not empirically proving ghosts tonight.
in your house.
Right.
But I'm like, I have like a box of toys. I'm gonna play with my toys. Anybody, I'm gonna hand them out to my friends too and be like, "Do you want to play with this one? Like, these are cool." Beep boops. I enjoy it. I realize we're now at 9 minutes to go, so I want to ask if anybody in the chat has any questions for any of us about any of this stuff. Shoot them out there. I'm looking at the chat right now.
While you're looking, I just want to, because we were talking about play and stuff, right behind this computer screen is my altar space. And it's all filled right now. It's all filled with like items that remind me of my childhood, because I wanted that space to, like, whenever I'm meditating or thinking on that, I want to reconnect with that like childlike quality of exploration and like not knowing and trying, you know, that type of thing. So it's just interesting that our community, that's sort of the way that we see this, and I just love it. I love it. So
also, on the topic of creative playfulness, come November, Tonino and I will be hosting Gnomevember.
Yes.
So we've compiled a list, which we still need to coordinate this. So like, see me after this.
Yeah.
But we have like a list of prompts like per day of November where we're just gonna draw gnomes. And we're just gonna put that out there, and whoever wants to do Gnomevember with us can do Gnomevember.
I'm gonna have to do it.
I'm excited about November now. That's awesome.
It's gonna be so fun.
I love it.
I have a question. What is the like most weird, strange thing that like Leslie and Tonino that you have been either like channeled to drawing or like been compelled to draw, that you're just like, what just happened here? I want to know about that.
I need to think about this.
It's got to be like some of my dream sketches, because sometimes I'll draw that stuff and I'm just like, holy, like, where did that come from? You know, I've got like notebooks on the side of me that I could go through them right now. Maybe when this is over, I'll find maybe the most unusual or one that kind of surprised me the most, and I'll post it.
Yes.
So I'll have to go through them and figure out which one. But
yeah, that would be awesome.
I've had cool ones where I've had like recently I was at the Michigan Paracon, and one of my dream sketches involved John Tenney, and so he was in the dream sketch, and so I delivered it to Tenney. And that was a really cool moment for me, getting to give him one of my dream sketches that was about him.
Yes.
That's fun. I don't know. I mean, I feel like the thing that has recently had me the most like, what the fuck, was like, I'm really not sure why I started drawing goblin pinup girls. I'm not sure. I have no idea where that came from. I was just like, I guess this is what I'm doing now. Earlier this year, I did a series of like self-portraits where I was exploring some like religious trauma, yada yada. Like, I keep talking about the same thing. I very clearly have a bone to pick, and this is better like discussed with my therapist. So we're gonna gloss over that for now.
I feel
But
that though.
some of the way those drawings came out was like, all right, so your girl got demons. Like, time to go journal about that. You know, I feel like anytime I've done self-portraits though, they always come out in ways where there's something that I am communicating to myself that A, I didn't realize before, and B, I'm not sure what direction it's going. So I'm not sure if it's me communicating with my subconscious or my subconscious communicating with me, or if it's kind of just this circular, it is what it is type thing. I never know. So it's like I can never tell if what I'm drawing is what I actually am, or if I am projecting what I want to be, or if I'm projecting a fear of what I don't want to be. I'm never 100% sure, but I think that that's kind of the point. So like I've done a lot of self-portraits, and it's really not a vanity thing, although look at me. It's more about, I think that when we make art of ourselves, we have to see ourselves as art. I think there's value in that, and I think that in order to properly convey, this is what I love about portraiture, is I don't think that you can do portraits of people if you're not fundamentally in awe of human existence. I think that you have to truly respect people in order to do proper portraits. So for me, anytime I'm doing a rendering of someone, I'm trying to think through who they are as best I can know, and how I can best portray that. So that's been an interesting part of the tarot project, is because I want to be candid about the fact that these are not people that I know personally. I've had interactions with some of them. I actively like many of them. And the ones that I'm not saying that I like are just because I don't know them. But I'm aware of the fact that these are by and large parasocial relationships. So I have to figure out how can I convey what I understand about these people while maintaining respectful distance from them. And I think that having to think through those things is its own weird process, because you want to make sure that you're capturing someone, but you also want to make sure that you're being honest. And I think that you have to do that about yourself too. So honestly, I think that all of it's weird, but yeah, the sexy goblins that was a curveball even for me. No one saw that coming.
We're all grateful though that happened.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. There will be more. I just have like 20 different things that I'm working on right now. But one of the goals of that project is that I am trying to draw as many body types as I can, because I think that anytime people do figure drawings, and especially like pinup type things, that's their opportunity to tell you what they think beauty is. So we should all be wary of artists who only ever draw one type of person.
I'm gonna oh, sorry.
Oh no, you're good. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, I got one question. I'm gonna do this lightning round and then we'll move on. CJ wants to know from us, is there a particular artistic medium that you feel like is your thing? What's your go-to? Lightning round, go, go, go.
I mean, for me, it's drawing. I start with pencil. I use like pen to sort of outline, and then I'll usually color in with colored pencil and marker. And so it's all very drawing based for me. And I kind of use a little bit of everything, whatever works in the moment, kind of.
Painting usually, and water-based markers recently, which I'm honestly liking more than painting, which is surprising to me, because paint has always been my go-to.
Mine is chemical. Oh,
If art, it would probably be just paper and colored pencils, definitely.
And for me as a baseline, pick up a camera, photography. All right, folks.
Getting tangled in the headphones here.
All right, everybody's cats are attacking them. Thank you all so much for coming
Yes,
on to
thank
do
you.
this. We are going to transition right into Nick Hornsberry coming up next here.
Go
And
click the links, go support
yes,
our wonderful people here.
the
Tip
people
jar,
that
buy some
follow these
shirts.
people, yes, tip jar shirts. Go get yourself,
Artwork, goblins.
get yourself drawn as a sexy goob. You know you want to.
Hey, everyone needs it. It's so fun.
Yes.
Agreed.
I am letting Nick in, and I will see all of you folks in the comments.
Thank you. Oh my gosh. She's stepping on the keyboard.
Good.
Oh my
She's
gosh,
doing
she's
good.
clicking the mouse.
Hello.
Howdy.
Oh,
You might notice that I am in the same exact room as Leslie was.
I was gonna pretend.
Hey!
I was pretending that it's just live from an undisclosed location.
No need to pretend, but I did like the joke at the beginning of that panel conversation about you all being in the same room. And I was like, I've been sitting on that joke for 2 hours.
Our bedroom
Well,
is currently the
The self-control is incredible.
I can't subject folks to this. I too, as somebody is if I turned my background off, you would see that somebody that has OCD and like organization have no relationship. It's just everything behind the Gemini launch room is a disaster. So, all right.
Yeah. Anytime people do the whole "you're OCD," oh my god, you must be so clean. Like, baby, do you want to come over sometime?
I'm like, you could come over and
It's like,
straighten up for
no.
me. I will
Right.
prove you wrong.
It's like,
All
no, that's every time I leave my house, I have to say I love you to my cat because I might not come home. That's OCD. Like, it's not my
All right.
house.
I'm really looking forward, as always. I'm looking forward to all the talks. Nick, I'm really looking forward to your talk. I'm going to dip out here.
For sure. Well, thanks everybody for showing up. Before we get started, I want to acknowledge two things. One, I have a second screen with the chat open. So as I'm talking, if you have questions or you have comments or you want me to explain something again, like please put it in the chat. This is an interactive presentation. But two, I want to acknowledge that we've all probably been sitting for 2, maybe even 3 hours today. So I just want to pause for a second and give everyone a second to stand up, stretch, and like a big stretch. If you do breathing exercises, now is a good time for like a 4-fold breath or something like that. There is some social science research that suggests that kind of stressful conversations, and I know what I'm going to be talking about is like really light and fluffy stuff like racism and homophobia and sexism and things like that. That it's easier to do if you can reset your limbic system before you start talking, and things like 4-fold breathing is really helpful for that. So as I pull up to share my screen, please take a second and just, stretch it out. Remind yourself that you're a person with a body, and that is okay. see. So hopefully now you can all see my screen. And yeah. And you can see that today we're going to rustle some jimmies. Today I'm hoping to give a primer on anti-oppressive frameworks in the para-weird or extra normal or paranormal or mystical or magical. I know that there are a lot of really great words that people can use and a lot of really different words that mean different things to different people. So I want to acknowledge all of them as a part of this framework. So to kind of kick us off, I want to acknowledge that today I'm speaking to you from central or west central Florida, which is land that's been traditionally occupied or that's occupied in the traditional lands of the Seminole people, and pay my respects to elders both in the past and in the present. And the reason why I think that that's so important to acknowledge is, first of all, all of us who live in North America and really all of the Americas, but even many people who live across the world in sort of in Europe and Asia, certainly many people who live in the Pacific Islands and in Australia and New Zealand, as well as in Africa, live in places where the indigenous people of those lands are no longer the part of the dominant power structure. So it's important as we're talking about anti-oppression to acknowledge the people who maybe have been pushed off their land, but also as people who engage with the paranormal, that this is a way that we can build a really broad concept of spirits of place. That, the liminal earth folks last night were talking about how spirits of place can be the spirits of not just the land and all of the plants and all of the animals, but also the people and the buildings, and that we should extend that back into the past too. And that part of having really full experiences of the paranormal, the para-weird, the magical, the mystical, can be about engaging with the past and engaging with the peoples of the past on the place that you're at. And right now, I think part of an important way of engaging with the people and the place that I live in now is to talk about what happened this week here in Florida, and that's talk about Hurricane Ian. So these are two pictures of the same couple of blocks in Fort Myers Beach, Florida, which is down on the southwestern end of the Florida Peninsula. The first picture on the left is a picture from Google Earth. And then on the right is a picture from Thursday. So as you can see, like that community, which is right on the Gulf, has really been absolutely devastated by the hurricane making landfall just a little bit north of where this picture was taken. And here we have a map of like a sort of a broader map of Southwest Florida. All of the area in blue that you can see are places where the storm surge was at least 6 feet. So if you see the big clusters of land, the one that's all the way on the left, that's Port Charlotte. Then next is Cape Coral, which is the biggest city in Southwest Florida. There are about 400,000 people who live there. Fort Myers is right on the other side of that river, and then down at the end, that's Naples. There are about 1.2 million people who live in that stretch of Southwest Florida, and that black line with the arrow on it, that's where the hurricane actually, like the center of the hurricane made landfall. So obviously there are a ton of people and a ton of animals and other more than human entities that would have been impacted by this. So as a part of talking about, thinking about the world and thinking about the paranormal from a lens of anti-oppression, I think it's important to acknowledge that the things that happen in our world have different kinds of impacts on people. This part of Florida is more likely to be occupied by older people. And certainly being elderly in our society comes with its own set of challenges and its own set of oppressions. So I wanted to just call attention to a couple of ways that people can help out. And I'm going to put a link to my blog in the chat here in a second with links to these 4 organizations. But these 4 organizations are coming at providing hurricane relief from a lens of anti-oppression, which I know I keep saying anti-oppression. Trust me, I'm going to explain what that means here in a second. Central Florida Mutual Aid is obviously thinking more about the Orlando area, but they also have had some pretty extreme flooding. Roots of Hope is a Cuban organization that's attempting to build power amongst millennial-aged Cubans. And while I'm talking a lot about Florida, Hurricane Ian first made landfall on the planet in Cuba. And there was one point at which nobody on the island of Cuba had power. That situation has kind of been resolved, but there's still a long road ahead for recovery in Western Cuba as well. Feeding America is another great organization to support. They are a national organization in the United States that runs food banks and helps make sure that food banks have what they need to provide people with food assistance, with the ultimate goal of ending hunger in the United States. And the Dream Defenders are running some recovery efforts out of Miami. And they've done some amazing organizing throughout the country, creating power in Black communities all across the country. So again, I'll put some links to these resources in the chat, and also some other resources that I'm going to talk about a little bit later. So I wasn't necessarily planning on talking about that until yesterday, but it really struck me that I couldn't talk about anti-oppression without talking about something really important where a lot of people are going to need some help that's happening right in my backyard. So a little bit about me. Like I said, my name is Nick. I use they, them pronouns. I live in West Central Florida. I'm sure you can tell if you are able to see my face that I'm a Black person. I'm 33 years old. I am agender. I'm also a queer person. I identify as bisexual. I'm originally from the city of Chicago, the best and the only city on the planet. I am a disabled person. I'm also married to a disabled person. I consider myself a para-weirdo. I went to and graduated from college. We have a cat, Marcy, who you met earlier. And I live in a multi-generational household right now. Leslie and I are staying with her parents and her uncle. And I point all these things out just to sort of set the stage for the fact that these are all important parts of the way that I view the world and the way that I view the paranormal. That I cannot separate how I think about myself or how I think about aliens or Bigfoot or professional football or movies or anything from my Blackness or my queerness or the fact that I went to college and I have all this weird specialized knowledge in political science because I went to college and studied political science. So I want to give you all just a few minutes. If you have some paper, go ahead and write it down. If you don't, just go ahead and kind of think about it or pull up something on your computer to type some thoughts. And just jot down a couple of things that you know are important to your own personal lens of thinking about the world. Awesome. So there's a sociological term that we can use that I think is helpful to here. All of these things wrap up to talk about one's social location, and I'm going to use the concept of social location a couple of times as we move forward. And specifically, what social location is it's the social position that any individual has within their society. That's based upon social characteristics that are deemed important by that society. So we live in the United States. Gender and race are, I think, the two most important pieces of social location that everybody has. Age is another one. But again, things like marital status, disability status, whether or not you went to college, where you live, how long you've lived where you live, if you live where you were born, or if you live far away from where you were born. All of those sorts of things wrap into social location. And it's really important that we all have some awareness of our social location as we think about how we interact with each other, but also how we think about how we interact with the mystical, the magical, the more than human, the paranormal, the paraweird, etc. So this chart is a chart that I use in my day-to-day work. I should back up. I'm a professional diversity and inclusion advocate. So I talk a lot about a lot of these concepts in my professional life as well. And this is a chart that I use to talk about identity in the context of diversity. That kind of lays out how different pieces of identity layer on top of each other. So everybody has aspects of their identity that fall into each of these groups in this target. So if you start at the center and work your way out, the things that are the closest to the center are the things that are the hardest to change. In fact, the things that are in the center are things that you cannot consciously change. And what I would just point out about the inclusion of gender identity and sexual orientation is that when we talk about those things as being unchanging, it's not that you cannot have explore your relationships to those things. It's not that you cannot go through multiple labels throughout your life or have different understandings, but it's that the label and the understanding is the thing that changes, not actually like what your innate experience is. So I'll use myself as an example. I came out as agender a year and a half ago, so not that long ago. That always was true about me. I just did not understand that until relatively recently, and then to be able to put it in words to other people came even later than that. The secondary characteristics, those are things that they can change, but they're very much so sort of personal, internal views. The things on this chart in this organizational section, they're obviously things that are talking about this from the lens of being in a company, but you can kind of change these categories a little bit to be more about your status in a group. So rather than talking about union affiliation, it might be about a affiliation with another group that's sort of the same or similar. When we talk about work experience, maybe this is about how much you've gone ghost hunting, or how many experiences you've had in, or how many rituals you've participated in. And then when we talk about cultural, this isn't like cultural in terms of like, I'm an American, so American culture. This is about cultural in the concept of, or in the context of a specific group. So a good example is that it is a cultural norm in the group of people who watch the television show Ghost Adventures to say that many things that seem to be malevolent are a demon, whether or not that's true. So that's sort of what we should be thinking about when we think about culture. All right, so I used the phrase diversity and inclusion. I'm going to use the full phrase diversity, equity, and inclusion. That's in my job title. I want to talk just a little bit about what that means and what we're talking about when we use that phrase, so that I can contrast it with talking about anti-oppression. So each of those three words, diversity, equity, and inclusion, are doing something really, really specific. The first one is diversity. So diversity refers to the differences between different individuals based on any attribute that may lead to a perception that that person is different from someone else. So a thing that people will say and do a lot that really, really grates at the back of my brain is that they will talk about people as diverse. No one is diverse. Groups are diverse. I am not a diverse person because I'm Black or because I'm queer or because I'm disabled. I am a queer, Black, disabled person. If there are other queer, Black, disabled people in a group with people who are not Black, not queer, not disabled, then that's talking about the diversity in the group from that lens. When we talk about then equity, what we're talking about is a form of equality. It's relative, that takes into consideration what different people need, what the situation is, and the circumstances that result in people having disparate outcomes. So giving them what they need, essentially, to kind of reach a similar or the same outcome. That's different than equality. And I have this like handy dandy picture here. I'm going to focus on now those middle two pieces. Equality gives everybody the same thing and assumes that everybody having the same thing is going to somehow lead to a good outcome. But as you can see here, from these three people trying to watch this baseball game, that the shortest person getting the same size box as the tallest person didn't actually need a box in the first place. The shortest person needs a box considerably bigger than that so that they can see the baseball game. So that shortest person is still end up being left out. Whereas in an equity framework, the tallest person doesn't need anything, so we don't give them anything. The shortest person needs two boxes, and the person who's middle-sized only needs one box. Now they can all see it, and that's great. And inclusion is the extent to which people can have access to whatever it is that they need, so that they can participate as fully as they want to, that they can influence decision making, and that they can truly feel a part of the organization, or a part of whatever it is that's happening. I think that there's a third concept here too, and it's actually, to me in this graphic, I would reverse them. Sorry, I did not mean to go backwards. Let me go back here. Cool. In this graphic, I think that the two concepts are mixed up. There's justice and there's inclusion. To me, inclusion is about everybody being able to see or being able to participate, because we've changed kind of the script a little bit. And justice is really where we are getting full participation from everybody in every sort of way. So in this case of this baseball idea, justice is even asking, does everybody really want to play baseball? Or do we maybe want to play a different game? Do we need to stop for a second? Things like that. So there's this concept. I don't know why it keeps going too many slides forward. So I've used the phrase anti-oppressive framework a couple times here. So anti-oppressive frameworks, this is a method for really thinking about how systems of oppression result both in individual discrimination and individual acts of discrimination, but also structural and systemic inequality. So there are three things really that we're thinking about here when we think about anti-oppression that are laid out in this handy dandy chart here. So we're thinking about individual action, institutional barriers, and ideology. So individual action, that's pretty straightforward. That's what individual people are doing to individually do whatever they need to do. Institutional barriers are the kinds of things that organizations or that groups of people do together and set up to either keep people out or sometimes keep people in a group. And then ideology are the ways of thinking about both the group and the outside world. And each of those sort of tent poles, if you will, all create a very, very specific kind of oppression. So individual action is what you're thinking about when you're thinking about a hate crime. It's saying something hurtful or saying something othering, doing something that's cruel or mean. Institutional barriers are things like saying that you need to pay money in order to get into something in an effort to leave some people out who can't afford the thing, or a poll tax or a literacy test, things like that. And then ideology is, like I said, the kinds of ways that people think. So having the broad framework in your brain that all Black people are lazy, or that gay men are all effeminate, or things like that you might not necessarily say, but you're thinking it and you're holding on to it. And here again, ideology is not just the way that one person thinks, it's the way that lots of people think. So here, the thing at the center here is the concept of power. And I just want to kind of think a little bit about power, but I want to think about power a little bit circuitously here. So there's two big definitions that I think a lot of people in our weirdo communities use to talk about magic. One by our friend on the left, Aleister Crowley, that magic is the science and art of causing change to occur in conformity with will. And then on the right, we have Dion Fortune, who talked about magic as being the art of changing consciousness according to will. And I think that those are both, I think, fantastic ways of thinking about what magic is. But I also think that they're really good ways of thinking about what power is. So the guy in the middle is kind of the grandfather of sociology, Max Weber, and he defined power as the ability to exercise one's will over others. So much of what we talk about when we're talking, especially in a contemporary sense, where we don't really believe that we're like those of us who believe in magic or practice magic, don't really believe that we're like Gandalf and that we can shoot fireballs out of our hands, or that we can summon a Frost Atronach to come and wreck somebody's house or something like that. That often what we're talking about when we talk about magic is really talking about the conscious wielding of power, either on ourselves in the Dion Fortune sense, to kind of change the way that we are thinking and even maybe acting in conformity with our personal will, or in Crowley's case, that we're creating some sort of change either within ourselves or in the external world to make all of those things align with our true will or our pure will. That sort of framework, I think, is really helpful just in terms of considering the fact that how effective one's magic might be impacted by how much power they have relative to other people. So just as an example, if you are a straight cis white guy from a middle or upper middle class background who lives in the Northeast, or lives in California, or lives in Western Europe, and lives inside of a city or maybe in the suburbs, that your ability to actually practice magic in a lot of the sort of contemporary sense of the way that we use the concept of magic may be really, really different than sort of someone living in sub-Saharan Africa, or than someone who lives in the same environment as you do, but who is queer, or who is disabled, or who is trans. So even just that one concept, power, can affect something really simple like, how do you practice magic? What does magic look like to you? What does a result from a magical working look like for you? So that's just one really, really basic way that this framework can apply to the paranormal. So again, anti-oppressive framework, we're going to really dig into what this is. This is really going to be the meat here of this presentation, is working through what exactly the framework is for taking this power chart that we have here and dismantling it. Because obviously, I think everybody here, I think we're all on the same page that oppression is bad. If you're not, I would like you to just hang in there with me for a second. We're going to assume that oppression is bad. So that should probably be something that we would like to fix. Before I kind of get into what specifically makes up an anti-oppression framework, I think it's important to kind of lay out a couple of key ways. I'm just checking the chat just to make sure I'm not missing anybody or anything. Perfect. I think it's important to lay out that diversity, equity, and inclusion, it's its own framework, and it's different from anti-oppression. So the diversity, equity, and inclusion stuff, that's what I do in my job that pays me money so that I can do things. Anti-oppression, if I'm being really, really honest, is more of my personal framework for how I look at the world, and they're separate. So diversity, equity, and inclusion frameworks often center privileged classes, whether it's centering the viewpoints of white people, straight people, cis people, and here cis, I should be clear to explain, is sort of the opposite of being trans. So a cisgender person is a person whose gender identity aligns with the gender that they were assigned when they were born. A trans person is a person whose gender identity does not align with someone who with the gender that they were assigned when they were born. Anti-oppression really centers the experience and the understanding of oppressed classes, whether it is, again, people of color, trans people, queer, other kinds of queer people, people who are from rural areas, poor people, people who have body sizes that are either they are fat or they are very skinny. There are a ton of other different ways that people can hold oppression. Another way that these two frameworks are different, diversity, equity, and inclusion is often not very concerned with the way that power works. It doesn't give like a full analysis of like how and why power works the way that it does. Is really a framework that just says, so power is working. We know that it exists. It's not important to talk about it. But what is important is to say that like everybody should like treat each other better. So given that people should treat each other better, like how do we get there? Whereas anti-oppression is really built around an analysis of power, which obviously we talked about power. That's why I spent so much time talking about power, is that all of this really does center around like both thinking about how personally and individually we hold power, how we're using that power, and what we can do to change that if we recognize that that is not the best. Obviously, the word equity is in that diversity, equity, and inclusion label, so it's very equity focused. Anti-oppression frameworks are really justice focused. The difference between equity and justice, I kind of hit on this before, but just to hit it home, is kind of the difference between telling someone that they are invited to a dinner party and that they are, when they get to the dinner party, that they're allowed to pick the music, they're allowed to have input on the menu. They can certainly eat as much as they want to feel full. And so that's what equity looks like. And in a justice framework, we're even starting from like, have you been invited to a dinner party before? Do you know what a dinner party is? Can we explain that to you? Do we even ask you, do you want to go to a dinner party in the first place? And then working from there and giving you enough input that if you're like, actually, I would rather go eat in a restaurant, that then there's a mechanism for asking that for sort of checking in with everybody who was invited to the dinner party to see if maybe going to a restaurant actually would be better. The last big distinction I would make here is that diversity, equity, and inclusion frameworks are often really concerned with social identities that aren't linked to oppression. So like I talked about being a pet parent in a diversity framework, like that's interesting and something we should talk a lot about. In my like paid work, I talk a lot about parents and what parents need. But I also talk a lot about how we have to make space for our friends who are straight white guys, because they're a part of the group too, and they're a part of a diverse community. And I think that that's true, and I think that that's good. But an anti-oppression framework, which is more of what I use to like look at the world personally, starts from a place of thinking only about social identities that are linked to oppression. So we're only thinking about sort of race, we're thinking about gender identity, gender expression, we're thinking about sexuality, we're thinking about religion, but we're only thinking about religion in certain kinds of contexts. If we're thinking about geography, we're thinking about geography in a very, very specific kind of way. But we're maybe not thinking about, what do you like to do for a hobby? Unless part of what you like to do for a hobby is linked really strongly to your race or your gender or things like that. So I want to pause and make sure that I'm keeping up with the chat. If you have any questions, please put your questions in the chat. I see Kai, you said these distinctions are so important and very eye-opening as a person who spends a lot of time in largely white-aligned DEI nonprofit political spaces. Yeah, I think that in a lot of ways that spaces that are dominated by people from privileged groups do often use more of a DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion lens than the anti-oppression lens. And it's not always intentional. Sometimes it's just, a lot of the diversity, equity, and inclusion lens is how most people think about these people differences, because I don't want to say that it's comfortable, because that sounds dismissive, but it's a little bit easier to see how everybody gets to participate. So what does this have to do with aliens or ghosts or magic or Bigfoot or stuff like this? ultimately, everything that we talk about when we talk about the paranormal, and I forget who said this earlier, but this has to me been a running theme over the last couple of days, is that all this stuff is about people and it's about culture. So ultimately, if you can't talk about the ways that people experience mundane things and how that's different, then like I can't even begin to understand how you would be able to talk about how people experience weird stuff, like the fact that they think that their experience is that they're talking to their dead grandma, or that they are talking to beings from another planet, or who maybe are from a different time, or things like that, that we have a harder time explaining. Also, I mean, identity has so much of an impact on who's treated as respectable, and whose experiences and whose perspectives are able to be believed. It is impossible for me to believe that it is a coincidence that when we think about who gets to be treated as a credible experiencer of alien phenomena, whether it's people who are abductees or who've seen a UFO, that the list of people who's credible, if you go down it, it's a lot of dudes, it's a lot of white people, it's a lot of upper middle class, middle class, and then upper class people who are taken like super seriously. And that's, you know, regardless of where you are in the world. I mean, in the United States, we almost exclusively talk about alien abduction experiences from people from the United States and Canada, and maybe the UK, but we really don't talk too much about folks in Central Africa or in South Asia, or in the Asian Pacific who have had these experiences. And as far as we know, they've probably had them too. We just don't talk about them because those sorts of people are lower on the power rung in the United States, so they aren't thought of as quite as respectable. But also, kind of related to that, a lot of our phenomena might be culturally contingent. So here, what this means is that is two things. So one is that when people have experiences, they run them through the lens of their culture and what they can understand. So some of why, just to keep with the aliens example, some of why we may not hear so much about people from, we'll keep talking about people from South Asia talking about UFOs, is because there may be some different conception of what that experience is, such that they're not articulating it as seeing UFOs or aliens. Maybe they're talking about seeing a deity, or they're talking about seeing an angel, or some other culturally specific phenomena that they understand that we may not, or that they might use a specific word that we in the West don't have to explain that same concept. So we hear reports about something and we're just like, all right, well, that's not aliens, so it's not aliens. But the other, more, I think, weirdo way of thinking about this is that certain phenomena may actually only appear to people from specific cultural backgrounds, because people of that cultural background are capable of groping what the thing is. And that's not coming from a place of sort of, some people are better than others. But again, if you don't have the mental map to be able to understand the concept of little green men coming in a metal craft from somewhere up there down here and having interactions with people, then maybe the phenomena just won't appear to you. And the last big thing, I think, is that all of these modes of oppression that we're talking about here, they impact the way that people have access to resources in space. So I kind of alluded to this in the panel discussion on Friday, that, you know, a lot of the sites that we do investigations of, whether we're looking for Bigfoot or looking for ghosts or going alien hunting, or even certain schools of magic, when they do rituals, the spaces that these things occur in are often spaces that everyone doesn't have the same amount of access to. Some of this is about needing to be able to pay to be in a space, but some of it is totally about just like, is it comfortable to be a trans person who maybe doesn't pass super well, going into a rural community in West Virginia? Is it super comfortable to be East Asian in a rural community in lots of places in the United States? Is it comfortable being a woman in a group of being the only woman in a group of men? Or even, is it comfortable being a Black person and going into an abandoned building? If you are a person who needs mobility aids, can you physically get into a cave? And even if you can get in, can you get out? So all of these things impact the way that we can show up, the way that we can do investigations, things like that. So anti-oppression the framework can kind of be laid out like a circle, and it's a circle on purpose. I'm going to lay these things out individually, but it's really important to not think of them as like step 1, step 2, step 3, where you address your biases, and then you centralize marginal voices, and then you think about issues of mental health. You should always be doing all 7 of these, and you will be doing all 7 of these forever. This is not this isn't a recipe where you follow it and then eventually you're done. This is a journey where the important thing is the journey and not the destination. One thing that I talk a lot about in my work is that just if you think about a relatively like mainstream normie person, to them, like, gay people maybe were invented in the 80s, trans people were invented like 5 years ago. We know that people from those communities have been around forever. But in a mainstream sense, and for lots of individual people, they don't have awareness of different groups of people, and that's going to keep happening. We're going to keep having new groups of people as the world is made more safe to share certain kinds of experiences, as we continue to have interactions with each other and kind of come up with new ways of interacting with each other and interacting with the world, but also in coming up with new ways of making distinctions between me and not me, that we'll consistently have to do this work forever. So once you commit to this, like, you're never going to be done, which is fine. It's a part of staying curious and being curious. So to get into some of these individually, so building inclusive communities, I think this is the most straightforward of all of them. Here, this is where we're intentionally developing space where people can feel safe and respected, and being themselves and expressing every part of their identity. And everybody has multiple parts of their identity. So a inclusive community isn't inclusive if you have created space where people feel totally open to being queer, but they're still worried about being impacted by racism. An inclusive space isn't good if it's a safe space for people to be women, and specifically here we'll say cis women, but they don't feel comfortable being honest about how much access to resources they have because they're poor or because they're really rich. So I like this like really weird drawing that I found of these different cryptids all hanging out around this maypole with this giant squid. Because I think it really highlights the idea that even in the paranormal, we can still think about this just in terms of the paranormal, that an inclusive paranormal community should include occultists and occultists who practiced multiple different types of occultism. So occultisms, plural. It should include witches and other magic users. It should include or be inclusive for sort of nuts and bolts ufology types, but also people who have some maybe less hyper rationalist ways of thinking about what aliens are. It should include Bigfoot hunters and people who practice other kinds of cryptozoology. It should include people who are psychics and mediums and do parapsychology. It should include people who come from all sorts of different backgrounds, in addition to the identity pieces of being able to be a person of color, or being able to be queer, or being able to be disabled in whatever way you're disabled, and that the space is safe and respected, or that there's space for people to feel safe and respected because of all of those things. The next thing that I want to talk about, and the next kind of big component, is addressing and challenging implicit biases. So implicit biases are the attitudes that we individually have, but aren't really necessarily conscious of. So really, we want to make sure that we're thinking through how we make opportunities for people to both identify the biases that they have and then interrogate them, to really like say, like, do I believe this thing because it is true and it is a relatively universal experience, or that it is based very heavily in my individual lived experience, or do I believe this because somebody told it to me and I don't know any better, or somebody told it to me and I haven't had an opportunity to really push back. And I think that thinking about ghost adventures is like a super easy way to talk about implicit bias in two different ways. And this might be challenging, so just hold on to your butts. So obviously, Zach Bagans and the rest of the Ghost Adventures crew, they have some really specific views about ghosts and demons and the paranormal in general. And I think that none of them have really had anybody push back on any of those things. And they haven't really been given the chance to question a lot of those biases that they have against certain kinds of activity and certain kinds of phenomena. And I think that that's a really good way of talking about implicit bias. But the more challenging way to put this is that I'm pretty sure that everybody who's watching this talk right now saw that picture of those four dudes and had like a gut level reaction to the four of them. And I think that it's important for all of us to think about those four men, and Zach Bagans specifically, and to really challenge whether or not that bias, either if it was a positive one, if you were like, yeah, Zach, it's great, or if you were like, I think most of us, and you were like, not for me, or something more negative than that, where that feeling comes from. And if that feeling is coming from a place of saying, I disagree with his approach, and that's sort of it, or if there was sort of a gut level implicit reaction to either something about his identity. I mean, when we talk about his approach to the paranormal, there are pieces of identity that are wrapped up in that we are talking about Christians, a very specific kind of Christian, either Catholic or like certain kinds of Protestant ways of thinking about the way that that the world is ordered and the way that humans interact with the more than human, and to challenge whether your reaction to Zach Bagans is about him and things that he has specifically done, or if it's a reaction to your individual feelings about Catholicism, or about Christianity, or about white men. So I'll just let everybody sit in that for a second. The next component, challenging power and privilege. Here, it's so important that we all understand both personal, interpersonal, cultural, and institutional levels of power, and then privilege. And privilege in this framework is necessarily being a person who comes from a group that historically and contemporarily holds more power than any other group. And then the next part of that is then making sure that you're being intentional to dismantle all of that throughout all different modes of oppression. So, I mean, a good question to ask yourself and to ask others is where it is that you feel like you have power over others, and then how the behaviors that you do reinforce that power difference, or where what it is that you do sort of breaks up that power difference. I think that in the sort of the framework of the paranormal here, really this is just about like really being open to the idea that if somebody is saying like, hey, the way that you're talking about this phenomena really like is really racist, is being open to the idea that that's true and then following that conversation where it should go. But also being really willing to say to someone, hey, this doesn't necessarily impact me directly because of my identity, but like the way that we're talking about Kabbalah right now is really anti-Semitic. So like, let's stop doing that. Or this framework that we're using of talking about magic as being like gendered, that there's masculine and feminine energy, like that's super cis sexist. It's very transphobic, but it also erases people who aren't men or women. Let's stop doing that. And then thinking about what do I believe, or what do you, as an individual, that reinforces my personal power as a white person, as a man, as a cis person, as a upper middle class person. There are, again, lots of ways to think about this. I'll pause for a second. I know I've been talking for a second, so I want to make sure it doesn't look like there are any questions in the chat, but please feel free if you have questions to put those in the chat. The next thing I want to talk about is centering marginalized voices. So here again, it's making sure that we're not just making space for, but also like intentionally giving a platform to oppressed or marginalized people to be able to share, contribute, lead, and be heard as much as they want to. So part of this is actively making a space for a person of color, making space for women, for trans people, for non-binary people, for people who aren't Christian, for people who are all sorts of pagan, to be able to talk on whatever it is that we're talking on, and to be able to participate in a group activity or a convention or whatever as much as they'd like to. But also part of this is thinking about if you are from a privileged or a dominant group, thinking about where it might be a good idea to stop talking, to give someone else a chance to lead, to maybe hold back a contribution long enough to give other people the opportunity to contribute. And here it bothers, I think is the right word, bothers me so much that like the prototypical modern experiencer experience came from a black man and a white woman who were in an interracial marriage before interracial marriage was legal everywhere in the United States. And I mean, I'll put it this way too: a black man who lived in New Hampshire, like that's not something you hear about very often. But I've never heard anybody, and this might be a reflection of my own not being as well read as I wish I was. I've never heard anybody talk about Barney Hill's experience with UFOs from the lens of his blackness. And I've never heard anybody like really interrogate what it means that, like, again, like the archetype, the classic case of a UFO abduction coming from a black person and coming from a white woman who's married to a black person. So just as much as, you know, this is about making space for people, just as much as it's about thinking about stepping back, this is also a great time to bring in the idea that we should all be always thinking about whose voice aren't we hearing from? In the case of Barney and Betty Hill, why don't we hear very much from Barney Hill specifically? Now, I know that there are answers to that question, and that's kind of beyond the scope of what I want to talk about today. But like, again, who aren't we hearing from? To go backwards, why do we not hear very much from experiencers who are South Asian? What are the barriers that we put in place for people to share their experiences? Why aren't we listening to certain people? Are certain people talking, but they're not talking in a place that we're looking to hear them talk? These are all sort of great questions. Embedding intersectionalities is really important too. Intersectionality is a concept that was developed by a law professor in the 1980s, Kimberly Crenshaw. And basically what intersectionality means is that everyone has multiple identities, and their experience is impacted by not just one, but all of their identities. And you cannot separate out their experience as one of those identities from their experience as another one. So those either oppressions or privileges layer on top of each other. So the classic example to talk about is that Black women experience the world both as Black people. So they experience all of the oppression of racism and anti-Black racism specifically, but also all of the oppression of being a woman. And that those two things inform each other, to really say, like, the experience of racism of Black women is different than the experience of racism of Black men, and that the experience of sexism that Black women have is different than the experience of sexism that white women have. So it's so important that we think about and kind of understand how complex identity is, and how those complex identities really inform how we think about institutional barriers, how we think about how individuals treat each other, but also how we think about how individuals interact with systems. I have this picture that I found that every time I look at it is just like the funniest picture ever, that came from an article talking about whether or not Bigfoot is the ghost of a Neanderthal man. And I think that it's that just from a paranormal lens, that as we have more interesting and exciting lenses to think about phenomena, that we have to bring in all of the pieces of that together. So if Bigfoot is a ghost of Neanderthal man, like, then we have to talk about the ghost part, but we also have to talk about the Neanderthal part, and we can't separate those two things, and they also inform each other. So I mean, like, obviously we're all Homo sapiens, I believe we're all Homo sapiens. And Neanderthals, that's a completely different experience of just like being on Earth. The way that they had language was different. The way that their physiology works is different too. That might account for some of why Bigfoot works the way that it does, but it's also a ghost. So maybe that's why we've never found a body. That's sort of the framework that we want to use there to think about this. So again, just from a what does this have to do with the paranormal lens? We can use this to be a little bit more complicated and a little bit more thoughtful in how we talk about some phenomena. But it's also really important that we think about how intersectionality impacts who is able to show up in what kinds of spaces. So as an example, if we've only done a lot to think about making sure that women are comfortable in a space, then that probably means that the only women who will show up or most of the women who show up are white. Most of them are probably cis. Most of them are probably able-bodied. They're also mostly probably people who are women who are either middle class or upper middle class or above. So as we're thinking about creating safe space for people, we have to think through all of the barriers. We have to think about all of the ways that intersectionality impacts them. So there are two more components here. Mobilizing for systemic change. This is just making sure that you're actually taking action against discrimination and oppression, and that the actions that you take both address individual behaviors, so both like calling out individual people's racism, sexism, etc., or pushing people out of a group who are bigots, but also thinking about social and institutional change. So, I think we have a concept in occultism and in witchcraft of people being armchair magicians or armchair witches, and there are certainly people who are like armchair anti-oppression advocates, that they've done all the reading, they know the 1619 Project and Isabel Wilkerson's cast and all of these other great things, and they have all of this formal training, and then they do nothing with it. So when you're around them, they're still letting people use slurs. They're still letting people get away with like not challenging their biases, but they're also never really thinking about how they vote. Maybe they don't vote, and maybe they don't vote not because they're saying I'm choosing not to participate in this system, which I think that's a cop-out anyway, but whatever, not important. But they don't vote because they just like, I have other things to do on a Tuesday, or I have other things to do on the day that I vote in wherever I live. Maybe they're the sorts of people who they never really think about how the companies that they support, what sort of business practices those companies put into place, or they don't think about who they choose to give attention to on social media, because it's like it's all fake, it's all ephemera, it's all nothing. So it's important to really think through what pathways exist within the things that you do individually to mobilize, not just for changes to individual people's behavior, but also that big systemic change. And the last piece, I think it's really important to talk about mental health and mental wellness, and actually physical wellness too, as a part of anti-oppressive frameworks. We know that everything is harder when you're sick, whether the way that you're sick is that you have a sort of a physical illness, or you are dealing with depression or pathological anxiety, or whatever it is, but that those specific experiences both are created by and create their own kinds of oppression. So we know, just as an example, and the immediate past president of Howard University, his research, he's a medical doctor, his research was into the physical health impacts of racism. We know that racism makes Black people sicker and other people of color. It makes them continually being exposed to racism. It raises people's blood pressure permanently, which is part of why hypertension is a big issue amongst communities of color, that it leads to heightened levels of like permanent and clinical forms of anxiety, that it's more likely to lead to depression, and that ultimately all of those things are bad for your health. But we also know that there is a whole set of oppressions that people who have mental illness or who have mental disorders experience, that all loop into sort of the disability conversation. And that being a person from a marginalized background also impacts how able you are to access resources for mental health and wellness. So in a paranormal context, all of that is really big stuff that's really hard, right? What does this have to do with ghosts? The line between I had an experience where I saw a ghost and I have a mental disorder where sometimes I enter into psychosis and I see things or I hear things, and I know that they're not there, or I'm fairly certain that they're not there, but I don't know. The line between that is a lot less fine than I think many of us would want it to be. So again, how does not just being a person who experiences psychosis, but also being someone who is a trans person, or who's a sex worker, or again, who's a person of color, like how do all of those things fit together to talk about whether or not we believe someone when they say, I saw a ghost, versus saying, you're crazy, get away from me. And then in the context of being a paranormal investigator, at a certain point, we do have to tell some people, you know, I know what you're saying you experienced. I don't disbelieve you in that you experienced that. I just don't think that this is the right explanation. Is when we give that, when we sort of make that analysis, is that impacted by race, gender, keep going down the list, versus us saying, you know, you sound pretty crazy, but like, I still think you're onto something. So again, just so important to be thinking about mental health and wellness in the sort of the bigger framework of anti-oppression. So these are just some questions that I thought are really good for people to kick around. You know, there are, again, there are so many ways in which this framework can really inform the way that we all think about all of the weirdo stuff that we love, that we were here this weekend talking about, thinking about the way that we use language to describe phenomena and how that might make an environment less safe for some people who have identities that are different than us, or how it might make an environment more safe. Thinking about who we think is a credible experiencer, or even where we think to look for experiencers or stories about weird stuff, and how that might prevent us from really having a full experience of a certain kind of phenomena, is all tied back into this anti-oppression framework. Obviously, you know, we're having this conference. I think that, you know, Vanessa and Mary and Jason really did a great job of bringing together a diverse group of speakers. But I think it's still there to be asked, like, who's not in the room? Who's not getting the mic today or over this weekend? And as we go to other Paracons, or we're doing group investigations, or we're involved in magical orders or magical circles or things like that. Who's getting to talk? Who's setting the agenda? And then again, who's not in the room at all versus who's in the room but an observer rather than as a participant. And then kind of the last thing that I really want to like just bring to the fore is how do all of these concepts of privilege and intersectionality inform as we think about making progress in the para-weird? How do they inform which concepts or which techniques that we either decide to take in and use as something new, or discard and say this is garbage? And are we discarding traditional indigenous practices because it's not as cool as a K2 eater? Or are we throwing away a piece of technology in favor of something maybe more magical or more mystical that it turns out was invented by a trans person or by a person of color? And are we more comfortable doing that because it came from someone of a marginalized background? So sort of to kind of wrap up here, I wanted to share a couple of resources for thinking about anti-oppressive frameworks. That first resource is really the thing I want to shout out the hardest. Anti-Oppressive Framework, a primer, is a tool developed by the Elementary Teachers Federation of Ontario, which is the teachers union in Ontario, Canada. Large parts of the way that I structured this came from that primer. It is phenomenal. Again, it was written to be easy to understand for elementary school teachers. So not necessarily people with master's degrees in sociology or philosophy or political science or any of the kinds of stuff that people spend a lot of time thinking about this stuff often come from. So if you are looking for like one thing to look at to kind of dig into this a little bit harder or to share this stuff with other people, like that's the place to go. The University of Nebraska Omaha also has a really nice resource guide from their library that collates a bunch of different books, articles, podcasts, TV shows, some movies, other things like that that specifically talk to anti-racism, anti-ableism. They use a phrase that I want to make sure that I'm using the exact right phrase here. They use the phrase anti-queermesia rather than like homophobia or transphobia. The reason why they use that phrase, and I think that this is really interesting and has started to inform how I speak, is that the phobia suffix talks about being afraid of something. The mesia ending means that you hate something. So here, their framework is really focused on talking about how people, not how people push back against fear of queer people, but how people push back against hate of queer people. And same thing with trans people. So that's a great resource too. The map that I showed at the very beginning with the different native groups that are indigenous to Florida is from Native Land Digital. That's a cool tool too. You can type in an address and they'll show you all of the native people in North America who have traditional lands for where the address is. And then the last two are podcasts. Intersectionality Matters is a podcast that Kimberly Crenshaw hosts, where she's really talking through like what intersectionality actually looks like. She's super dynamic and super interesting. And again, intersectionality, it was her brain baby. So she's definitely somebody to listen to. And the last one, I'm a huge advocate of public radio. And NPR has a podcast that's also got some other stuff, Code Switch, that just talks about race. But they talk about race from an intersectional lens. I think they do a really good job of not just talking about Black people when they talk about race. So they also talk about the racial experience of people from all across the continent of Asia. They talk about Latinx people. When they talk about Black people, they talk not just about the American descendants of Black chattel slavery, but they also talk about Afro-Caribbean people and recent African immigrants. They talk about the experience of Black people living in Europe and other parts of the world too. It's super good. It's on NPR, so it's like not like stuff that's super simple, but they make it pretty easy for folks too. So with that, I think I'm done. So thank you all so much for hanging in with me there. I know that was a lot of talking that I just did, and that was a ton of content. So if everybody needs like 10 seconds to like stare at the wall or something like that before they start asking questions, I'm going to take a drink of water. But thank you again so much.
Hey, thank you. Thank you so much for being here and saying all this. Because again, this is something I think about all the time. It's like, who isn't represented here? Who again, that creating space, like that struggle. It's like you said, it's a constant work. It's a question you should be constantly asking, as opposed to just saying like, oh, cool, it's done. I'm done. Guess what? I'm an anti-racist now. Like, oh no, that is an ongoing process that happens forever.
And a thing that I didn't make a lot of space for, that I have to make a lot of space for in my paid work, is that this isn't just work for white people. That like, I mean, racism is a thing. Racism as a big structure is tied into white supremacy, but like, people of color are capable of holding racist, like white supremacy involved or informed views too. So like, we all have to do that work too. Yes. And sometimes we have to do that work for ourselves, not even necessarily for people external or for people who are from groups that we aren't in. So I mean, you're right. Like, this is a journey. It's a journey that everybody's going to be on forever once you commit to it.
Right. Because again, to actually commit to that journey, again, rather than saying like, oh yeah, I care about diversity, I care about all of these things. It's like, okay, do you really care? Again, is it just an event, right? Like one moment or a week where you take a workshop and suddenly you feel like you've purged yourself of these things and you don't have to talk about it anymore, think about it anymore, or as if it isn't informing everything that you do. I remember, I think this was like freshman year of college, and I was sitting outside a class, and the professor was an anti-racism class, and I just heard him through the door. He's like, guess what? We're all racist. And this was a Black man, you know? He's like, you're raised in a racist society. You're going to be racist. And it's like learning to accept that again, it doesn't give you a pass or anything because like our society is that way, but that informing of, oh, this is a structural issue, but I can choose to be anti-racist, accept that you're a racist, right? But then accept that you can also be anti-racist and work to dismantle these systems of oppression and suffering. And again, listen to people who don't look like you to hear what they need and like what you can best be of support for, as opposed and not also doing the like white savior thing of like, I'll fix it.
Yeah, no, and I think, I mean, a thing that I say a lot at work that I think is actually a really helpful thing to say sometimes to people when they're not quite getting that, is that like, it isn't enough to say I'm not racist, because that's not the same as being anti-racist. But if the place that you need to get to is to say I'm not racist, like if you need to take that step first, like, please take that step. Absolutely. Like, the distinction between racist and not racist is hella important. So important.
So important.
But like that's not the end point. that like you're halfway there. So like you do still need to take the next step into like, now I'm actively pushing back on this. Now I'm actively encouraging other people to be different. And this is true for racism, but it's true for sexism and homophobia and all of this stuff. That like it is really, really good to be not ableist, but like you need to be anti-ableist.
Yes, you have to call this stuff out where you see
Yes.
it too. Exactly. It's learning to say, like, acknowledge that you have privilege. And again, I feel like I will only speak for white people. I feel like a lot of white people do not want to acknowledge that they have privilege from just whiteness, because and what you're talking about with this idea of intersectionality, it's like, yes, you might be poor. Yes, you might not, again, be at the like a hegemonic top of that pyramid technically, but you do look a certain way that people will treat you differently based off of that, right? And so
Right.
understand, and they'll listen. A lot of people will listen to you more than they will somebody else, right? So if you can use that to leverage and again push back and call out, like, hey, that language was ableist. Hey, that language is racist. Hey, I don't want to be around somebody who's using slurs like that. You have that point of power where you can push back against these narratives. I like that idea, again, of like being anti-oppressive as opposed to that diversity inclusion framework, which ends up centering these repressive systems anyway.
I don't love it, but a lot of my job is built around, and I know my like full government name is on this thing. So hopefully nobody who I work with is going to hear me say this eventually. And if they do,
We'll take it down if you want.
no, don't take
Okay.
it down. I was going to say if they do, cool. Now they know how I feel.
Great.
I spend a lot of my day thinking about how to make Black people more comfortable, like fitting into a structure that is not built for them, and giving and pretending as though Black people do not have the skills to operate in any context. Rather than thinking, how do we like remake this institute, this structure, this company that I work in, to make it more accessible for everyone. So like, I'll use a different kind of example. So rather than talking about race, we'll talk about, again, ability. Yes. Like, it's a totally DEI thing to look at a building and say, there are too many stairs in this building. Let's build a bunch of ramps. Like, that does solve a problem, but like the better fix for that problem would be to like redesign the building so it doesn't have so many stairs.
Right.
And like the reason why we don't do that is because it costs more money. Or maybe you have to like get rid of something that people like love and cherish, because you like cannot just like completely retrofit the building. But like ultimately, if you're thinking about how to like build a new ramp, you're thinking about an accommodation. And accommodations are good. Accommodations are important. But like true anti-oppression is saying, why don't we build things that don't need to accommodate people? Why don't we just build things that they can like sit in, that they can just like use from the get-go? No mods.
Right.
The vanilla version of the game is good enough.
We don't even need to patch this, right? We launched it properly. I think that is a perfect metaphor for if you actually want social change, right? Mm-hmm. Like this is a conversation that always came up in my women's and gender studies classes, right? It's like, okay, so we want to make sure people can vote. We want to make sure people can get married. We want to make sure all these different people can have all these rights. And also, why are we keeping, like, we're just like assimilating more and more people into what is essentially fundamentally an oppressive system. Yep. It is built on and sustained by oppression.
Yep.
Maybe we actually need to dismantle that whole thing and rebuild something new so that everyone, like you said, from jump has access to everything that they need and accommodate, like, again, the accommodations, it's like everyone is just tended to. It's not seen as like, oh, you need something special. It's like, right. No, everybody's just, they get their needs met.
Right. And I mean like you, and I see this in my work, but I also see this from just like being around. And I see this sometimes from people who are in some spaces that we're adjacent to on Twitter, that like you see people doing the like, well, why do they get that? Like, why do they get extra help and I don't need it? And it's like, well, fool, you don't need that though.
Yeah, you just said you don't need it. Exactly.
Like you aren't getting extra time to like do your test because you can do the test in an hour. This other person can't.
Right.
And it's not that they can't because they're lazy or they're not trying hard enough or something like that. It's that like their brain is literally like looking at the test and like playing like flute sounds.
Right.
So like they need a little bit more time to like let the flute sounds stop doing the thing so that they can like focus in on the test and take the test.
It's so funny because I just saw something earlier on Twitter about like ADHD, and it's like my head is full of bees, you know, it's like that kind of thing. And I think it's so important to this because I feel like, again, one of my close friends is a disability advocate, and she's always talking about how that is one of the last things that typically gets addressed in a lot of situations. Yep. And again, understanding, she retweeted somebody who is called people just pre-disabled, and as someone who's taken care of elderly family members, that is correct. Like, yes. you don't understand that it could happen at any time. And also disability has nothing to do with who you are. It's about a society that has both no interest and has put no energy into attending you and the body that you're in right now.
Exactly.
And also I always wonder when people are like, well, why don't I get this? It's like, do you need it? Like,
right.
Like, but like also like, hey, are you disabled in some way, but you don't want to admit it because of your own internalized ableism?
Right.
Like if you're like, well, my brain is like this too. It's like, oh, honey, we actually have diagnoses for that. Like,
if you need that, we can help you. Like, we want to give that to you too.
Exactly. We're not like, if you need it, like, great, you should also have it. It's not like, oh no, you don't get it. Like,
right.
Like the idea, like true inclusiveness and true, like a true accommodation, for lack of a better word right now. It's like, oh no, that's for everyone. It's to make sure everybody gets what they need and is supported. Right. It's not just these select people.
Right. Or like so I work in a healthcare setting. That's as specific as I'll get with my job. I work in a healthcare setting. So we work with individual offices, and a lot of the offices are older, so they have gendered bathrooms, but they're also single stall bathrooms. So then I'll be like, well, why don't we just like take the gender off of it? Why don't you just like, it's a bathroom. The bathroom at your house isn't gendered, right? So like, you just use the toilet, just do it. It's easy. You do it every day.
Yeah.
And people are like, but then like, how will people know what bathroom to use? And I'm like, they use the one that doesn't have anybody in it. It's super easy. You can do this.
Exactly.
And it's like, it's just like, it's such a small place where you can point to, we're changing the way that this works so that it's comfortable for like this group of people.
Yes.
But you can still use the thing.
I know, you can still like, poop here. Like, it's
right. Like making sure that there's like braille on the like buttons on an elevator does not take away from people who are like sighted their ability to use the buttons. You can still press the button and it's still got the numbers on it. It just also has braille on it, so like more people can use it. And like 99% of like of the sorts of changes like this are things that it's like that it will not impact you at all. You can still do exactly what you were doing before, and you can still live your life. But also, like, these other people can come along too.
Right.
flabbergasting. The way that people react to this is flabbergasting.
Well, of course, again, that idea of like treating change, and Leslie, I am seeing your questions in chat. I'm not ignoring you, I promise. That idea of some sort of change like that is somehow taking away something from me. Again, I still have access to the bathroom. Who cares? I can
Right.
still press the buttons on the elevator. Who cares? Again, it's like, sure, if you want to add like different languages and on a sign, great, more people can use the sign. It doesn't mean I suddenly can't use the sign. It's a strange mindset to feel like something is being stolen from you, you know?
Right. And even in places where like opportunities really are being taken from people. So like
Right.
let's talk about like diversifying leadership and making sure that more people get a chance to speak. Like, maybe the question that you should be asking, if you feel like this woman or this trans person is coming and pushing me out of this space,
Yeah.
is like, are you truly the person who should be talking in the first place? Is your opinion actually the best and the brightest? Or are you at the top of the heap because you made sure that the heap was just you?
Oh, I don't think most people are ready for that question.
I mean, that's the 301 level thought, but like it's a big thought. Like, how many? I mean, we'll make this a really big thing. How many of the people who have been elected president of the United States were elected president of the United States because some other person who maybe was more capable of being president was a housekeeper, because that was the job they could have because they were a woman? Or they couldn't get a job because they couldn't get enough education because they were deaf.
Oh
Like, there's a joke that I used to work in politics, and there was a joke that we would tell a lot, that FDR probably couldn't get elected president now because people would see him in a wheelchair and be like, nope, not doing that.
Exactly. Yeah. Yes, this exactly.
And even then, like, was he able to like get around that in part because he was rich and still a white dude?
Right. And again, that's why that idea of, and again, I feel like, I mean, you used it properly. Obviously, intersectionality gets thrown around a lot, and I often misused. But again,
Yes.
It's understanding, like, no, there are many different systems. You have all these different identities. You don't have a singular experience. People don't share singular experiences, but you can look at certain similarities between, again, look at different structures of oppression. And it's like when people complain about affirmative action, and it's like, especially in like college admission, it's like, have you ever looked at the number of legacy students at any of these Ivy League schools? And then you have the audacity to be mad at people of color who suddenly have opportunity.
Yeah, I forget the exact name of the Supreme Court case, but the Supreme Court case from like 10 years ago, where there was a young woman who was trying to get into UT, and she sued UT, and it's why the Supreme Court overturned a certain kind of race-based college admissions.
Yes.
And she was a young white lady, and she was saying that basically, like, they came and took my spot. And the joke was that her grades were so bad that even under the new admission standard, she still wouldn't have gotten in. So it's like, honey, nobody took your spot. Your spot was outside of the building. Like, your spot was somewhere else. So, maybe you can pack your knives and go home. But instead, like, we all had to get dragged through, this like Supreme Court case that cost how many ever millions of dollars it cost in like legal fees, and
Right.
took up a spot on the Supreme Court docket, and ended up like resulting in some like not super great jurisprudence.
Yes.
Because this white lady was pressed that like she wasn't getting flowers that she didn't deserve.
That entitlement. Yeah.
just absolutely like flabbergasting. It's the word. It's the word of this presentation. Flabbergasting.
Exactly. Flabbergasting and spicy, like that is. That's where we're at.
Yeah.
Yeah. I am going to ask Leslie's question.
Yes.
What are some action items you'd prescribe for folks who want to take away from this talk and apply IRL?
Yeah. So I think that the number one thing, if you've never done this before, is to just like really think about your identity pieces and think about where you have power because of your identity in the social spaces that you're in, whether it's at work or in your friend group, or if you're in a ghost hunting group, in that group, or like wherever you're at. Just like you can make it into a meditation. Spend 5 minutes and just like write down like and you can bring up that I'll put a link on my website to this presentation so that people can like go look at it again. And you can pull out the bullseye chart and like just start writing down all of all of the identity pieces you hold, and just say like, as a man, I have this kind of power over other people because people will listen to me, or because whatever, or as a cis person, I know that everywhere I go, I can use whatever bathroom is labeled for me and no one's going to give me a hard time about it. Or whatever, like just sit for 5 minutes and just write it down and just see how it feels. And if it feels gross, why does it feel gross? And if it feels great and empowering, why does that feel like power to you? Why is that good? Should it be good? Do you like that it feels good to you? And if you do, I mean, then there's a lot of other stuff that I could probably help you with, but like, I don't know that I want to, unless you want to pay me. If you want to pay me to teach you to be less of a bigot, like, give me them bigot bucks. I'm ready for it.
Oh, yes.
But if you're not ready for that, like, then this whole talk was probably weird for you, and I'm confused at why you spent, how long have I been talking? An hour and 51 minutes just like hanging out with us.
Like still here,
yeah. Seems weird that you're still here. Thanks for staying though.
Right, exactly. Especially like hanging in, not commenting in the chat the entire time, just like quietly, thoughtfully listening to all these things that they violently disagree with.
Like, that almost makes me feel like you might be more enlightened than me, because I know if I was listening to the opposite, like, I would have either rage quit or like been in the comments like popping off like an hour and 50 minutes ago. So
yes, exactly. I know. You know, it's funny though. I mean, some people are totally lacking in self-awareness. I find it fascinating, right? But usually it's not in that direction where they don't think they're as progressive as they are. It's usually they think they're doing more work than they ever have in their entire lives.
Yeah. One other thing that I think is just helpful for kind of opening your eyes is like, pick a day where you're doing like pretty normal stuff for yourself, and just keep track of every time you have like a substantive interaction with a person who is not like you. And you may be quite surprised at how long that list is. It might not be very long.
Yeah.
Or you might be surprised at how long that list actually is. That once you really drill it down into all of the ways that people can be different from each other, and I'm not just talking about cosmetic things, I'm talking about like real substantive things, that you might actually realize that you interact with way more people who think things, or like whose experience of the world is actually really different than yours. Right. And then again, spend some time kind of just like sitting with that. How does that make you feel? Are you good with that? does it make you upset? Why does it make you upset? And then especially if it makes you upset, why is that condition true?
Yes.
And then what are you going to do about it?
Yes. Again, like we talked about on the podcast, that inner alchemy, right? Like you have to sit first with really interrogating why you think the way you think, why you're reacting the way you're reacting to situations. Again, the work is never done. You keep, but press what, like, okay, you're having some reaction, like really sit with that, like sit in it, and then acknowledge, like, oh, you might learn some terrible things about yourself, but again, you can do the work to change it, like that. It's not like, oh, I think this terrible thing and it's done. No. No, you have a brain, you can reprogram. Again, neuroplasticity is a real scientific thing. You can do a lot.
Yeah. And I just want to call out in the chat, the last thing that came up is Kai saying the more privilege you have, the less often cancel them is the answer for what your work is. And like, I just want to say about people getting canceled, I don't know any people who come from historically underprivileged backgrounds who the first time somebody messed up, they're like, yep, throw them in the garbage, like completely away with them. Like, I think all of us, and I know I should never say all, but I think all of us are at least willing to say, like, maybe that first time was a mistake. Maybe you didn't know. Maybe you weren't thinking about it.
Right.
But the second time is maybe the time when people are like, I don't know, man. There's a comedian, I forget the comedian's name, but the joke he made was that you're only a racist if you go back to the Klan rally. Because the first time you could have just not known. And then you got there and you were like, well, I'm here. So if I leave, then they'll know I know that this is weird. And then they might like do something weird. But also, like, I don't know what they do here. So like, I want to know. So I'm just going to like, I'm going to stick around and figure it out.
Yes.
But I'm not coming back. But if you go back, like, sorry, buddy, you might be actually into it.
Again, that idea of like, well, okay, so, but they had a couple good ideas about fill in the blank. Like, oh, really? That's interesting.
I'm sure somebody else had those good ideas too, who wasn't like matching it up with like, you know, putting all of the Jews in like camps.
Oh my God. That, and we've talked about this before. It's like, okay, why is this the person? Again, when you have billions of people on this planet, like one person says an idea you like, but it's packaged in all of this bigotry and hatred and nonsense. And your idea isn't like, okay, let me find someone else with the good idea who doesn't have all this. It's let me excuse all of this nonsense because I really love this idea. Again, the privilege involved in being able to compartmentalize like that. I don't know marginalized people who are like, you know, standing, and they're probably out there, but like standing horrible bigots, you know, it's just a lot of white people are like, okay, well, he hates gay people, but again, he knows somebody who's actually in the Illuminati. It's like, I don't want to say this anymore. I am done.
Yeah, and I mean, like, I think you're right that like there are Clarence Thomases everywhere. Like, there's always that one person that either it's because they are like, well, but they were nice to me, so it's fine, or, and this is another different kind of way to think about intersectionality, that there are people who have such a strong conception of themselves that's attached to a privileged identity that they like push away the parts of themselves that are marginalized. So like they're like totally like, I'll pick on somebody else in the government, Marsha Blackburn, who like, it's like, sweetie, they want to put you in the like birthing camps too. Like they're not They're not excluding you from this.
Right.
But like she has such a strong conception of herself as a white person, but also a woman who fits into patriarchy and is comfortable with that role.
Yes.
That like that's where she operates from.
Right.
So for some of us, that's the work that we have to do, is to say like, do I actually have a place here? Or am I just at the top of the crab barrel? Pushing everybody else down so I can stay at the top of it. Wouldn't it be better if you just weren't in the barrel in the first place?
Exactly. Again, if you have to keep other people down in order to maintain your position at the top, that's bad. Like, can't you like envision a society where nobody has to do that? I always, anytime I see people like that, I'm just like, what sacrifice have you made of who you are, your personal integrity? Like, is there really, like, do you really think that this is the authentic expression of yourself, and this is the society that allows for it, and this is the structure that allows for it? Like, what do you really do? Are you not paying attention? Like,
right?
If you have a sword of Damocles over your head, right? And everybody else but everyone else is being led to the slaughter. It's like, they're coming for you too. It might not be now, but it's next. And it might not be immediately next, but you're on the list. Like, I'm always flummoxed by it.
Yeah.
To not have that awareness.
Yeah. And I mean, I think some of that lack of awareness comes back to things that other speakers were talking about yesterday, about vulnerability and being willing and comfortable enough in yourself to say like, if I really actually was able to compete with everybody, I wouldn't be number one. So there are things that I can do to improve myself, or there's nothing I can do to improve myself, and I just like have to sit in the comfort of being mediocre, like most of us do.
Right. I feel like I see a lot of I mean, again, it's Twitter, it's a cesspool. Like, we know a lot of good people, but a lot of dudes who think that they're like philosopher kings, and it's like, no, you just had a mom who didn't tell you no. Like, that's that's white privilege, friend.
Yeah. You read like 3 books and then stopped because you were done. You read all the books, right?
Right. So you knew all the things.
Yeah.
That's my favorite. I know better than these people. It's like, oh yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, buddy.
Yeah, that's what leads people to getting in fights with OBGYNs over like the structure of people's genitals, or getting in fights with my favorite thing in the world. I think this was like 4 or 5 years ago. This astrophysicist was talking about boiling water in space. And she used the word spontaneous, which Adler can back this up, and science has a very, very specific definition. And some jackhole felt like they needed to get up in this woman's mentions and be like, well, it's not spontaneous. There's actually a lot of phenomena that like blah, 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 blah. And she's like, bro, I know. That's what I was talking about. And he's like, well, I just don't think that you want to use the word spontaneous. And she's like, here's my NASA badge that says, yeah, I was. And it's just like,
yeah.
I want so badly to have that much confidence that I can be like, I know that I'm not an astrophysicist, but I stayed at a Holiday Inn once. So I'm going to tell this person whose like profession is in this that they're wrong. And expect for that to go well? Like that's the part that like really gets me is that like it seems like then like these people are then always like, wait, why are you challenging me? And it's like, bruh, why did you think that was gonna work?
Exactly.
What did you think was gonna happen? How was this gonna go in your head? Because I don't know.
Because the way I operate is the exact opposite. Where
Right.
even when I know beyond a shadow of a doubt, I'm like, I don't know if I should say anything. And then someone
Right.
says exactly what I was going to say. And I was like, all right, well, okay, I should have.
I think for those guys on Twitter, it ends up with them making out with her somehow. I have no idea because it's such a convoluted, it's so strange that I've never thought that like I'm really bad at math. My mother has a master's in math, and I've never been like, but I got a beard. This is like, let me tell you something about this. I just like, help, please. More likely. I also think the one, you know what you were saying about the one thing that seems to I run into, at least in my work a little bit, is we're not going to change anything for accessibility because it ruins somebody's like grand vision of the thing.
Yeah.
Like there's some one person at the top has like the grand vision of the thing. You're like, this doesn't work for all these other people, and but it compromises the grand vision.
And it's like, I hate to tell you, your vision sucks.
Thank you.
Like, your vision is so bad.
Exactly.
We've had that. I don't want to say too much. There are things about it I like. Our building is architecturally significant, but also it's not good at being a building. And it's not good at being a building for a lot of people in a lot of ways. And I've had that conversation. Like, perhaps we should spend some money on changing some of the things in the building. And it's like,
no, it
compromises the architects thing. I'm like, I tell you what, I will fight the architects in the parking lot. As a rural American, this is a traditional, I challenge you, traditional dispute solving exercise that my people have practiced for generations. And if I win, we get to fix the building. If you win, we preserve the artistic integrity of it. But
yeah,
like, isn't the building so old that they're not even like alive anymore?
No, there's the guys that built the new the old building. Yes, the new building they're out there. I don't know. They could show up one day and be like, "What did you do to the building?" I don't know.
I mean, I think the real truth though, and I think that any of you who are like really into pop culture will know exactly what I'm talking about, or who are like very online. Like the whole thing this week with Lizzo and James Madison's flute. That like there are so many people who when their jimmies get real rustled about stuff like this, that it's because they're mad about somebody that they don't want either speaking up and using their voice, or that they're mad that they're being challenged, or they feel like they're being challenged, that then they make up the reason why it's actually like totally normal that they're like this like upset about asking for a building to have some ramps put in it, or about some lady playing a classically trained flautist playing a flute.
Right.
Beautiful.
Flute that they probably didn't even know existed
That's
until
the
she
part
was playing
that got
it.
me.
Definitely
okay?
didn't.
Yeah.
I'm like, I will cash out all of my money. Okay, I will give every one of these pundits, everybody that is mad, if you can prove to me that on August 1st of this year you knew that flute existed, I will give every single one of them like $200.
Right.
Yeah.
But it's just like, you gave pretty much the person, like, of all the people right now, this is like, she's in the top 3 people that should play the flute. Right. I'm assuming there are like 2 other great flautists that I don't know about, but it's like, we know Lizzo because she's more popular in our modern consciousness than various. I'm sure there's a classical musician that's like, I want to play it too, but It's like if you think you don't want to let me play it.
No.
Well, yeah, none of the people who are complaining even know, probably didn't even know what a flute was versus other like instruments /
Right.
woodwinds. Certainly didn't know one was made out of crystal,
Right.
Again, that's the thing that annoyed me so much. It's like all you have to do is see her playing in that hall when she really starts playing. And apparently that was like a plexiglass one and not the actual crystal one. Like the heart, the love that she has for it. And the anger, like all these people getting like so mad about her disrespecting. It's like, she knows how to play. She cares about this instrument. Like she is like truly talented, and die mad about it. It just makes me so mad. She's anyway, bigot's gonna bigot. I get it, but like, I don't. Be aware of what you're doing and what you're saying and where it's coming from again. Because if somebody who looked different was doing it, again, if maybe somebody a little paler, like, or assigned male at birth, would you having the same reaction? But people don't want to interrogate that. They just get mad.
Whoops.
And with that, I will have to inform you that we have Erica Lukes waiting. And this is another one. I'm sure this could go for hours, but and maybe it will someday. But Nick, thank you for coming on. Thank you for coming. Thanks for coming on like multiple times here too.
Glad to.
And bring in the spice.
Yeah.
Really appreciate that.
Gotta rustle some jimmies. Why not?
Yeah.
They need to be. Yes.
All right. And with that, I'm going to bring Erica on. Doing really well today. So far, I hope. Glad everybody's sticking with us on this.
Yes.
Because we're can't believe we've been doing this for 3 whole days. No, like 2 whole days really, but hello.
Hello.
Welcome.
Thank you.
So good to have you here.
Thanks.
Of course.
Last but certainly not least, in our PanParacon presentations, everybody, you're sticking around for this one too. I'm gonna, after we kind of went nonstop through these, take a break, smash the tip jar button, buy a shirt, drink some water. As it gets later, stretch. Make sure you take your meds. I almost forgot mine last night, and take it away.
Oh, did I take my ADHD one this morning? At this point, I don't know. Whoa. Here's Emmy.
Perfect.
So what's happening?
How
was the weekend been? I've been watching.
It's been fantastic. Again, lots of spicy chatting, talking about bigotry and anti-racist work on the paranormal. And again, you and I talk about this pretty much every time we see each other. It's like, oh, let's get very spicy about people being terrible in these fields.
And I mean, I hate to, it's negative, but what can I tell you? It's something that you and I both know needs to be addressed. And I think I've seen it firsthand, and it's just not the way I would choose to treat other people. And people need to stand up and start protecting those in the community that are maybe more vulnerable. And
Yes.
Now's the time.
Yes. I mean, we talked about this on Friday. Like, you have to lead caring about people first, because you, like, the person in front of you is the thing that you can prove. Aliens, Bigfoot, fairies, gods and goddesses, all of that stuff. You can have a feeling about all that. You might even have an experience that you can't explain, but what can you see? It's the people in front of you. So if you don't care about relationships, if you don't care about mental health, if you don't care about people, if you just don't care about people, period, all of that stuff, you're never going to come from to any of those subjects in a good, positive way if everything is rooted in a lack of concern for other human beings.
Absolutely. And that's the shocking thing to me is in both of the, the paranormal and the UFO communities, there is an unfortunate lack of empathy, which we should be all about empathizing. We should be all about positive rainbows and unicorns and, all this fun stuff. And it's like, this is some of the most negative people I've ever been around. When you get on, like, say, UFO Twitter and places like that, it's just like it really is a unfortunate group of people that are either maybe just angry, paid to be there to harass people, and things like that. And so it's interesting, but we need to stand up for each other more.
Well, that's exactly it. It's calling people and like you said, calling people out on all of this, because especially, I don't know. I mean, I obviously you and I talk a lot about like the UFO culture. I don't necessarily, well, I'm not as aware of who clearly seem to be paid bad actors in other fields. I'm sure they exist, but it is astonishing to me, kind of terrifying to me, to see in the UFO community people who clearly don't have anyone's best interests at heart, or only have their bank accounts interests at heart, engaging in the UFO community, preying on people, either who are just well-meaning or on the other end have potentially serious mental health issues, and trying to get them enmeshed in these, conspiracy thinking, in these, like, essentially indulging like paranoid delusions in some cases. Right. As opposed to taking a step back and saying, like, okay, I hear you and I hear what you're saying. What else is going on in your life right now? No, I'm a hybrid. I'm a soul seed, and I am part of some intergalactic space program. And here are 10 other people who are going to be with me at this conference talking about it, right?
Yeah, good. It's great. I just the things that you hear, and like, I get it, because I was so excited when I got into this publicly, and I was at all the conferences, and it's like, oh my gosh, it's Richard Dolan, and it's like all of these people, and then it's like, as you get to know people and then see their agendas and the way they operate, you're like, well, there's another one that just fell off the tree. And it really is, I can think of very, very few people in the public that I even respect in this topic. And that's unfortunate, but we've allowed people to take hold that are very clearly racist, homophobic, sexist, really, and to throw in the fact that they're Nazis. They're, I mean, I don't know what else to say, but it's just like, come on, people. This is do some digging behind the scenes, figure out what you're talking about, make sure you understand people and their connections to other people and organizations or groups, and do your due diligence, because this is your mental health and the mental health of others that are at stake.
Thank you. Exactly. And that again, as somebody who came from, my grandparents again had to flee, they were in Germany because they had been taken as slaves. And so they were already displaced refugees, and then had to leave and rebuild their lives because everything had been destroyed by Nazis. So I always think, like, God, what would my grandparents be thinking about right now that we have normalized, again, talking about good Nazis, right? In these fields with, I mean, I see pushback in my community, but I'm not seeing pushback in like kind of a broader community or a broader questioning of it. Like you said, you have all these people who are like, questioning our old narratives about things, but they're not interrogating and looking at, as you mentioned, there are clear like financial ties, business ties, social ties, governmental ties that are actually like accountable, that you can find, that it's not made up, it's not part of a conspiracy. There's actual research that you can see and look up and know like, oh, maybe these people don't have my best interests at heart. That research people aren't doing, but they're willing to extrapolate and think like, oh, maybe there were good Nazis. Oh, maybe there is a secret space program where people are getting sent into the future and then de-aged.
On. Well, clearly they haven't taken me yet, so whatever. I'm waiting for you, Space Brothers. Mama needs to be de-aged. Stat.
Well, and you mentioned too, because I would love to talk to people who don't know about UFO Classified, for you to talk, because I feel like, you said you know the people who seem to be good actors. I feel like they're the ones who end up on your show. So if you would be willing to talk about how UFO Classified came about.
Sure. Yeah, back I had always read, since a little kid, I'd read books about UFOs and ghosts, and I just love all of this. I've been fascinated by it forever. And so when in 2013, I had a sighting, what I thought was a UFO, which probably it turns out it might not have been, I don't know. The jury, my mind is changing every day. But so I began getting into this. I became the state director for Utah MUFON, and then worked for headquarters doing different media things. And then I started a radio show back then. So because I love talking to people, it's just really fun. And Lord knows the people I brought on my show now, I would not be caught dead bringing them on today. Let me just tell you. So you better feel lucky you were on 7 years ago, because you ain't coming on again.
Spice.
That's so bad. I don't care. Anyway, blame it on hormone. No, I don't know what, but yeah. So I've done the show almost every Friday. Yeah. Maybe I've missed maybe 10 Fridays in 7 years. And I love it. The people, I've got such great community, like you do, all the people that you have that support you, just a really respectful group of people that is not afraid to ask questions and is not afraid to stand up for each other. And they are really, in my estimation, a new good generation, the kind of people we need to engage in this subject.
Yeah.
So it's really, UFO Classified is just my little baby,
Of course.
I love it. It's my baby.
Of course.
Well, a cute baby.
Yeah, exactly. Especially again, when it's something that you care about. And I do think it's funny, but it also makes sense that sometimes you associate with people and then you find out a little bit more about them. And you're like, oh, I'm never talking to you again. I'm going to mute you on Twitter, because if I unfollow you, that's going to cause a bit of a scene, but I don't want to know what your ideas are anymore. I might periodically check in to see how far off the cliff that you have fallen, but I'm going to disavow any previous working relationship with you, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Because a lot of it isn't immediately apparent.
Yeah, you know what? I totally agree. And it has been interesting to learn more about people and things. And so, and what are we talking about? I don't know. What are we talking about? So, and for those who don't and I can't read the YouTube stuff. So if there's anything on there, just keep me posted. But
I definitely will. Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, my name is Erica Lukes. I'm an archivist historian. I have been investigating UFO cases and investigating people in ufology for many, many years. And it's my love and passion. And I definitely feel like right now I've just started with a person that you've had on your PanParacon last year, Jack Brewer. I've started an organization with him, a nonprofit that is going to be really groundbreaking in the subject of ufology and research. And so we're looking forward to that. And I love it. It's fun. So
I love that too, because I mean, we've talked about this before, but so much it's about like what you're doing, and I always mention that I adore Jack, is really broadening the field and allowing more people to be engaged, and not like dismissed, like you were talking about, like, hey, you might have actually just seen a drone in the sky, but let's do some education to tell you why it's a drone. And again, it's cool that you are outside and you were
Right.
looking up at the stars, and you saw something and you didn't know what it was. Again, if it's like proper scientific inquiry, we're going to take a look at what is actually going on, and not making you feel like you're an idiot because you thought it was a UFO. Like, to you, technically it was, because you couldn't identify it. We can identify certain things though.
Right.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, it's just, it's a whole, I'm excited that the subject is changing. The past few years have been very tumultuous because you have certain people like, Lou Elizondo, and then the new owner of Skinwalker Ranch, and that group of people. You've got people that are coming into it and trying to kind of muddy the waters and do things just for whatever purposes and things. And so it's like a very, it's an important part of the history of the subject. And I think right now more than ever, we need to be very diligent about who we are following and do homework on them and watch their actions and watch, if they're saying they're going to be transparent, then make sure that they are transparent and hold people to their accountable for what they say, because this is UFO subject especially has just been used and abused for so many nefarious reasons, and that is unfortunate. Hopefully in another 5 years it will have been cleaned up a little bit more, and
Yeah. I mean, that's what I hope for. And again, I think that, and I do see, and maybe it is just my like good little corner of the internet of people who actually want to ask, are asking questions and want to ask questions, and aren't just falling in line with certain narratives. It's like, okay, well, why is it this person who's suddenly at the forefront of all of this? Like, A, where did they come from? B, who are they affiliated with? And like you said, C, that transparency. If you're constantly promising information, disclosure, whatever you want to call it, but you're not ever presenting any evidence, what are you doing? I think about this in academic fields. Of course, I'm going to forget the name of this person now, but there was somebody who had like made some grand declaration, and wrote a book and published this research and made wild claims, right? And then people were like, okay, where's your data for this? People have tried to replicate your study and nobody's been able to get the same results. Like, can we look at your data? And like, he kept putting it off and kept putting it off and kept putting it off because he just fabricated the whole thing.
Uh-huh.
Like, again, when this happens in an academic field, you get drummed out. We're not gonna ever talk to you again.
Yeah,
But
you would think. I mean, you would think it should be that way here too, but hey,
I know.
nope, it's okay. People are, releasing leaked documents and all sorts of things, and they're not going to jail. And I mean, it's just really crazy to see what happens.
Well, and that's fascinating too, because again, it's like Reality Winner went to prison. Like,
right.
Like that's what happens when you actually release documents that you're not supposed to. So this idea that like somehow these things are getting secreted out and nobody is there's no accountability for any of that. And again, not questioning how that's even possible.
Right. I mean, it's just, oh, he said it is. Oh no. Okay. I mean, it's oh, no, I mean, I could be so naughty. I won't be.
You could be as not. This has been a
Sunday.
very
I shouldn't
spicy
be.
conference.
No, but I mean, it's just, yeah, yeah. Basically, it's like a little clown circus. It's like, who's going to step out of the clown car today? Jeremy Corbell? Okay, clearly. And who is it next? I mean, it's just like, if you can't, like you're saying, if people are asking you questions and you can't provide the data, then it's that's on you, and people should start holding people really literally accountable. Okay, you're saying that there are dangerous levels of ionizing radiation. then where are the reports? And why are you still taking people on tours and having them pay to be exposed to levels of radiation?
That's a really good point. It's like, if you actually think that there are dangerous, toxic things here, but let's just keep having a parade of people come in and they'll sign NDAs, but really it's all fine. Again, questioning the motives, questioning what is happening behind any of that. Like, is this real then? Because if it's real, then you're doing something dangerous. And if it's not real, you're just lying to people.
Right.
And do we care about your voice or what you have to say or what you're doing anymore?
Right.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, because, some of these people have large platforms, on different channels and things, people get sucked up very easily, like I think we all did when we read certain books, a few years back, and believed the common narrative that was being put forward. And you see, oh my gosh, that guy's a scientist. Oh my gosh, that guy's an award-winning journalist, and, different things. And so you have a level of trust in people, but in reality, as I've learned and grown in this field, the reality is that there's a lot of things that don't add up. And we should be having fun exploring and learning about our environment and learning about just everything. And it should be really fun and cool, and we shouldn't be bullied and ripped apart by others.
That too, I'm always astonished by, and I see this in occult communities too, where you see somebody who is clearly behaving like a bully to anybody who disputes their narrative, right? Like it's usually a specific kind of guy, right? And he's like got a narrative and a story and thinks he's like king of the hill and knows more than anybody else, right? I made a joke earlier about like philosopher kings. It's always some mediocre dude who thinks he's a philosopher king. And the violence that is met with any dissenting opinion. And again, some people can be awful online, but some people are just asking questions. And if they're immediately like sicking the dogs on these people, like, to me, that undermines their credibility as any kind of authority about anything, certainly about like spiritual matters, but also in matters of like governmental things. Because it's like, wait a minute, you're claiming that you used to work for the government or some higher level situation where you had to like keep your cool about everything, and you're blowing up at some rando on Twitter over a question. Okay, let's take a step back and really evaluate like what's going on here.
Yes, let's. Let's do that. We need to do that. Exactly. Yeah, we do. I don't know.
Someone in chat is saying, am I talking about Joe Rogan? I'm not actually. There's someone specific in mind, but we could be, yes. There are just a lot of people who are making bold claims and there's no evidence. And for me, it's like, again, I love philosophy. I love exploring ideas. I love all of that kind of stuff. Unless you are, but as soon as you call it science, there's a very specific protocol to follow, like yes. What is the evidence? What is happening there? My friend Pux is in chat referencing other people. He also said that you have a top show because you make the UFO broskies twitch. That is
sweet. Thank you. Somebody's got to do it.
And again, it's like it helps. I mean, ideally, we're going to work together to call more of this out, because it is so hard to be just like a lone voice in the wilderness. And you're saying, no, I don't like this. And everyone else is telling you that there's something wrong with you.
And that for a long time, it was me just alone. I'm just sitting out there in the wind, getting, ripped apart time and time again by specific people and things. And it was just like, wow, it finally feels good after all this time to have a support system. And it has taken, almost 10 years. And that's sad. And most of the other people that would have gone through some of these things would have been long gone, as they should be for, their own mental health.
Of course. But and that's sad too, because again, it's like, how many people do we drive out of these fields because there's no support, and because we aren't, I mean, that seems to be like a theme also of the conference of like, okay, well, what voices are we listening to, and who are we actually protecting versus not in this community? Like, who do we decide gets special treatment, and who do we decide is like a persona non grata, and we don't want them involved and we don't want them around? Yeah.
Well, huh. Yep. No, sorry. Just being
No,
spicy. Spicy.
Look, you have plenty of reasons to be spicy, as we have talked about on your show and on my podcast, which will be coming out in a couple of weeks. Yeah, is there one particular like case when you were working for MUFON, or a couple of cases that you were really inspired by? I mean, we've been talking about like spice and being angry, but are there things that you experienced there that got you really excited?
You know, I had a couple cases that I think were really fun cases. I'm not sure, you know, I can't say that there was extraterrestrials involved, but they were really, really fun from an investigative sort of place, because in the first one was I knew this fellow, and he was a radio show host here, Pat Daniels, and I had learned that he was listening to, he used to scan radio frequencies, and he was a ham operator and different things, and he was up late at night, and he overheard a series of communications between a flight crew and the tower, and it was, you know, the what he could make out of it was that the flight crew was questioning what this large orange object was that was underneath them that appeared to be keeping pace with the plane. And so I talked to him. We couldn't figure out what airline it was. And so we went to air traffic control, and you can sit there and listen to all of the conversations that come in. And I mean, it took a long time to do, you know, it's like, wow, this is a good time waiting to happen here. But, you know, we finally were able to find enough. We were able to identify, yes, this was American Airlines Flight 434 coming from Philadelphia to San Francisco. And then I had two people that I was working with on this, and we did a FOIA request for, you know, the radar information and flight data and audio. And we got that back, and it was analyzed, and there were a multitude of objects that spanned about a 7-mile area over Nephi, Utah. And there was it was ruled out that it was ground clutter or things like that, but it was quite interesting because there appeared to be multiple hits on the radar. Yes. And we could never figure out, you know, what that could have been. So that was a really fun case. And, you know, I love investigating things, digging into things. And even if it is, you know, I will learn like in 10 years, that's something that was caused by A, B, C, or D. It was still really cool. So
that exactly. It's like, it's that adventure, right? Like you said, it should be fun. It should be playful. You know, again, this is another theme of the conference, that like so much of what is like serious research, or what we consider serious, and like play gets discredited, and excitement almost gets discredited because it's not the serious work. But like you said, like talking with people, going on an adventure, doing the proper research, and trying to get whatever information you can. And also knowing like, okay, so I have this conception of what this thing is now, but that might change as more information comes in. And then I find out like, oh yeah, they actually, you know, reanalyzed or whatever. We know what this particular, you know, what this ground clutter was, right?
Yeah.
But yeah.
It was interesting. And I mean, it could have very well been some sort of testing of something. I mean, who knows?
Yeah.
But it was really fascinating. And it was nominated, or it was one of the top 10 cases for MUFON of the year. And also I had talked with several people that were high up at MUFON, and they seemed to think it was one of the best cases that they've ever had. One of the best cases they've ever had you've never heard about.
Well, this is something that I want to tie into to the nonprofit you created. I feel I've heard this before, that there's so much information in MUFON archives that none of us will ever see. That it's just like in a vault somewhere and won't see the light of day. As a researcher, I find that incredibly sad.
It is sad. I mean, there are some good reasons though, why some of, it would have to be redacted, and there would have to be, there's a lot of personal information in there. And especially, since I was told by a fellow that used to work for MUFON that there are investigators that were actually delusional enough to ask people what prescription medications they were taking and entering people's private information into the MUFON database where everybody could see it. So there were some interesting, it would be interesting, but it would definitely need to be for sure redacted.
Of course.
But it is, as a researcher, when you have archives, when you've got places where they seem to just be sweeping up all this information and none of it is really ever becoming available, you like wonder, what is the agenda there? Are you trying to rewrite history? Are you data mining? Like, what are you doing with these cases?
Exactly that. Yes. Yeah. If you're, and especially if so much work is being put into collecting this data, collating this data, and then it's just in a dark room somewhere that nobody ever sees. Again, I have a more conspiratorial brain. It's like, okay, what is the purpose of that then? Again, it's so much information, so many man hours, so much like care and consideration for something that essentially falls in like a fancy garbage dump. What's the point of that?
Well, I think there could be a few different things going on there. But I think data is money. People are paying for, and I really, truly feel, we know what was going on with Cambridge Analytica and different things like that. What a great way to, if you're collecting UFO reports from witnesses, how are you, you're learning about part of their psychology, some of the questions that that certain questionnaires ask you are very interesting. What is your religion? Yada, yada. So,
yes.
I fully feel that somebody's doing something pretty interesting with the data, but
I think that, and that actually ties to a question that we have in chat, again, from Pucks. What's really disturbing is Eric Weinstein's involvement now. Erica, do you have any thoughts about that?
I find it very disturbing as well. Yeah, absolutely. And I know that everybody was kind of just talking about how great the interview was with Putoff, and they both did together and things, but it is interesting, the timing of it all, his business associations with, Mr. Data Mining himself, Peter Thiel.
Right.
These are questions that I think we should really, really be looking into.
Exactly.
Especially with the political climate, especially with QAnon, especially with all this kind of, finding people that have a little conspiratorial bent to them and a sense of, certain things. There's something going on here.
Exactly. And again, that idea of like vulnerable people and it's vulnerable people, their data and just their personhood is being exploited, and we don't know what for. It's like all of this kind of, again, like these like dark things that are happening in secret rooms, and we don't know. We're just, whatever we see in front of us is not necessarily the whole story.
Yeah, no, it is concerning. And there are days when I'm just like, I'm just going to close down my Facebook account because of the, you're learning more and more about how data was used and manipulated and things. And it's just, it's a good time to be very cautious about
of course.
things.
Well, and I wanted to ask you this too, because I can't stop thinking about, you talking about people at MUFON who are collecting all of this information, sometimes very private information, just entering it into a database. What kind of training did you have in MUFON for collecting data from experiencers?
Not a lot.
Okay. And that's fine too.
I had to take a test, and there was a book. And the book, their manuals over the years have actually been quite good. But, when you are dealing with people who are claiming that they have had abduction experiences, it's a whole other issue. And some of the statements I've heard from people who are on these teams it's really takes me aback. I mean, because it's like you're going out and saying that the tall, benevolent space brothers are here, and that, the starseed thing, you're special, you're chosen, come and join our, little cult of whatever we're doing. But I mean, these people should not be, in my opinion, at all even dealing with that subject. These should be trained and licensed professionals dealing with this.
Well, and this concern comes up a lot in ghost hunting, where, people are claiming to hear or see things in the middle of the night, and very rarely, at least in the mainstream television shows, they're like, well, it's a demon in your house. And it's never like, hey, what happened to you recently? Like, where's your head at? I'm assuming with MUFON, there's never is there ever a conversation about mental health issues when you're talking with experiencers?
I would really be frightened to probably hear it if there was. I mean, I think, and there are, and I don't want to, cast there are good people that are doing this, and I do have friends in MUFON that have been very respectful and have known their boundaries, and so I appreciate all of them. But I do think it should be concerning, seriously, when you've got people, oh, you think you saw this, or you might have, and they're immediately telling that person what it was they saw, what it should mean to them, and hey, come to our barbecue next week. I mean, or let us hypnotize you, and we'll see where it goes. And it's just like, I look back on the meetings I've been to, or the conferences, and I just think, holy crap. I mean, this is dangerous. This is really dangerous stuff.
Exactly. Well, again, I mentioned in the chat about hypnosis, like that. It is. I've seen, there's this one specific regression analysis that I saw that was posted by the hypnotist online. Yes, cat chat.
I knew that you'd love to see my baby.
Of course.
You knew.
It's been a running theme. I love it. Oh, the baby. Oh my God.
Very lovely baby.
Oh my God. I
He's
love
very naughty.
it. You know what? That's totally fine as well. Hypnosis. It's kind of terrifying to me that is still used as a respected measure of getting people's memories, recovering their memories, especially when anything that you're able to see online. There was one in particular where it was so very clear that the hypnotist was pushing a narrative and implanting memories, and wanted the person to say very specific things about her experiences and who she communicated with and what they wanted from her. There was even one point where they encouraged her to get off of her medications so that the aliens could better communicate. Medication like she needed, right? And again, that there's no, that there isn't an immediate ethics question about any of this, that somebody can still be seen as a luminary in the field when they're clearly doing wildly unethical things.
Right. That is so scary. And I mean, really, and I mean, I like I said, I remember being, and being wide-eyed and bushy-tailed and like, oh my gosh, this is so cool. And yeah, I mean, just all sorts of, things that I was going to some of these sessions. I mean, I went down a few rabbit holes, and now I'm so glad that I can look back and go, oh, that was awkward. And because it's really like, and I would encourage, well, maybe I wouldn't encourage, but it is interesting to go to some of these conferences and just watch the behavior, watch the cult-like figures pulling the people around, and you're special. Come with me. You're special. Come with me. You know, and that's happened a lot up near Skinwalker Ranch. And that really, you know, is one of those, because it's my community. This is my state. You know, I just get very upset with, you know, people that do that to other human beings. It's quite wrong.
Of course.
And very unethical.
Again, wildly unethical and kind of terrifying that people aren't, that there isn't more pushback. I guess that's what I like will never be able to get over. And I understand the idea of like cults of celebrity and things like that. And people want access to what they see as exclusive information, and they want to be one of the cool kids. And especially if they see somebody who is like violently pushing back against somebody online, they're like, well, I don't want to be in the camp of, you know, people who are not respected by this person that I respect. So I will not say anything. But I don't understand the impulse to exploit the vulnerable. And especially like you're saying, it's like, this is your home turf too. Like, is there something, again, I know it's your home, like, is there something mystical about Utah in terms of like the UFO experience, in terms of just the atmosphere at night?
No, I'm kidding. The pregnant pause. That was dramatic. You know, I mean, Utah is, first of all, it's one of the most stunning places on earth. It is just, the skies at night are phenomenal. I'm really excited to get to go on a trip in the next little bit, and that's what we're going to be doing, just getting our telescopes out and our night vision goggles and nerding out, and you know, whatever we're going to do. It's going to be so much fun. But you know, there are lots of, you know, legends and lore, like there is every place. There also is a lot of military testing going on here. You know, we have a very large aerospace and defense contracting community here in Utah. And we have the Utah Test and Training Range here, which is hundreds of thousands of acres. We've got Dugway Proving Ground, you know, where lots of things, well, we don't know what goes on out there because it's top secret. So, but it is, you know, we've got a lot going on here. But, you know, there's do I feel that, you know, there's anything going on at certain places in Utah that are talked about a lot? No, I don't.
Of course.
So, but that's me just being bad. My cat's going to push over my computer at any
Oh, no.
moment. So hey, Mufasa, seriously, come here. Come over here. Come to mommy. Holy shizzles.
Look, it's excitement. I'm into it.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
cat-based chaos. We can roll with it.
Good.
Yeah, I talked about this with Mortalis yesterday in terms of ghosts and hauntings, things like that, that we have this idea that there are only specific buildings or specific areas where you can see things or have weird experiences. It doesn't have to be a ranch where you see a UFO or you see a cryptid or something like that. Again, there are legends of this stuff literally everywhere.
Yeah.
The idea that it's only localized to a specific space, and by the way, it's a specific space that only a certain specific subset of people have access to and are willing to grant other people access to. Oh, and by the way, you have to have the same narrative about this space that we do and can't say anything critical, and here's the NDA you have to sign. That gets a little dangerous, right?
I think so. Yes. Yeah, I do. I think it's yeah, I mean, it again, it's like if you're really open to scientific study, that's been your main goal, then that certainly wouldn't be the way to go about it. My first thought, if I'm investigating UFOs, is not to shoot a rocket where they supposedly, you know, are. I mean, hurry up, boys, let's get them rockets out. Let's go launch them rockets right at the mothership, you know. God.
It's the same people who are trying to hunt Bigfoot, like literally hunt Bigfoot. Like they will not rest until they have a Bigfoot like carcass that they can show the world. Is like, look, this thing exists. It's like, why do you want, if you really believe this thing is out there, why do you want to kill it? especially again with like UFOs or Bigfoot, like this could reorder the way that we look at the world, and your impulse, it again,
Yeah.
it's like
Shoot it.
exactly. I was talking, Alex Matsuo was talking earlier about this idea with like with ghosts, that so many of these ghost hunting shows, they will go into a space that they think is haunted and then antagonize whatever spirit they think is there, bring up the worst moments of that person's life, call them names or whatever in order to elicit a reaction. Like, what you are
so
coming
cool. Wow.
I know.
Go, bro. You were
Do you
tough.
feel big and strong now?
Yeah.
Exactly. Exactly.
I mean, granted, I watched some of these shows a while ago and I thought they were entertaining, and
sure.
I think I've got a picture of, well, I know I've got a picture of me standing next to one of them, and my biceps were bigger than his. I'm just gonna say, yeah, I'm talking about you, Bagans. It's okay.
You're gonna have a lot of support for that in the chat. I'm just gonna tell you.
Yeah, back in the day, I'll have to post that picture on my Twitter. It's
absolutely
ridiculous, but they were up doing some filming here, and there was a really nice fella that was on that episode, and he invited me to go up and watch him film, and it was just really funny because here, like, literally you've got the screaming girls, like just following him around. Oh, Zach, be still my beating heart. And it's just
of course.
Granted, I was like that when I went to meet Shatner, so I totally could kind of get that. Unfortunately, I've got that on film. My daughter was so embarrassed, but it's like, oh my God, Mom, what are you doing? You're stalking Shatner.
I know, but that's the captain, right? Like, you can't.
Yeah, well, I was, I will tell you, that was the best $120 I've spent in a while,
Of course.
because he, like, literally, you have to go, it was a Comic-Con, and this was a few years back, but you have to, go by, turn your cameras off and, blah, blah, blah. And then you get in there and he's up on a little stool and stuff. And, and he looks me up and down. It's a pleasure to meet you. And I'm like, oh my God. Oh my God.
Of course.
I'll be medic. Where's a medic? I need one. He said, pleasure to meet you. My God, what's
exactly.
What gets better than that?
That's it. My life has peaked.
It has. It's downhill from there, man. So
of course. Yeah. Well, but it gets to this point. It's interesting because like again, I think about this a lot, like celebrity culture, especially celebrity culture with in these kind of alternative fields. Like I know we've already kind of touched on this, but how do you feel about some of these investigators, some of these UFO bros developing almost like cult-like followings from people?
I suppose it depends on the way you're, how you deal with it. It's not an easy thing, I think, to go from obscurity to being seen in 70 different countries, and sometimes that really can play with your, your ego. And if you're not really grounded, then things can happen. And it's unfortunate. But I think, if you're a good, like, honest person that cares about other human beings, like, that's great. And I wish that there were more people like that in the UFO subject, that were speaking on some of these shows and things. But unfortunately, there's a narrative, and we have to support Roswell and, support, the, whatever those people are.
Yeah.
And so, and I know that I'm on the, I'm not even on the B list. I'm like way down, but I'd rather be way down on that list than be hanging with some of those guys, those people. So,
well, of course, because you want, again, you care about talking to people, you care about relationships, you care about information. It's not about being fawned over by strangers. Again, you care about the stories, and again, if you're leading with that, then it doesn't, I don't know, it doesn't matter like how many people worship and adore you. It's like those people don't even know who you are anyway. They have this image of who you are based off of television. Like, yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, I remember going to a conference once and it was so weird because I mean I had people coming up, oh my God, you know, and I'm like, what? Huh? You know, it was so weird. It was so weird, but I don't know. I just not here to do this to be the most popular girl on the block. I'm here because I love it and I love the people and it should be exciting and I want to make it safe for people and
Of course.
and make sure I'm preserving history and doing the right thing. So
Right. Yeah. Well, and let's talk about that now too, because in terms of preserving history, the nonprofit that you and Jack Brewer have created. Yeah.
Yeah, expanding. Sorry, hang on. He's somebody's a naughty boy.
He just wants a lot of attention.
Sorry, shoot.
No, you're fine. You can swear on this.
Okay. Wow. That's good because that was a claw in the hand right there.
Oh no.
Okay. Anyway, woo. All right. So okay. Sorry.
It's okay.
All right. Wow. That really will need some hydrogen peroxide later. Okay. So
if you need to take a break, I can hold for
totally cool. I'm still in shock. Okay. So Expanding Frontiers Research is the nonprofit that Jack Brewer and I started. We have Barry Greenwood, who is an archivist and historian, probably the best in the world, in my opinion, who is also a part of that. And we'll be bringing in other people as we go. And we are really excited about some of the work that Jack has done with FOIA requests. He is an animal when it comes to that. I love it. And we're doing some great investigations. He's just a wealth of knowledge. So we are looking forward to preserving history. If anybody has an archive or files that they need to donate because it's just, they're either going to get tossed in the trash or, you're just done, please reach out to us because we are digitizing that and trying to obtain funding to make sure that they're there for everyone to see. And right now they are in a commercial space, which is great. They're safe. The things that I have, I've got quite a few little goodies, one of a kinds, and I love it. To me, it's such an honor to look at a handwritten note between two people, back in the 50s that most people have never seen, but two people that wrote it, and it's just such a great honor for me to preserve that for future generations. So it's cool. We're going to be doing a lot of different things. And I look forward to that happening and working with people in our community and all sorts of stuff.
Of course. I love that. Because again, it's that there's something really powerful. Again, Alicia and Courtney talked yesterday about like working with archives and working and looking at, again, those handwritten notes. Like they're sure you can see what research people have done, right? And what they've published. But when you see their like personal communications, or if there are journals, anything like that, like you're really getting into that human element of the UFO phenomenon, which to me is the most compelling part of it anyway. Like what were these people really thinking? What were they experiencing?
Right. And I mean, just even, the communications between different researchers. I mean, it really, it is very eye-opening to read some of these things because there might have been a little bit more of a political slant to a person than the public was aware of, or there might have been, as in the case with Major Donald Kehoe, who was head of NICAP. He was definitely somebody that was considered to be a racist by people that worked with him. And, so there are things that come out by doing that research and seeing things and reading correspondence. And I think that's really important as well to kind of show all of these aspects of an individual.
Of course. Like, and again, I feel like this is, I'm more familiar with like the paranormal community, but like we're somehow not supposed to talk about, again, like if somebody was personally a racist, or that we have to throw out like all their research, it's like, oh no, we have to keep these like pure ideas of who these people are. To me, it's like, no, you need to hold both of those things because those racist beliefs probably were informing their work anyway. And you should know what that bias is. But you also don't have to, I don't know. It's this idea that like if we know who a person really is, somehow we're like it's like a crime. Like we're supposed to hold them in these elevated status.
Well, yeah, exactly. People are people, and this is important information. And that's why, you know, our archive is so special, because we're not going we understand that there is, instead of just the UFO data, instead of the UFO cases, I fully believe that we will never find out if UFOs are real in my lifetime. But it is preserving the history and showing the lay of the land for future generations. And that is the important thing. And so for me, acquiring correspondence, that is really critical. And a lot of researchers just throw that away, and or archivists. And it's like, nope, that's where the gold is. And we need that. So
I am always heartbroken when I hear about like personal archives just being thrown in the trash when the person dies, like all of their journals, all of their notebooks. It's just like the case files maybe got saved, but all the personal correspondences are just gone. It's like you've lost so much. Like
right.
You've lost the real like meat of this thing.
Yeah, it's very sad. And I mean, that's a person's life, you know, and that's why to me, when I'm holding some of these things in my hand, or if I acquire, you know, someone's work, I mean, I am very emotional about it, because this is a person's life, you know.
Yes.
And I have an honor and a duty and a pleasure to make sure that that is cared for and passed on,
Of course.
you know. So, and it's really special for me. So
of course. Yeah. Is there anything, I don't want you to spoil any potential reveals on your website, but is there anything that you're like very excited about right now? Or like a piece? You can be as vague as you want. You don't have to name names.
well, I know that I will just say that Jack has done some really exceptional work lately, and that will be making its debut on our website, expandingresearchfrontier.org. And so you can go there and sign up, and you'll receive those blogs. But he's doing some good work. And I think that, you know, like I said, between the two of us, you know, I have this idea here, and he's going and doing this to support that idea, and vice versa. And it's going to be fun. Yes. And so I can't give any more details, because it's going to be big. I'll give that detail. Huge.
I love it, and I believe it. And hopefully people will sign up and follow you and follow Jack, and be ready for all of that information as it's disclosed. I'm curious too, like if you had to give like a primer to people on if say they want to start doing UFO investigations, but they don't necessarily want to like be affiliated with MUFON or some of these other groups, like where's a good place for them to get started in terms of investigating?
There is a really incredible fellow, Paul Carr, he was on my show maybe like 4 months ago, and he has gotten, I'm totally blanking right now, I'm so bad on the name of his organization, but when I will post that, I will look on my social media and I'll post links to his organization, because he has just really got it going on. He's a good researcher. He knows what he's looking at. He knows how to, you know, I mean, he's wonderful. So definitely I will give out that information. That's a place I would go, you know, for sure.
Perfect.
To report a sighting, and also it's not, you know, nobody's making money on it. He's very his organization is very careful about, you know, client confidentiality. And so
again, that like human focused work is very important, not just like not trying to exploit vulnerable people for clicks and views and ad bucks, and again, contracts and other weird shadowy things.
Pretty much. Yeah. Getting paid, you know. Anyway, I'm not, oh God, I'm not gonna, that is my outside voice telling Mama to be quiet.
It's hard when you just want to like go full sass, but you're like, I should hold it in.
Yeah, yep. I'll be meditating later.
I'm curious too, because I know you have had like quite a journey in the UFO community so far. If you could go back and tell and tell your 2013 self something, like a bit of advice before you started engaging with this community, what would it be?
It would be to trust no one. And I hate to say that, but I mean, you know, because I'm a trusting person and I've learned a lot of mistakes that way in the UFO community. But I mean, I would say just make sure, you know, that you're doing your due diligence and doing work and stepping back and you know, that's I should have done that. I learned a lot of things the hard way, and I am here as a living statement on what not to do. If a guy claims he's seen a shape-shifting beast, run really quickly. You know, I mean, how fast can you go?
You know, but when you're like again, I watch the X-Files a lot, right? There's like a certain excitement, at least that show kind of created, about all of this kind of stuff. It's Puck's just mentioned in the chat, like, yeah, they're manufacturing folklore, right? Like this.
Absolutely.
And again, to what end? I think it's really important to constantly ask that question. And again, I always find it kind of wild when people who are so critical and questioning of so many other things just, oh yeah, I saw a shape-shifting beast, or oh yeah, again, not to keep harping on this, like I'm obsessed with this idea of the future space force that is going on secretly, you know, again, where we're sending people to the future. I'm obsessed. I don't know why. I can't stop thinking about it.
Wow. Maybe I'll go down a Doom path tonight on YouTube. Oh.
For a stiff drink.
Yeah, clearly.
Yes. But that idea of like, okay, let's really question, you know, again, I think you can respect a person and the ability that a person is telling their story, but also have a certain amount of healthy skepticism about what they're saying, because, you know, describing what you have seen and telling people what you have seen, I think, are two different things. Like, again, that idea, those strict narratives that get pushed about what a thing is, you know, I mean, you were even talking about that, of like investigators who are, you know, people are telling them something about what they saw and they're like, oh, this is what it is and this is what it means.
Right.
That's dangerous. And it's also disrespectful to the person you're talking to, because
Right.
you don't know what they saw. Like,
right. Exactly.
Yeah.
You know, it really is. And it's like I said, there's a lot of manipulation going on in the subject. And so just if you have a sighting, like my personal recommendation, and this is just for me, if you know, have a journal, like write down whether you've got have had a paranormal experience or something, you know, I mean, because it's all, who knows where one ends, the other begins, but you know, keep it close to yourself and find your own meaning in those experiences, because you know, the danger really is when you go out into social media or turn to some of these people that you would hope would be grounded and solid individuals. When you turn to them, you're going down rabbit holes that you just, you know, there's no bottom.
Right.
And that's not healthy or good. And so just keep your power, keep your personal power.
I think that is just good advice in general. Like you said, with the paranormal too, that there are so many dangerous rabbit holes that people can go down. Because I think when you've had a strange experience, it's like you want to know what happened. You want to talk to other people so you don't feel completely alone in your
Right.
experience. And it's like slowly they drag you in to get more embroiled with these deeper conspiracy theories, and then there's no getting you out, and you're not talking to your friends anymore.
Right.
You're not talking to your family anymore because they don't understand you. You know, like, oh well, they don't know that I'm on that I'm a hybrid. Like, they can't understand because I'm special, I'm different. Comment in the chat, UFO ethics panel next season. Like, yeah, there needs to be a big conversation about
Yes,
ethics.
absolutely. There is, you know, we need to have that. And I see you being a very integral part of that. You know, when you came on the show a couple of weeks ago, everybody just thought you were amazing. I mean, like I got so much positive feedback about
good.
you. And so like I think we should have, we need to do that, have a panel discussion on ethics
Yeah.
and raising the bar.
Yes, because again, this idea of more ethics in the like I love PanParacon's chat because like people are so into this conversation about ethics. Like this is the community and the relationships that I want to develop. It's like, please, right? Like let's talk again, let's care about people, let's center relationships. And again, every social science field has a standard of ethics when you're dealing with human subjects, period.
Right.
It shouldn't be different. It shouldn't be any different to have it in UFOs. You're still dealing with people. Dream team, Vanessa and Erica. Yes, let's do a ethics panel.
Yep. Thank you.
Of course.
I think we should. I think we need to. We have to, because this is the only way that this is the subject. These subjects can, I think, move forward in a positive way. And I always said, and I think I mentioned this, when I was talking to you with either on my show or your show, or when I first was in the UFO subject publicly, I went to all of the heads, all the key people, and I said, why is the subject like this, and what can we do to change it? And every single one said, well, it's always the way it's going to be, so we're not going to do anything. And I just thought, like right there, my respect for you, gone. It's like, you're not willing to because it makes you uncomfortable, because you're not going to be selling books, or you're not going to be asked to be on Coast to Coast, or, it's going to affect your livelihood. Well, that shows me everything.
That, right? And again, I feel like we've ranted about this before, but you clearly have no integrity. If you know that something is bad, and that, and your excuse is this is the way it's always been. Like I found out earlier this year that most people who do, or most occult, like pagan conferences, don't pay their people. They just don't pay. They don't pay them anything, unless it's like the highest end speakers, right? The guests of honor. But you're expected to teach for free workshops. You're not getting paid anything. You're not getting paid for travel. In fact, you are shelling out money to go to these conferences. And I know somebody who pushed back against that. And the response that they got was, well, this is the way it is. Well, this is how it is everywhere. Well, this is just the way the industry is. And already, last year with PanParacon, like we raised money off of donations. Like we who put it together don't make money off of it. But if somebody has come and given their expertise and spent time, because it's not just the 1 or 2 hours that you have with us, it's all the years of work that led to the 1 or 2 hours where you can talk fluently about a subject. And to demean and devalue people by just like, oh, well, no, we're not going to pay you. In fact, if you ask for money, we think you're bad. like on the other end of it, people are laundering money to like pay their high-end speakers, but it's like, what are you doing? I figured I'd say it so you wouldn't have to.
Thank you. Thank you. Good one. Yeah. Yay, crypto. It's it is interesting, and I know that in the TV industry they do that a lot too. It's like, oh, you're gonna be on our TV show, and so you need to fly here, and we'll interview you while we're paying our production crew hundreds of thousands of dollars, and all of these our executive producer, a lot of money and things like that. But you're doing it because you want to be on TV. And it's like you ask them for, hey, wait a minute, I'm closing my business down. I'm doing A, B, C, and D.
Yes.
I need to be reimbursed for the very least that, and it's like, right. And it's ridiculous. It's like, no, this is my time. I've invested tens of thousands and thousands. I can't even think, probably over $100,000 into this stuff over the years, and it's like, I deserve, we all deserve to be, honored like that.
Yes. Compensated, not dismissed. And again, that like you know, because again, I shouldn't have been surprised. I wasn't necessarily just surprised, but I was very angry when I found out that like Marvel, it just screws over all of their visual effects companies that they work with. Like they expect a bunch of different like specs in terms of the effects. They're underpaid. They just aren't paying people what they're worth, and then demanding all sorts of work um, on short notice, right? So it's like living constantly in crunch. But because you get to say you worked on a Marvel movie,
Yep.
you know, and it's really dangerous when again, when you have this like kind of exclusive access, right? This idea that like I have the keys to the kingdom, and so you're going to like the expectation like you're just going to do anything
Right,
in order
right.
to be a part of this. So I don't actually have to compensate you for your time or your expertise, or even attempt to, you know, like it is again, it's exploitative, and we have that everywhere else, right? So why are we bringing it into these fields where we could be doing different cool things?
Right. And I think too, it does, you know, you do hear about the discrepancies, and like, okay, you've got a person who's, you know, the big money drawer. How much is that person getting paid as compared to, you know, this other person? And I don't think a lot of conferences are very transparent about things like that. And I don't know. I mean, I think that it's an interesting thing to think about.
Yeah. Again, important questions to ask, important things to think about. Like, okay, how are these structures operating? Again, I'm very openly anti-capitalist, but I also know we live in a capitalist society. You gotta work to eat, right? That's unfortunately how we are. So again, let's compensate people. But if we're seeing still these structures of oppression, of capitalism, of valuing certain people over others, and again, it's that like crony capitalism, right? Where it's like, well, you're a friend of mine, so I'll get you this gig, and you won't really have to do much, but I'm going to make sure you get paid. Whereas there are all sorts of other people who are actually doing work and, you know, languishing in obscurity, or again, not getting compensated for any of the work that they're doing. Okay, are we just bringing the same old oppressions into this system too? Because if so, I hate it. Like, you're missing the point.
Right.
We're on the outskirts anyway. Yeah.
Right. Or, you know, you're trademarking a name and then going around threatening to sue people that are using that name just to try to create a little revenue for their business, when they've been deluged, you know, with people that are coming for this specific conference. It's like, okay, cool.
Right. Exactly. I get so mad I can't speak when I think about it, because again, if you actually care about people, if you really think that you're doing work that's going to transform society, but everything in your behavior is just reinforcing the norms of society, then you're lying either to yourself or to everybody else, maybe both even.
Right.
Yeah.
And yeah, when you've got I mean, when you have, I can't even say it.
It's okay. There's a comment in the chat that I've been looking at for like 5 minutes from Cybermedic. I feel we were talking about this idea of like people forcing narratives on things. I feel people force those that have seen things into their own conspiracies because those people feel alone as well, and that's not fair to the people that saw something. And I think that's a good point too.
Great point.
If we're dealing with people who have had their own experience or who are traumatized. Again, one of my best friends is a therapist, and she's always talking about how like there are some bad therapists out there because they haven't done personal work. So they're foisting essentially all their issues on their clients, as opposed to just being there for the person, listening to what they have to say and giving them what they need. It's like, let me tell you what I think you need. It's like, I don't maybe that's not right.
Yeah, that's a really great point.
Yeah. Again, talking about experience does not pay my bills. Yes, like you have to compensate people for the work that they're doing. It's not, again, I get very angry about, oh yeah, and who can afford to be in it for the exposure or the experience? You know, if you have certain people in the UFO field who again aren't necessarily making money, but they have the money to travel around the country or travel around the world to speak at conferences and to make a name for themselves, like that kind of privilege. And then again, what voices are we hearing versus not? Like who gets to be exemplified in the field as an expert versus, again, all the people who have to like work to pay their bills.
Well, and there's a very, there's pretty diehard clique in the subject. And I mean, you step on anybody's toes and you are shunned, and that's just like, wow. I mean, I've experienced that firsthand. I think it's really sad. It's like you're either in with us or you're gone. It's like a little mafia.
I see this too in the paranormal field, that there are certain, and like some of these ghost hunting shows, like this is a safe place to criticize certain ghost bros, but if you try to do that publicly and someone catches wind of it, you're going to get a mob of people. And again, a mob of people who can't distinguish between just outright trolling and being gross on the internet, because again, there's a fair amount of that, but there's a fair amount of just asking basic questions about methods, about process, about the narrative that they are creating and reinforcing through their practices, right? Like, especially if you go into a house and you assume everything is a demon, is that really the narrative that you want to push when we're living in an increasingly Christian extremist state, right?
Mm-hmm,
that everything unknown is demonic. And that kind of like, if you even bring that up, it's like, why are you a hater? Oh, you're just jealous. Oh, and like,
yeah, trust me, I've heard things about myself, and I'm just like, Blimey Malcontent's always my favorite though.
You gotta put that on a shirt,
Erica. I know I need to because Mario like did the best design for amazing. Slimy Malcontent. Yeah. That's right.
I love it. You can have a new theme song too.
Oh, I could. Yes, yeah, why not?
Exactly.
Yeah, so that's really sad that I don't know, that stuff happens. But I do think too, people need to be aware that look at there's so much, there are troll farms out there in the world that are embedded in these communities, paranormal, UFO. Yes. So there's a lot going on. So I don't know, but I wanted to just thank one of my friends, Rudan, who just said Paul Carr is at reportaufo.org. And so that is where reportaufo.org. So go there if you do. That is a great trusted place. That's trusted fantastic. Individual. Yeah.
Perfect. So. Good. Yes. Again, and I think I know it's like psychologically based, right? Because like we tend to remember things that are negative because our brains are trying to keep it from happening again, right? That's why that kind of stuff kind of sticks in our craw. But it's important to realize that there are people who are doing good research, who actually care, who want to get engaged and who want to move things forward. And again, are like human focused. Oh yeah. Thanks, Kai. Put the link in chat. So
thank you.
If you have an experience, go to that and report there and know that your information is going to be treated with dignity. Again, why is dignity like in such short supply?
Right. And why should we have to ask to be treated? Yeah, we shouldn't. That's the point. So this is what we're doing. We're going to change the subject. We're going
absolutely
to forward in a positive direction, and this is what's going to happen. So
exactly. Yeah. I do
that's
love that. I think so too. And again, it's like, it's finding people who are also on the same page and who have the same want, the same wish, the same dream. Like, once we all find each other, we can start changing things, or we can start building our own communities and moving forward with that, and just saying like, okay, cool. If you want to be that way over there, that's fine. There's a whole bunch of us over here who want to do something different, who want to be research driven, who want to be human interaction driven, who want to be trauma informed, who care, who sees like questioning as a good thing as opposed to like undermining things. Again, if it's science, it should stand up to criticism, to critical reasoning. There's nothing that's not evil. Like,
no, it really isn't, is it?
Yeah.
You're evil if you question people. That's
yeah.
Yep.
I know. It's just like, how do we move forward? How do, and again, it's there, you and Jack and a couple others. If there is there, like you said, Barry Greenwood, like, are there other researchers that you want to send people to? Again, if they're interested in like reading more.
You know what I would say, and I want to give Jan Aldrich a shout out. He's been very wonderful to me. And Jan is an older researcher, historian, and he has a website called Project 1947. And you can go there and check out some of the historical cases. It's really cool. He's done exceptional work on that over the years. And then Barry Greenwood has the Greenwood Archives. You can go check out all of that, and it's just really great history of the subject. And, like I said, Paul Carr is amazing. And I love some of the people that I've had on the show lately. I had on Christian Lambright on Friday, and that he's so cool too. I mean, I just really, they're really great people out there. I don't know. And so that is a very positive for me, and it should be for all of us. So
of course, yeah. And we're seeing in the chat, Recon Strange, Green Street, Erica, Jack Brewer, Steve Long, and many others. Of course, then Steve Long said thanks. So
I like Steve. I like Stephen Green Street. I mean, I think he's asked some great questions and given people some heartburn. That's awesome. So
I don't see a problem with kind of needling people who maybe need it a little bit and who aren't getting any kind of criticism.
Right.
Especially if they're doing things that are exploitative to people.
Right.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I love it. Cybermedic, Jack Brewer. I do love Jack. I love what he does. I'm glad that you two are partnered together. Like, that is very exciting.
It is exciting. Yeah, we're a great team, and we look forward to doing a lot of positive things, and needling, maybe a little needling,
of course,
foyering.
Exactly.
Putting up, and we will be putting up, all the documents and things that Jack has foyed over the years and things on the website. So
that's really cool.
Yeah.
Have you ever done that side of it too? Doing FOIA requests?
Mm-hmm. With some of the cases I worked on. I mean, it's interesting.
Yeah.
It's kind of a tricky process. Barry Greenwood was really great at doing FOIA requests back in the day, and that's what his book, Clear Intent, was about, some of the responses and things that he found out. And so it's just interesting.
I like that. I like that too. What is the typical request to, if there is a typical request to actually getting the information? Because I think people don't realize that can potentially take some time, when you ask versus delivery.
It does take time, and it does take if you're asking for specific things that require a lot of man hours, then you'll have to pay. You were sent a message, hey, is this okay? Do you want to go forward with the process? Things like that. And of course, I've got to give a shout out to John Greenwald too, who's done so many FOIA requests over the years as well. And he's got the Black Vault. You can go on there and look at some of that, but it's interesting. It's an interesting process to do locally, doing grammar requests, and then doing, looking for doing the FOIA requests, Freedom of Information Act. It's a process we should all be aware of and know how to utilize, and I know for me, with my personal circumstances and things that have gone on in my life, it has been really essential to know how to do grammar requests. So
Of course. And I think people don't realize too, it's anybody can do this. It's not like you have to have some sort of specialized information or access. You can just you want information, detail your request and send it out, and they'll either find it or they won't.
And you do have to, there is a little, especially with the UFO stuff. There's some, it's tricky, and so you need to actually probably consult somebody that has an expertise in that, so you're not wasting your time or your money.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, in the chat, it takes forever. FOIA is usually used by companies for financial auditing purposes. And then, oh yeah, I miss the days when people would simply share stories without looking for the podium platforms. That I feel like that happens in most fields where it's just like we've stepped away from communicating information and it becomes more of this like you said, cliquish kind of cultish behavior centered around certain personalities.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think that's too bad because I love like nothing more than to drive, going on a road trip and like pulling up at a bar or pulling up at a little, truck stop and then just sitting there and having a conversation, with somebody that is local to that community and learning about their lives, learning about, well, have you seen anything? I mean, it's just so fun to have those conversations and connect with people,
Of course.
and that's, for me, that's what I like to do. I just, it's fun. I need to do that more often.
Of
now.
course. Well, you've had some other things going on lately, so I think you can excuse. Yeah, you can excuse like not being able to take the time to go to different towns and just chat with people. Yeah.
I'll do it.
Yeah, I believe it. Yes.
Oh, well, and I love your hat. That is so freaking cute. That is cool. Sassy. I need to wear hats. I don't know what I don't wear
Your
hats.
hair is so luxurious though. Like I don't
thank
think
you.
This is
Yeah,
really
yeah.
just covering that I don't know what my hair looks like, and this is the safe option.
You know what? I like it. It's very cool. You pull it off. I'm not sure if I could. So it looks very good.
People just are loving this. I thought I would just pop in and
Yeah, of course. Pop in, say hi. Do you have any
I'm gonna
UFO
pop
questions?
in too, Dan.
Erica, do you have like an origin story? Like, how did you get interested in all of this? Was it like something you experienced?
No,
Was
but
it
I'm going to show you this. This
doing?
is so this is my 3rd grade drawing.
Oh my God. Erica, I'm so honored.
My grandmother kept that, and like, so I've just like found all of these things that I did in grade school, and I was just like super nerd. And I'm sure like my teacher is just like, why don't draw Barbie? Like, what are you freaking doing? You're drawing an alien that's zapping little ants and, things like that. But I mean, whatever, where was the psychologist when I needed one? But, like I mean, grade school, like I picked up a book on the shelf at the library and I was just like, whoa, this is so cool. And then I was like looking at Bigfoot and I mean, paranormal stuff. I love it. I had a whole stint there where I was really into the paranormal stuff. I still am. I think it's fascinating. And I had to go over to England to do some business for Pilates. And I took my girlfriends and I'm like, we are staying in every haunted castle here.
Yes.
And I mean, we just had the best time. We didn't see any ghosts, but I met some amazing people and it was just like so cool. So I've always loved this stuff.
I love it.
So
this is making me think we need like a virtual art gallery, because Vanessa, you also have some childhood UFO.
I do.
Don't you?
I do. I have a series of drawings. I'm like, is it in? I don't think it is. Arm's length. When I was a kid, I used to just draw these random large heads. They all kind of vaguely look like alien grays, but this is from when I was like 2. Like I just like with a pen, just making strange disembodied heads with big eyes and just fill a page with them. My mom looked at it recently. She's like, you are a weird kid. I was like, yeah, I know. I'm still weird. Thank you.
Isn't that interesting? I'm so glad that our parents kept, some of these things, because I just look back and I mean, I was writing poems about golden orbs in the forest. And so, I mean, yeah, but we should have a little post and put that stuff on. I think it's fascinating.
Absolutely. Because again, it shows that like we've had these or we love these weird things, or we have these weird experiences, or just a weird connection to these things, like as a kid, right? Again, that drawing of yours makes my heart so happy.
Well, thank you.
Of course.
not sure what my teacher was thinking, but that's okay. But it was good. I mean, it was just such a fun, all of these topics are so intriguing. I love it. And I like, now it's Halloween. I mean, I've had my Halloween stuff out for a month and a half now, but got all my paranormal books out and we're just going to town. It's fun.
Absolutely.
It is a lot of fun, although I can't figure out what happened. I was really big into the UFO stuff back in going back into 2003. And like, there was a really oh man, like Skinwalker Ranch was really fun then. Just to hear about it. And now I have a hard time comprehending how things got to the state they are today.
I do as well. I mean, it's sad. And I think, because it was a cool story, everybody's like, oh, there's this location and dun, 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 we're all going to peek over the fence. And it's the, most widely studied paranormal hotspot in the world. That's a load. We know that's a load. And obviously if there's anything dangerous, you really literally wouldn't have a 2-foot fence that you could just walk over and stand on their property. I mean, it's so silly, but I think in the Skinwalker, that case, it's such a prime example of manipulation for profit. I think it was back then and it is now. So
if you just look at the name, that word is a word that folks who are indigenous don't say because it invites bad things into your life. So to just attach that name to a thing that goes on to be books and TV shows and the location that everyone is repeating over and over and over and over again is so incredibly disrespectful. That naming it that from the get-go tells you really what you need to know.
Thank you. That is a brilliant point. And I've thought about that myself. It's wow, that just shows you what's going on there. But
right, where the priorities are.
I don't even know where the priorities are watching the show, because I realized I watched a little bit of it, season 1 and season 2. And I remember in season 1, it was really, we had hard radiation exposure. It was really dangerous. And they all had their, I remember Brandon gets them the dosimeter and they have some kind of health thing. And then season 2, it's just the dosimeters, I don't know. It was just we forgot. It reminded me of one of those, in a movie, the narrative continuity, where it's we forgot to put the props back in. Nobody will notice.
Right.
It was really,
it's like that Starbucks coffee cup in the last season of Game of Thrones. It's whatever.
That just threw everybody off. Oh my gosh.
But it was just I guess it's not that dangerous anymore, huh?
Well, and I think because exactly. And I think now, you see the changing narrative because people are starting to ask questions, and it was really interesting to me. I have to just share this story because I was just kind of blown away. But when I went up to the conference up near the ranch, I went up to Travis Taylor and I just said, you've talked a lot about the dangerous levels of radiation. And so what is your team doing to alert authorities and how are you working with the community to try to keep them safe? And he's like, well, that's what the TV show's for. And I'm just okay, that's all I need to know. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Oh my God. I know. And that's the thing too. There is an organization, a governmental organization that you let know if there is a suspected radiation leak and exposure. It's not through a television show.
Yeah, it's just, that's at the point, they would come if you had high levels of radon in your house, the idea that this ranch is just occasionally just randomly blast people with gamma rays, no big.
Yeah. I'm so glad that we're all on the same page. I love you guys.
I know.
Well,
so I was
people in the world.
Erica, you're going to be friends with my friends. It's going to be okay.
It's one of those things, even just, you could have said this is an entirely fictional TV show and I would have still been but that's not what you said in season 1. So just,
Right.
but I don't understand. I also don't understand the mania on Twitter, like the mania for disclosure, because it's like a disclosure happens and then like everyone gets a big kiss and a juice box and a cookie and we're all happy.
Wow, that's
like
what you get for disclosure.
I mean, that would be like, I mean,
I need a juice box.
That's actually, I feel like I said that, but I'm like, it's a better deal than the kind of, I have no idea what is actually thought, like what we actually are supposed to get out of this.
Right.
Nobody knows, and nobody will ever know because it will never happen. I mean, it's just like, I mean, I've got with my archive here, it's like I've going back 50, 60, 70 years. And it's like, this was the same conversation back then. Disclosure is coming. The world is going to end. I mean, it's just the same, it's just a nice narrative. And I don't need the government to tell me anyway that there's some things that I don't fully have a grasp on. I mean, I don't know. It's a strange thing. I think some of it is being used as a kind of a political manipulation, a tool to raise questions about our government, to, to promote conspiracy theories, that are creating quite the bad sentiment across our country and the world and things. And so,
yes.
I don't know.
It also, I feel like they could learn a little bit from the queer community. Like, you don't just come out once and then you're like, I did it, I came out and it's done and now we don't have to do it anymore. Like, I feel the same way about disclosure. Like, it's not as if there is like one, like, we've been secretly holding this like artifact that's it. That is the disclosure. Like, they're constantly studying things, gathering information. And if there was some sort of theoretical, like, transparent process through which data became available after a certain period of time or whatever, it's always going to be an ongoing process. So the idea of like a finite disclosure event doesn't make any sense to me. Like, when people are like, disclosure, like, what do you mean? What is it that you hope to be disclosed?
Well, that's a great question. And I mean, like, and honestly, there are some really, I mean, there are some people that I know that I like that are promoting disclosure. But I think overall that's
well, and again, it's very interesting to me because, listening to the way Kai was describing it, it's like, it's people who are some people really do expect a complete reordering of how the world operates because of disclosure. And I didn't draw this comparison until now, but it absolutely reminds me of evangelicals expecting Jesus to come back.
Exactly.
Everything to be reordered. Again, it's a savior narrative. It's a rescue narrative of like, well, okay, I know the world sucks, or I know we don't like this particular government, but they're going to give us the thing that they're going to tell us the truth. And that's going to change everything in society. And somebody's going to flip a switch and make it all better. It's like, nobody has that magic wand. And if they did, again, the people that you don't trust already, because you've decided that the government can't be trusted, they have that, but suddenly they're going to give it to you and it's going to be better and it's going to make the world better. Really evaluate what your sensibility is on this topic then, because those two things don't jive for me.
Right on.
I also actually would also say that I don't think it would change anything. I feel like people have made the joke. We've heard the joke a million times, like, no one's going to say avoid it like the plague anymore because we're in like year 3 of a plague that people refuse to avoid. Or we're getting like really, really clear examples of man-made climate change and the effects on the weather. So I actually don't think if really kind of aliens land on the White House lawn and are like, you have to change your ways, Earth creature. I'm not doing it. I don't care. Like, I need to just do what I want to do like I did before. I mean,
Well, and I think just not even from a personal perspective, but just from a sociological perspective, like, do you really think, again, a 3-year pandemic, I was about to say The Verge, catastrophic climate change, these things are happening now, and nobody has done, those are world changing things, and nobody in power has done anything to make any changes with it. We've even been told to normalize it, right? We're in a post-pandemic society, right?
Now, Vanessa, so we maybe are going to forgive a tiny portion of our student loans. So don't say they've given us nothing.
But you know, it's true though. You're saying none of this is actually important. Aliens would be the same thing. It'd be like, aliens are not what's important. Commercial real estate prices, that's what's important.
Right.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
Forget the aliens, whatever.
Well, unless it affects our bottom line. Yeah.
Exactly.
Also, I want to say this because Steve posted this a while ago. There seems to be a more objective, scrutinizing segment building in the topic recently. It's great to see voices furthering accepted evidence standards and research processes. Yeah. Show me the information, show me the data, show me what people are doing. Again, even just show me what the narratives, the transcripts of what people are saying. That matters more to me than people doing weird deals with weird, I'll even go so far as to say problematic financial ties to certain corporate, I'll just say, corporate actors out in the world. Again, just look. I'm not even saying you have to have an opinion about it, but just pay attention to what is actually going on out there.
Yeah.
Follow the money.
Follow the
Look at
money.
where the money comes from.
Yeah,
right.
Maybe the aliens are really here to invest.
But you know what, though? As long as you're using crypto and you're using SafeMoon, then you can communicate. This is the language of the aliens. So you can make sure when you're up on your spaceship and, you see the Venusians, hey, I got crypto. Hey, here we go.
Your NFTs will save you in
Yes,
the end time.
I've heard.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, there really are people who are pushing that narrative right now, but again, it's the same thing of like, okay, well, make sure you have these the freeze-dried meal plan for when the phone lines collect. I remember people authentically saying back in 2020 about how, like, at the beginning of the pandemic, like, hey, everybody's phone lines, their cell phones, the towers are going to get knocked out for a weekend, and that is when the whole new government is going to start. It's like, well, that didn't happen. We still all just kept on rolling along. Verizon apparently went out for like a minute, and everybody was like, oh, this is it. It's like, no.
I was gonna say that was pretty much my normal experience with Verizon where I'm at anyway. Sorry. But
yeah.
I don't know if it was bad though. Like, I enjoyed sort of because I feel like the X-Files picked up a lot of what was being written about at the time, and the alien human hybrid stuff, and the hardware Bob Lazar stuff. And I really had fun with that when I was a teenager, but I don't know if it was bad for me.
I thought about that a lot, actually, that very thing. I mean, how the X-Files influenced a whole group of people, and you have everything in there. I mean, the cattle mutilations, I mean, all of it, it's, and what did that have any effect?
So I remember at the time there was a thought that the X-Files was priming us for disclosure, like proto-disclosure. Nobody was calling it that, like capital D at the time. But it was things like they were testing out. I can't remember what other stuff there was because there's nothing left here. But there was Independence Day, sort of a contemporary thing, and then there was the X-Files, and there might have been some other. Aliens were hot like for a while, and people were saying, well, they're using different Hollywood narratives to explore sociological reactions to this. that was to me that I remembered, like that's like a like late 90s, early 2000s. And this was right around when I dipped out because it didn't happen. That everybody was like, oh, they're saturating the media with this because this is going to be the, and it's like, yeah. And then there's a definite, there's a psychological thing where you can keep postponing a prophecy, and X number of people will just be like, that's cool. Well, just, all right, next one, then, for real this time.
Right.
I'm not one of those people, I guess, because that didn't happen. And I stopped paying attention to ufology until like about 2019 again. It's like a giant gap, 16-year gap. So, but I don't know. That's why I look at the guys now though, and I'm like, how can you buy this? Like, we did it. We had this.
Yeah.
I just don't trust anybody who thinks they know that they have the for sure answer. Like, even it doesn't matter what database you look at, there's like 8, 10, 15 different shapes, then, you know, as detailed and descriptive of different color spectrums as you want to get. Like, there are kind of infinite permutations of what is by definition unidentified. And the idea that there is kind of a one answer to rule them all seems really preposterous to me. Unless the one answer is that, like, wow, we really don't understand consciousness and reality.
Yeah, I mean, if you were to draw a pie chart of it for me, I would be like, that would be a big chunk of the pie. We don't understand. Some certain chunk of it is we don't understand consciousness and reality. A certain chunk of it is, I don't know, maybe aliens, man. Little pie wedge. For me personally, I think a big chunk is black budget aircraft that they would rather tell us, just like they're just rather blow smoke about it. Because there's historical precedent for that.
Oh yeah,
So,
I lived outside of the Offutt Air Force Base, which is where that's like where the president goes when like situation red happens. It's like where the Strategic Air Command is. I saw some weird stuff flying around there that I never was like, that's a UFO. I was always like, that's some weird shit that they probably wouldn't like me to have pictures of. Maybe.
And good for you for going with your gut on that one. Note to self, don't hang around an installation and take photos and then post it on the internet, because chances are somebody's going to come pay you a little visit.
But I think about that, seeing thousands of years ago, in like 1989, I think, when they declassified the stealth fighter. I remember seeing that thing at the Cleveland Air Show. And at that point, it doesn't look like anything else flying. It's quiet. If you ever saw one fly in person, it's really quiet compared to a jet, like a regular jet. And if you would have seen that thing like in 1980, I don't know if you would have went aliens. We would have, I have no idea what that is. That's something. Somebody's up to something. That's definitely a thing. But yeah, I do think a lot of it is just like, they would rather be like, I don't know, maybe it is aliens, than admit that it's like, we spent all of the money, literally all of the money on whatever this thing is. It all went to Lockheed Martin.
Well, and I remember in high school, one of my teachers tried to argue that, which I maybe kind of believe, like whatever is like commercially available in terms of technology is about 20 years behind what they've actually been developing. Like if you could imagine, like when the iPhone came out, like working on a smartphone like 20 years before that, it'd blow your mind, right? Like you would think it was magic. It's kind of like slowly commercially they keep rolling things out in order to get you to a point where you're like, okay, 8-bit video games, okay, 16-bit, 32, oh, first person shooters, oh, virtual stuff. Like it's that gradual lead up.
Knowing I had a friend that worked for Texas Instruments for a long time. It's really about the cost of bringing it to market, like a mass market
right
thing. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Because I remember they had, like, Kodak invented the digital camera like way earlier than we think they did, but it was just like to actually make one that somebody could buy and like go out and take pictures with was a huge thing.
Right. I remembered hearing about virtual reality. I want to say it was on like Lifestyles of the Rich and Famous, like in the 90s.
Wow.
Right.
While we're talking
Oh,
about the 90s and the X-Files, that was also like the first that's another one just for parallel things. Virtual reality, we were going to have that. We had really, I don't know, remember the Lawnmower Man movie? We had I remember on campus. So I graduated in 99 and they had a really primitive like VR thing that they brought in we could all go and like screw around with some polygons or something, like move a thing. And it was just like this, that was another thing. It just took, it took 20 years for the bandwidth. I mean, there was video conferencing then too. Just imagine, you just couldn't do this over a modem.
Right.
It was just like the conference
one frame a second.
Well, that's what it would have been.
Maybe.
The conference would have been 1 hour waiting for high to buffer. And then it's like,
I know. And then God forbid someone pick up a landline also on that phone. You're done.
But yeah, I don't know about did the X-Files and all that stuff.
Yeah.
Kind of, was that good for us or not?
I wonder sometimes. I really do.
Yeah.
But I mean, it was a great show. I loved watching it. David Duchovny, I good by me. But
yes.
But I mean, and there were lots of. I mean, I watched it every week. I was so hooked on it. It was fascinating. But at what point was that creating a narrative for us to fall into? And I know that Chris Carter, there were some questions about his motivations for doing some of the things. And if you do a little online digging, you can find some things that are interesting. So.
Well, and it's like what we've been talking about. Like when you have the amount of privilege where you get to write TV shows, maybe you should think about what you're like adding fuel to in terms of the cultural zeitgeist. I know that egregores are like a hot topic lately, but and to be fair, the X-Files folks, weren't writing with that idea in mind. But I do think about, like, as someone who is a creative person, like, how much responsibility do we have to kind of like, because one approach, like, I think X-Files really just kind of picked up little bits and threads from the zeitgeist. I don't think a lot of the things that they were presenting were super fresh, but it was fresh for a mainstream audience. It's interesting, like what they did, because I grew up, loving the X-Files, and it was accessible to me when things like coast to coast radio or the other things that like I just wouldn't have an opportunity to connect with. So like I credit X-Files a little bit for like me being in the weirdo that I am. But yeah, it is really interesting to think about it, all of this.
And I want to just, because that's a great comment. And I in my archive, I have the research of a woman named Anne Druffel, and she researched ufology and was an active, she wrote many books. She was incredible for 70 years. And there is a communication that she had with Dr. Richard Haynes, who was in an organization called NARCAP, which is still present and run by Ted Rowe. But their exchange was right when Close Encounters was coming out. and they were afraid that because of what Steven Spielberg was going to be putting out there to the public, that then you would see a whole swath of people who were having, or that would get into their psyche and consciousness, and then they would be seeing potentially things like that, and that could change the way abduction research was going to go. And I thought that was quite interesting thought.
Absolutely. Well, and I mean, I've heard that. I won't like name names to throw shade, but like I've heard of people who are experiencers, and then they see, UFO media, or they start reading books, and then suddenly everything that they have experienced gets kind of filtered through these stories. It's like, oh no, well, I actually saw an alien and it looked like this. It's like, well, interesting, because before you said you saw a figure and you weren't quite sure what it was. So that can it's hard, because I know a lot of that is like, well, I didn't remember clearly, and this helped spark a memory. But we know how fallible memory is. Can you really argue the case that like that sparked something, as opposed to you just ended up absorbing it because it resonated with you emotionally, and now it is fused with your actual memories, and in some cases your real memories have been overwritten.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It makes me want to suggest that everyone take a class on remote viewing, because like so much of what they teach you is just like some meditation techniques, and then like how to kind of bypass the part of your brain that assigns like nouns and these like like I know that was a UFO, I know that was Sasquatch, and like be much more descriptive and say like I saw a figure, it seemed to have like hair or a furry cloak, or like, like instead of assuming, oh, like this matches the idea I already have in my brain of this, and therefore that's what it is, instead of jumping right to that, taking a step back and say like, wait, if I describe it in much broader terms, how many different things could this relate to?
Oh, I love that.
Yeah.
Now I'm going to take a
Are you taking the Lori Williams class?
I took her like free little 4-day one, but recently on Jim Perry's show Euphemet, he had a guest, Michelle, I'm sorry, I can't remember her last name, but she was offering like an 8-week class, and it was only like about $100, which is way cheaper than they usually get offered. So I jumped on that. It's through IR.
Is it Michelle Beltran?
Yes.
Okay. I just Googled that. I took the Lori Williams free course. I do think what you're saying is really valuable, like the methodology of recording information without bias, trying to be descriptive without jumping into going, yes, I see a large figure that's hairy, it must be Bigfoot. No, record what you're.
Yeah. What are you seeing without, I mean, that's just good research methodology anyway, especially with UFOs, right? Like I saw a light in the sky, it moved like this, it was this color, not I saw a UFO, this was the light coming off of it. So yeah, we're almost at time. Erica, is there anything you want to promote before we let you go?
Well, first of all, I wanted to say it's nice to meet all of you. And I'm so excited that you're my new friends.
Yay!
and I've been listening to the conference over the weekend. You've done an exceptional job, all of you guys. And I'm so happy to be in a group of like-minded people that want to know that we deserve the truth, and so yay, nice to meet you. But expanding research, oh my gosh, I forgot the name of my research project. Jack, just don't even kill me. This is my brain. Expanding Frontiers Research. Oh wow, that was awkward. Okay,
you got it. You want us to cut that from the live?
Okay. Thank you. Good Lord. But anyway, yeah, so expanding research, frontiersresearch.org is the new project. And then UFO Classified is on every Friday night. Yes. And I love doing that. And I love meeting people like you, all of you guys. So thank you for the opportunity to be here.
Oh my gosh. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. It's always good to see your face. And thank you for being here.
And we've got to talk Halloween.
So. It's all still on my mind.
Okay, Halloween, we've got to talk about it. This is the next important thing.
Yes.
Thanks, guys. I appreciate
Of course. Thank you. Appreciate you so much.
Thank
you.
you.
Yeah, bye, guys.
Bye.
Bye.
Yeah,
awesome
Adler,
That's
weird
all,
friends.
That's all,
Yeah.
folks.
An awesome way
I
to
know,
close
I
it
think
out.
we all had a big sigh right there. We're like, wow.
The adrenaline is going to crash real hard as soon as I step away from my computer, and I might pass out.
So thank you, everybody that tuned in, whether you were here the whole time or in and out. Remember that this is going to be up on our YouTube forever. Eventually, I think we will probably chop the individual segments up and put them on like we did for the last years. It's just going to take some time. And our website's up. Smash that tip jar so we can get our speakers a little something. Likewise, the merch is good. Have you seen the Let's Ghost shirt?
Yep, we have a
That's
Let's
up there
Ghost
now
up there now.
from
You gotta get one.
with
for
artwork
sure.
from Alicia from yesterday, which looks really cute.
Yeah,
And,
Alicia designed the best little
adorable.
Yeah.
ghosty, and I highly recommend that you check it out.
Treat yourselves.
Yeah.
And thank you again for coming. We will see you next time.
Yeah. Bye, friends.
Yeah. Bye.
Stay weird.
Be kind.